It was 1 in the morning, and I was standing in my dark living room, staring at a fish. Not staring at it the way you stare at a fish, staring at it the way a man stares at a lottery ticket he is fairly sure is fake. Half a meter of red and black koi, drifting around a tank next to the TV cabinet like the world's most expensive screensaver. His name was Excluded, pet name. My grandfather bought him 20 years ago, which made him older than me, and in 20 years, Excluded, pet name, had accomplished exactly one thing: existing decoratively. I need you to understand what a koi is in this world, because it is not what you think. This is a world of beast tamers. Everybody who awakens gets a beast taming space, everybody contracts a pet beast, and the whole civilization runs on it. High-speed trains are pet beasts, ambulances are pet beasts, and at the very bottom of the entire ecosystem sit 4 species that the industry has officially nicknamed the summer wastes. Koi are one of them. Koi have one skill. It is called fish leap. It means the fish jumps. That is the whole skill. It jumps. An ordinary, unarmed human being can beat a koi in a fight. Kids keep them in tanks because when the fins spread out, they look like a peacock's tail, and that is the sum total of their contribution to society. So that is what I was doing at 1 in the morning. 18 years old, high school senior, standing in the dark, staring at the family's ornamental jumping fish, because I had just decided this fish was going to make me rich. And I should probably mention that I am not from here. 3 months ago, I was an orphan on a completely different planet with completely normal problems. And then I died, or slipped, or whatever the universe does when it gets bored, and I woke up in the body of Chen Wei in Lingshui City. I got the memories, I got the parents, I also got a golden finger, which is what people in stories like this call the cheat you wake up with. Mine was a research system. Not a sword, not a dragon bloodline, not an old man living in a ring who calls me brat and teaches me to punch through mountains. A research system. It let me open a research project, and then it slowly filled up a progress bar while I did homework about it. My golden finger was a graduate degree. 3 months ago, on a whim, molds in front of that exact tank, I had opened my first and only project. Research task: the evolution of koi. And then I found out that the panel only holds one task at a time. 1. If I did not finish the koi, I could never start anything else. Ever. I had accidentally chained my entire supernatural destiny to a decorative fish, and the bar had been stuck at 55% for 3 months. Cool. Very cool. Love that for me. Here is why I had not quit. In this world, there is a rumor, and it is only a rumor, that in extremely rare cases, under extremely harsh conditions, a koi in the wild evolves. Not into a bigger koi, into an azure-scale flood dragon. A 6-meter eastern dragon with wind and water attributes and racial potential at Overlord Tier 5, which in this world is the kind of pet beast that a family sells a building to afford. Nobody has ever reproduced it. Breeders have been chewing on that problem for generations. Senior breeders, breeding masters, entire university institutes, and not one of them has found a fixed path from the fish to the dragon. It is the industry's white whale. It has eaten careers. And my system said the path existed. That was the part nobody else had. A research task cannot be created for something that is not real, and mine had been sitting there at 55% for 3 months, quietly insisting that there was an answer. Which brings us back to 1 in the morning. Because 40 minutes before I started staring at the fish, I had been sitting cross-legged on my bed doing the same meditation exercise every high schooler in the Federation does, the one that pushes your mental strength up toward 10, because at 10, you awaken. My mental strength had been sitting at 9.9 for weeks. My parents had started having quiet kitchen conversations about whether they could afford a mental potion, which is the kind of conversation parents have at low volume when they think the door is closed. Then, in the dark behind my eyes, a pale blue light opened up. It spread. It kept spreading until it was a cube about 10 meters on a side, hanging there in the black like somebody had installed a room in my skull. Beast taming space. Awakened. Then the second thing arrived, and it came in cold, and it did not go to my head. It went to my eyes. True sight eye. It let me look at a pet beast and read the truth off it. Name, attribute, rank, potential, every skill, and every skill's exact level. It has limits. The beast has to be close, and if it is more than one major realm above me and it is not relaxed, it shows me nothing. For fighting, it is decent. For a breeder, it is a microscope. which is why, at 1 in the morning, having just unlocked the single most important thing in my life, I did not go wake my parents. I went and looked at a fish. Name, koi. Attribute, water. Rank, common tier 3. Potential, ordinary tier 3. Skill, fish leap. Perfect. I actually leaned closer to the glass. Perfect. Not proficient, not mastery. Perfect. The absolute ceiling of skill grading in this world, on the one and only technique this animal possesses, achieved by a fish who has spent 2 decades in a tank the size of a coffee table with nothing to do but jump at his own reflection. And then it hit me sideways. 20 years. Grandfather bought him 20 years ago. He has been dead for 5 of them. Excluded, pet name, had been in that living room longer than I had been alive. And in all that time, nobody had ever once asked him for anything, and he had quietly maxed out the only thing he could do. I looked at that little line of text and thought a very simple thought. You cannot beat perfect, right? Perfect is the end. Inspiration value +1. Current progress 56%. I stood in the dark with my heart going like a bird in a bag. The system does not reward guesses. The system rewards being correct, which meant that somewhere above perfect there was another rung. Nobody in my life had ever mentioned it, and the fish in my living room was already standing on the top of the ladder, waiting for somebody to build the next step. The evolution of the koi requires a fish leap above perfect. That was when the master bedroom door opened, and my mother caught me having a spiritual experience with an aquarium. Why aren't you asleep? What are you doing staring at the fish tank? My parents came out in their pajamas, blinking, and I said the only thing I had. Uncle Bao, Madam May, I awakened. I was testing my talent. My father made a noise like a kettle. He knew my number was 9.9. He had been waiting for it. But he had also spent that exact evening in the kitchen with my mother, doing math about a potion they could not afford, and now the problem had solved itself for free, and he did not know what to do with his hands. What's the talent? True sight eye. My father said it twice. Not bad, not bad. Very useful. And then he got a look I would come to know extremely well over the next 3 months, the specific glassy look of a man doing arithmetic about his son's future in his head at 1 in the morning. Here is the thing about true sight eye. In a fight, it is fine. For a breeder, it is a cheat code, because breeders in this world are not the support class. Breeders are the reason the civilization works. Evolution, food, medicine, skill development, formations, all of it runs through them, and a top breeder outranks almost anyone with a sword. My mother works at a breeding base in the south suburbs. She said, quietly, that the best breeder at her base had true sight eye, that he was only an intermediate, that he had cracked the evolution of the fire rat, and that he made tens of thousands per animal. Tens of thousands. She said it the way you'd say a foreign country. They were so happy that we sat there until 2 in the morning talking about nothing. And I sat there with them and let it happen, because in my last life, I did not have this. I was an orphan. Nobody waited up. 3 months into wearing this body, I had stopped feeling like a squatter in it, and the reason was these 2 specific people in pajamas being delighted about a job title. I did not tell them about the research system. I did not tell them about the 56%. I definitely did not tell them I was planning to turn excluded, pet name, into a dragon. The next morning was a Saturday. My parents were both already at work because both of their jobs eat weekends, and there was breakfast under a lid on the stove. I ate it, got on my bicycle, and rode south. My bicycle is important to this story. It is the only vehicle I owned for the first third of it, and it is very bad. Jiaoyang Cultivation Base sits out past the southern edge of the city, and it is where my mother has worked for over 10 years. Uncle Joe on the gate waved me through without asking, because I had been coming here since I was small, and because I am polite to old men, which is the single most underrated skill in any society. The first thing I saw inside the gate was a stand of trees full of what looked like turkeys, red feather chickens, also one of the 4 wastes. They have exactly one skill, small flame, and the industry consensus is that the flame is useful for lighting cigarettes. That is the actual joke people make. Cigarette lighters. I turned true sight eye on one out of pure curiosity. Common tier 2, ordinary tier 3, 1 skill. No wonder. But standing there in the trees, I had a thought that ended up being worth more than anything else I thought that year. The research value of a species is not about how strong it is It is about how many of them there are. Nobody gets rich cracking the evolution of something with 9 living specimens. You get rich cracking the evolution of something that is in every pond in the country. There was a case a few years back. Jungle frog, wood attribute, 1 skill, licks its tongue, universally considered garbage. Then a breeding master in a big city found the poison branch, turned it into a poison frog with commander tier potential, and overnight that species went from a joke to the #1 starter pet in the Federation. One man changed the market value of an entire species. That is the business I was standing in. I found my mother out by a pond, directing her gray chirp pigeon over the water to drop feed for the stock. She was extremely surprised to see me, and then extremely suspicious when I asked if Master Joe was on the base today. She walked me to a white 3-story building, told me to wait, went in with a very careful expression on her face, came out with a much happier one, and told me I could go in and that I should be respectful. I went in expecting a 60-year-old man with reading glasses, because that is what the name Master Joe does to a person's imagination. I got a woman of about 30 in a lab coat, with a head of loose waves, standing in the middle of the lobby with the unbothered posture of someone who has never once been the least important person in a room. "You're Mei Lin's son?" "Hello, Master Joe. My name is Chen Wei. I'm a senior at Lingshui Beast Taming High School, and I want to be a breeder." And then, because I had ridden 40 minutes on a bicycle and I was not going to waste it on small talk, I told her I had been researching how koi evolve, and I had hit a wall. There is a specific expression adults make when a teenager says something like that. It starts as surprise and slides into amusement. I watched it happen on her face in real time. "So what did you figure out?" "Fine. If she wanted a demonstration, she could have one." I told her I believed the fixed path from koi to azure scale flood dragon exists, and that the conditions are demanding and obscure. I told her I agreed with the popular theory that the path runs through the racial skill fish leap. And then I said the part I actually came for. I suspect that a perfect fish leap is only one of the conditions, so I want to ask, is perfect the ceiling for skill level? Is there anything above it? I already knew the answer. The system had confirmed it in my living room at 1 in the morning. But there is no version of my life in which I can say to a stranger, "My golden finger says so." And there is no way to build a career on knowledge you refuse to explain. So I did the only thing available. I asked a question I already knew, so that later I could say I had been told. The amusement went out of her face. Something more focused arrived. That's a rather novel perspective. Then she held up 3 fingers and gave me, for free, information I would have spent 6 months and a lot of money assembling from garbage internet forums. Above perfect, there is a level called limit break. It is almost never seen in the wild. It is extremely rare even on contracted beasts, and there are exactly 3 ways to get there. 1. A freakishly talented beast grinds it out over thousands of hours of practice. 2. A rare beast taming talent grants it. 3, and this is the easy one, you buy a limit break stone. I did not react. Externally. Internally, there was a small man in my head running down a hallway ringing a bell. Then she asked me if I had any other guesses, and I gave her the second half of what I had. Koi carry dragon blood. Not a lot. Trace amounts. Functionally 0. If you wanted to wake it up, you would need a medicine that activates bloodline. She looked at me for a second longer than was comfortable. Not bad. From the internet and the channels you have access to, you made that many guesses. Your temperament and your thinking are both good. You'd make a good breeder. Then she changed subject entirely and asked which beast taming university I was applying to, and when I said Jiangnan, she smiled and said she hoped I got in, because then she would have another junior. Her name was Zhou Ruqi, Jiangnan graduate, intermediate breeder. I was to call her Sister Zhou, not Master Zhou. And then she gave me the most sincere and most useless advice of my entire high school career. Studying koi evolution is a good direction, but don't get too caught up in it. This is a huge pit. Intermediate breeders, senior breeders, breeding masters, they have all fallen into it. For you right now, laying a solid foundation matters more. I said thank you, Sister Zhou, with my face doing humble and my brain doing the mental equivalent of a man already knee-deep in the pit, waving cheerfully up at the person warning him about the pit. Too late, ma'am. I signed the paperwork 3 months ago. She took my email address and said she would send me some material, including things I would not have access to at my level. I left the little white building, said goodbye to my mother, and glanced back at the gate on my way out. 10 years my mother had worked in there. She had never once been inside that lobby before today, except to ask a favor. I checked the panel. Research task, the evolution of koi. Current progress, 80%. 80. It had moved 24 points in one conversation. I got on my bicycle feeling like an absolute genius, which is a feeling I would like you to hold on to, because the universe was already loading its response. I did not go home. I went to the pet beast market. Every city has one. Eggs, cubs, materials, medicine, anything with a heartbeat and a price tag. Between the physical markets and the online pet beast mall run jointly by the association and the government, they own over 90% of every legal transaction in the industry. I went straight to the biggest shop in the Bleeding, a place called Famous Pet House that owns 5 floors of a 10-story tower, and I went up to the water floor and I stood in front of the koi pond, because here was the plan. Joe Ruochi had told me limit break in the wild is basically a lottery win. Fine, people win lotteries. Somewhere in this city there might be one koi with a fish leap above perfect, and if there was, I would find it, and then all I would need was the medicine. Famous Pet House had one small pond of koi, one, out of a dozen tanks on the floor. A dozen fish in it, tops. Mastery, perfect, perfect, mastery, mastery, nothing. So I went to the next shop, then the next one. I ate a piece of bread standing up at noon and kept going. By 4 in the afternoon, I had personally read the stat block of every single koi on at least 8 floors of that market, which is a sentence I want you to sit with. Hundreds of fish, one by one. A 17-year-old with God's own microscope, using it to conduct a census of the least valuable animal in the building. The shop staff were lovely about it, by the way. Nobody chased me off. Kids my age are the ones who come back after graduation with graduation money to spend. So I was not a nuisance. I was a lead. Not one limit break. Not one. I rode home at dusk with dead legs, and I was, weirdly, not discouraged. I had just spent a day looking at more koi than most breeders see in a career, and every one of them had gone into the file in my head. There was an email waiting. Joe Ruochi had sent about 3 gigabytes. Some of it was foundation textbooks, which were genuinely useful, and which I put aside immediately, because textbooks do not solve the problem in front of you. The rest was koi and Azure Scale Flood Dragon material, including a lot of video that breeders had gone into dimensional rifts and wild zones to shoot. Wild dragons feeding, wild dragons fighting, wild dragons doing nothing at all. They had filmed all of it, hoping the habitat would tell them something. I watched it after dinner, and I want to be honest with you about what happened next, because it is the least scientific moment in this entire story. I was not doing research. I was watching a dragon eat, and a memory surfaced from a planet that does not exist here. An old story, a television drama. Carp swim up the river, and the ones that make it over the Dragon Gate become dragons. Fish Leap Dragon Gate. The koi has one skill. It is called Fish Leap. In a world where nothing about it is a metaphor, inspiration value +5. I sat up so fast I hit the desk with my knee. Fine, fine. So there is a Dragon Gate. There is no literal gate anywhere on this planet, so what is it standing in for? I went back through the footage frame by frame, looking for what all those wild dragons had in common, in the caves, in the rifts, in the wild valleys. Water, not just water, falling water, waterfalls. Almost every habitat had one. And that is when the whole shape of it came down on me at once, and I said it out loud in an empty room like an idiot. Waterfall climb. To leap the Dragon Gate in a world with no gate, you do not need a gate. You need a 100-meter wall of falling water and an animal insane enough to swim up it. You need fish leap at limit break, and you need a waterfall climb skill trained as high as it will go, and you need a fish willing to spend weeks getting hammered back down into the pool by a river. Inspiration value +10. Current task progress, 95%. 95. I did not sleep. I sat with the material until my mother knocked and told me learning is not something you do overnight, and it was very late and I should rest. And I said, yes, Madam May, absolutely, understood, and then lay in the dark, doing the last 5% in my head. What was missing was the drug. A medicine to wake up a bloodline so thin it functionally is not there. I had no idea what it was. I had no idea where to buy it, and I want to be clear about this, 43,000 yuan of accumulated pocket money and a bicycle. The next morning, both my parents left for work, and I went straight out to the living room and had the single most humiliating conversation of my life so far. Excluded, pet name. Excluded, pet name. You have been in this family for 20 years as an ornament. I know you resent it. Excluded, pet name, blew a bubble. You're a koi, but even a koi can defy fate. Excluded, pet name, blew another bubble and drifted a bit to the left. Every pet beast in this world has some intelligence. It has to, or it could not follow orders in a fight. But nobody knows what a koi's intelligence looks like, because nobody has ever bothered to command a koi in a fight, because it is a koi. So I was standing in my living room in my socks conducting a motivational seminar for an animal I could not confirm was listening. Verbal persuasion was going badly. I switched to media. I got my tablet, propped it against the glass, and played the clip. The whole thing, start to finish. A koi lighting up with the light of evolution, and coming out the other side of it as an azure scale flood dragon, 6 meters of blue scale going up into the air like it had been shot out of the water. First time through, nothing. Second time, his head turned. It's working, I said to nobody in an empty apartment about a fish. I let it loop. Third time, fourth, fifth, and gradually the drifting stopped. He stopped moving idly and started holding position in front of the screen, tail beating, bubbles going up in a fast little stream, eyes locked on it. That thing where a very placid animal goes rigid. I let it run until he was clearly agitated. Then I turned it off. Excluded pet name's eyes came around and fixed on me, and I swear there was a person in there. Do you want to be that? The one in the video, powerful, real combat strength, flies, burrows underground. Nothing. If you want to evolve into an azure-scale flood dragon, spin in a circle. At this point, I would like the record to show that I was fully aware I sounded like the kind of man who lures children into vans with lollipops. In my defense, it was not a child. It was a fish. Excluded, pet name, looked at me one more time and then sank slowly to the bottom of the tank, which is fish for no. I did not have telepathy. I had a microscope. There was no way to ask and no way to hear the answer, and I stood there for a second genuinely stuck. So that's it. You'd rather be a salted fish for the rest of your life. Nothing. And then I looked at his whiskers. They were long, index finger long, old. And the number came up out of the file in my head, the one I had built over a full day of standing in front of tanks in a shopping mall. The average lifespan of a koi is about 20 years. Grandfather bought him 20 years ago. Oh. I want to tell you I planned what I said next. I did not. It came out because it was true, and because it had just landed on me in my own living room, and my voice came out lower than I meant it to. Excluded, pet name. Fine, if you don't want to, forget it. But it has been 20 years since Grandpa Shen bought you, hasn't it? Bubble. Do you know why I want you to evolve? Look at your whiskers. You're old. Koi live about 20 years. He had stopped moving. If you don't evolve, you don't have much time left. And then we'll have to buy a new koi for this tank, and more fish food. I turned around and started to walk out of the room, and behind me, the tank exploded. Not literally. Excluded, pet name, went off like something had bitten him, tearing around the tank, hitting the glass, bang, 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 sending water over the rim onto my mother's floor. I stopped in the doorway. I did not turn around right away, because I did not want him to see my face. Everything alive is afraid of dying. Humans, dragons, and a 20-year-old decorative carp in a 40-liter tank who had just been informed of his own expiration date by a boy he had watched grow up. I turned around. Excluded, pet name, you changed your mind. You want to evolve. He was breathing hard, if that is a thing fish do. It looked like it. If you're sure, I can help you. Give me a signal. Spin in place. He spun before I finished the sentence. So that was the deal, closed at 9 in the morning, between an 18-year-old with no money and a fish with no time. Now, I just had to buy the equipment. I went back to my room, sat down, opened the online mall, and looked up the cheapest possible limit break stone, the absolute floor of the market, the generic store brand version. 200,000. I looked at that number for a while. Then I looked up the bloodline medicines, which I could not even identify yet, and which started higher. I had 43,000 yuan and a bicycle. Ask Zhou Ruoqi, No, absolutely not. It is one thing for a woman to be impressed by you. It is a completely different thing to show up at her lab 2 days later and say, "Hello, I have solved the industry's oldest open problem. Please wire me $1,000,000 yuan." She would not think I was a genius. She would think I needed help. Best case, the respect evaporates. Worst case, she remembers me as the kid who tried it. There is an old saying about young men with no beards being unreliable. I had done the math on myself from the outside, and I agreed with it. If a random high schooler walked up to me and said he had cracked koi evolution, I would not lend him bus fare. So I needed a different kind of investor. Specifically, I needed a rich idiot who already trusted me. And a face came up in my mind, round and cheerful and extremely well-funded. I picked up my phone. "Pudgy Zhang, do you want a pet beast with Overlord tier potential?" Half an hour later, I was sitting in a pet beast cafe next to the market, taking a coffee off the tail of a curly-tailed cat across from a round object in a booth. Zhang Kai. Everyone calls him Pudgy Zhang. His parents named him with 2 characters meaning handsome and outstanding, and the universe responded by making him 180 pounds of cheerful disappointment. He is my best friend. His family does business with the Beastmaster Association, and nobody in our school knows exactly what the business is, which, in my experience, means the answer is money. Pudgy Zhang, still not awakened? 9.8. I figure a month, tops. He drank the foam off the top like a child. I did not go straight at it, because you do not go straight at a man you are about to take $1,000,000 from. I warmed him up with a question I had actually been curious about. With your family's money, buying a mental potion should be nothing. Why haven't you? He put the cup down and got a look on his face that he thinks is mysterious. Chen Wei, you wouldn't know this, would you? He then held the pause for so long that I nearly ordered another coffee. Even if the space doesn't open in the next 3 months, I'm not touching a psychic drug. That did not make sense. Whether you awaken before graduation is the single biggest variable on your college entrance score. Miss it, and prestigious universities stop returning your calls. I said so. He smiled at me with the serene confidence of a man whose surname solves problems. Even with bad grades, I can get into a beast-taming university. Damn capitalists. But then he told me the actual reason, and it turned out he was not being smug, he was being informed, which is his most annoying habit. Every psychic drug on the market is calibrated for people who have already awakened. Take one before the space opens, and if your mental strength cannot handle it, it damages your brain. Permanently. Not the kind of damage anyone in this world knows how to fix, and it eats your taming potential forever. So the rich kids do not use them. The families who can afford the drugs are the families who know what the drugs do. Fine. Warm up over. Pudgy Zhang, do you want a pet beast with Overlord tier potential? Sure. Do you know where to buy one? He said it the way you'd humor a toddler. Do you trust me? His entire face changed, genuinely alarmed. Brother Han, don't be like this. Just tell me how much money you need. It's not worth committing armed robbery over. Look at me. I have the arms of a coat rack and no contracted beast. Who exactly am I robbing? Then I told him the truth, because I have always found that the truth is very effective on people who have decided in advance that you are joking. I said I had found a pet beast evolution path, that it was 95% reliable, that I needed to run a few more experiments to finish it, and that if he funded the experiments, I would hand him a beast with Overlord tier potential. He rolled his eyes so hard I heard it. Right, emotional phase. Pudgy Zhang, 3 years of high school. Have I ever lied to you? Once. Does the time you changed the signature on my love letter to your own name count? That was for your own good. Have you seen the class monitor's attitude? I did not want you to get hurt. Silence. And I was right, by the way. Wen Jing turned me down flat. If it had been you, the result would have been objectively worse. He took a very long breath through his nose. That does sound reasonable, and I still want to punch you. Phase 2. Every time you got your heart broken, who sat there and drank with you? Me. Minors cannot buy alcohol, so who stole his dad's ID to get it? Me. He stared at me with the flat, dead eyes of a man who is not moving. So I used the finisher. I remember one night, drunk, you insisted on telling me you were in love with our meditation teacher, Xiao Mei. You had specific reasons. You listed them. I have kept that secret for you all this time. His face went the exact red of a stop sign. How much? 3 million. I held up 3 fingers. 3 million? Get lost. Impossible. I sighed. Sigh. About teacher Xiao. Dude, his lips were twitching. I really don't have that much. How much do you have? He held up 1 finger, shaking slightly, like a man surrendering a hostage. 1 million. 1 million is fine too. And that is the story of how I financed the most important breeding research of the decade with sexual blackmail against a 17-year-old. He drove off in a red sports car that could be seen from space, and I stood on the curb and thought, wait until the results come in, fatty. This is going to blow your mind. What I did not know, and did not find out for a long time, is that in the car he was looking at me in the rearview mirror and smiling, because Pudgy Zhang is not stupid. Pudgy Zhang is the 3rd generation of a family that got rich on purpose. He knew me too. In 3 years of friendship, I had never once asked him for money. Not for lunch, not for a bus, not for anything. That was the whole basis of the friendship. And then one day, the guy who never asks walks up and asks for 3 million. He did not fund the project. He funded me. He decided that whatever was happening, it was not nonsense, and he bought in early. He was going to spend the next 4 months being extremely smug about that, and I was going to have to live with it. I went straight back into the market with 1 million yuan of committed capital and 1 shopping objective: find the bloodline drug. I went into the first apothecary. 2 clerks were chatting behind the counter, glanced at me, correctly assessed that I looked like a student with no purchasing power, and went back to chatting. I was thrilled. Nobody bothering me meant I could read every label in the store in peace. I went straight to natural herbs because the logic was simple. Wild koi turn into dragons in the wild. Whatever the wild koi ate, it was not a synthetic pill manufactured by human beings. Cold heart grass, elite tier resource, 35,000 a stalk. Cloudbane fruit, commander tier, 59,000 a fruit. I walked the whole case and got nothing, but on my way out to the second apothecary, I saw a stall with a big tank on it and a wooden sign. Mutant koi, only 100,000. I want to be clear that I did not walk over because I believed the sign. I walked over because in this market, the word mutant on a hand-painted sign usually means the animal has an unusual color. A bearded man in his 40s launched into his pitch before I was fully stopped. Young man, my mutated koi is no ordinary fish. I put a hand up and pointed at my own eyes. No need, I can see for myself. Buying a pet beast is like buying antiques. Listen less to stories, look more. Name, koi. Rank, common tier 5. Potential, ordinary, rank 7. Skills, fish leap, mastery. Waterfall climb, proficient. I have a decent poker face. It got tested that day. Waterfall climb, on a koi. Sitting in a plastic tank on a folding table in a discount aisle with a hand-painted sign for 100,000 yuan. 2 things happened in my head at once. 1, my waterfall theory was not a theory anymore. It was confirmed by a living specimen, because if the skill did not belong on this species, the species could not learn it. 2, this man had absolutely no idea what he was holding. So I did what any responsible young researcher would do. I insulted his fish. Mutant koi? It's just panting. It's got 1 extra skill. Young boss, the value isn't the skill, it's the research value. 1 more skill means 1 more possible evolution. He was, accidentally, completely correct, and he had arrived there by luck the way a man walking backwards arrives at a door. Evolution. Ha! Boss, this thing is trashed here. Breeding masters can't crack it. You think I can? Young boss, maybe you're the one with extraordinary talent. I let that sit for exactly the right amount of time, and then I gave him a way to feel clever. I did notice the waterfall climb. We just built a rockery with running water in the pond at home. It'd look pretty good if a fish could swim up it. His entire face lit up. Yes, yes, ornamental value, unparalleled, kept in a pond, leaping and swimming upstream. The man had been standing there all morning trying to figure out how to sell a fish without promising evolution, and the customer had just handed him a brand new sales angle for free. He was so grateful he practically hugged me. But it's an ornamental fish. 100,000 is outrageous. Regular koi is 10,000 tops. For the waterfall climb, I'll go 18,000. You must be joking. 80,000. 20. 75. 22. I want to note that the reluctance in my voice was not acting. It genuinely hurt. Not counting Pudgy Zhang's promised million, which had not landed yet, my entire liquid net worth was under 50,000. We closed at 42,000. Plus, because I had made him happy, he threw in a beast taming orb and a spare, which is a several thousand item on its own. It is essentially a temporary warehouse for an uncontracted beast, like a certain type of ball from a certain cartoon in my last life, except it does not heal anything and does not restore stamina. It is a suitcase. You need one because an uncontracted beast walking around a city is a public safety event, even a harmless one. Excluded, pet name, is half a meter long. This one was 70 centimeters. You do not carry that through a city in an aquarium unless you want a conversation with the Public Security Bureau. I named him Tian Xiang, which means, roughly, seventh. Because he was the seventh thing I thought of that morning, or because it sounded fine, I genuinely do not remember. Please hold that thought. My relationship with naming is going to become a running theme, and it does not improve. So now I had 2 fish, 43,000 yuan of debt to my own future, and 1 missing ingredient. Second apothecary. There was a promo board by the entrance, 30% off Ocean Tears, Hurricane Howl, Blood Orchid, Blazing Kiss. I stopped. Because medicine in this world does not expire, and even if it did, nobody discounts an entire product line by 30% for fun. A very pretty saleswoman appeared at my elbow, sweet voice, ready to walk me over. And then, from the stairwell, another voice. Student Chen Wei, don't let her fool you. I would like to describe the woman who came down those stairs the way an academic would, but I was 17, so I will simply report that the entire room reoriented. Xiao Mei, my meditation teacher. Off-duty, in tight jeans and a cropped shirt, legs longer than Pudgy Zhang's life expectancy. I will say this in my own defense. In my previous life, I survived an entire adolescence of internet, so I held it together. But it did explain a great deal about why almost nobody in our meditation class can actually enter a meditative state. Those boys are not lazy. They are under attack. Those potions all come from the Emerald Federation, she said, ignoring the saleswoman entirely. There's nothing wrong with them. They just only work on beasts native to the Emerald Federation. Over here, almost nothing can use them. The saleswoman evaporated. Tell me what you're looking for. I'll be your sales assistant. And this is the part where I want to say something about my school, because I am going to be sarcastic about a lot of people in this story, and these ones do not deserve it. Xiao Mei did not have to be in that shop with me. She was off duty. She saw a student about to get skinned, and she stepped in, and then she walked me around the entire store for an hour, explaining what everything did. I'm looking for a potion that can activate the dragon bloodline in a pet beast. She thought about it. Dragon types have terrifying combat power, so anything related is not cheap. In this shop, 5 potions activate Bloodline. 4 of them are for the Flood Dragon line. Come with me. She stopped at a glass case. This is the Blood Orchid potion from the promo board, made primarily from Blood Orchid, an herb unique to the Emerald Federation. It does activate Dragon Bloodline in certain beasts, she sighed. But in our Federation, almost nothing can use it because the bloodline it wakes up is Western Dragon, not Eastern. Inspiration value +2. Current task progress 98%. I would like to formally apologize to teacher Xiao Jiahui because at that exact moment my heart started slamming so hard that she noticed, and she made a small private face and thought, teenage boys, and privately decided that she had dressed too lightly that day. Ma'am, it was the potion. I swear on my life it was the potion. Because here is what my brain was actually doing. The Azure Scale Flood Dragon is a pure Eastern dragon, and the system had just gone off for a Western dragon reagent. That did not fit. That did not fit at all, and I had no idea what it meant, and I could not ask. She walked me around the rest of the shop and then out the door, and then she gave me the parting advice. In shops like this, look more, listen more, buy less. If you actually need to buy medicine, call me first, or call He Shu, your breeding teacher. My breeding is not as good as hers, but I can keep you out of a few holes. And then she left, and I did the single most rat-like thing in this entire story. I took out my phone, sent Pudgy Zhang a photo of teacher Xiao Jiahui that I had taken in the shop, and waited. Roughly 11 minutes later, a red sports car came into the market entrance at a speed that had a lot of opinions about pedestrians, and a spherical boy came out of it before the door was fully open, shouting, "Where is she? Where's teacher Xiao Jiahui?" There was nobody around but middle-aged enraged male stall owners. There was not a single female cat in the vicinity. He deflated like somebody had opened a valve. Then why did you call me here? I pointed at the apothecary. Go in there and buy me a blood orchid potion. Why don't you buy it yourself? Because Teacher Xiao just gave a very detailed public lecture in there about why that potion is useless. If I walk back in and buy it, they will find that strange, and they may pull it off the shelf. Then buy it online. It's tens of thousands cheaper here. He looked at me like I had said something in a foreign language. Tens of thousands. To him, it was a rounding error. The well-fed do not know the hunger of the starving, and their extravagance is genuinely inhuman. He put his hands in his pockets and set his weight back. You tricked me here for this. I'm not going. So I lied to him. Again. When I took the photo and sent it, she had not left yet. You arrived, and she left. What does that tell you? What does that tell me? It tells you that people who are not fated to meet will always miss each other. I put a hand on his shoulder. But since you're already here, I have a feeling you're messing with me. He came out 5 minutes later holding a pale red vial like a man carrying a grudge. 120,000. I raised an eyebrow. The listed discount price was 128. This man had walked into a store in a mood and purely on instinct ground the vendor down another 8,000 in 5 minutes without even trying. Truly the son of a businessman, the family fortune is safe. That night at dinner near my apartment, he leaned across the table. Hey, are you really researching how to evolve an Overlord tier beast? Would I lie to you? He looked at me for a second and then said, fine, I'll believe it for now and keep it as a souvenir. Which is genuinely the funniest possible way to invest $1,000,000 yuan. At home, mission panel, 98%. Sitting there, not moving. And in my hand, a bottle of Western Dragon Bloodline Activator that the world's most reasonable teacher had just told me was useless for the animal I was working on and that my golden finger had rung a bell for anyway. 2% left, and the last 2% made no sense, so I stopped thinking about it and went to work on the part I could control. Monday, school. Combat class in the morning with Liu Gang, a bearded slab of a man, and pet beast knowledge in the afternoon with Chen Wei, who is about 100 years old. With 3 months to graduation, almost nobody was paying attention because everybody was racing to awaken and the teachers had made peace with that. I paid attention in both, not out of virtue, because I had already awakened, so I had nothing to race for, and because Liu Gang kept saying a specific thing that I would end up using to save my own life inside of 6 weeks. After school, I did not go home. I went to the living room, put excluded, pet name, in a blank orb, grabbed 2 pieces of bread, and rode west for half an hour until I could hear water. Here is what I had found on a map. The Ling Shui River clips the edge of the city, and there is a hydropower station on it with a kilometer-long dam, and on the side of the dam there is a spillway, and out of the spillway comes a wall of white water with more than a 10-meter drop into a pool, an artificial waterfall. Free, unattended, 20 minutes from my house on a bicycle. Up close, it stops being a nice sound and becomes a roar you feel in your sternum. I let excluded, pet name, out into the pool first. He had spent 20 years in a box, and the second he hit open water, he went insane, running big loops, and then he came back to the shore and looked at me with those human-shaped fish eyes and did not run away. 20 years of the Chen family, plus a death sentence with an expiry date. He was not going anywhere. Excluded, pet name. Listen, if you want to keep living, you have to evolve. If you want to evolve, you do what I say. Go over there, get under the waterfall, swim up with everything you have. And then, because I am a hype man at heart, I raised my arm. Excluded, pet name, keep it up. He turned into a line of water and went. He got about a meter up before the river picked him up and threw him back down. He went again. He got less than a meter. Thrown back down. He went again. Over and over and over. I had nothing to offer except standing on the bank yelling encouragement at a fish and throwing high-energy feed into the pool whenever he was too tired to move, which I had bought that afternoon in the market and which I now think of as the most important purchase of my life. Then I looked around and found a small puddle off to the side and let Tian Xiang out into it. 70 centimeters of koi appeared in 8 centimeters of water and raised his head at me with an expression of profound editorial disagreement. I said nothing. I got the tablet out and played the video. Excluded, pet name, had needed 5 loops. Tian Xiang reacted on the first one. Tail hammering, eyes locked, the whole animal leaning at the screen. I let it run 7 times until he was visibly vibrating, and then I stopped it and told him the truth, because he had cost me 42,000 yuan, and he deserved it. Tian Xiang, I know you've got more in you. Learning waterfall climb on your own proves it, but if you want to be the thing in that video, that's not enough. You have to do what I say. Then, the part I had been dreading. Next, I'm putting you in the pool. If you trust me, train with excluded, pet name. If you don't, swim downstream and go. I won't stop you. Because I could not stop him. There was no contract. There was no emotional history. The pool connects to the river and the river goes to the sea, and if a 70-centimeter fish decides to leave, a boy with a bicycle has no move. 42,000 yuan, which was, at that moment, essentially all of my money. I put him in the pool. He flicked his tail, made a splash, and vanished. I stood there. 5 minutes. I shook my head and said, out loud, alone at a body of water, well, I misjudged the pet beast's desire for freedom. Shame. You had a shot at being somebody. And I turned back to the waterfall to watch excluded, pet name, get destroyed by physics for the 400th time. And there was a second line of water going up the falls. 70 centimeters of koi, 5 meters off the surface, holding position in a river coming down out of a spillway. He had not left. He had gone straight to the bottom of the pool, found the base of the waterfall, and started working. And he had gotten 5 meters up on his first attempt because he already had the skill. Wu Yi, I said, at a fish, in the dark, alone in the western suburbs. You really didn't disappoint me. That is how it went. Up, thrown down, up, thrown down. When they were exhausted, they came to the bank, and I fed them. When they had eaten, they went back. At 10 o'clock, my parents had called 4 times. I know the orb is uncomfortable, and we only have 1 tank at home. This pool's deep enough, so I'm not taking you back. During the day, there might be people, so rest on the bottom. After school tomorrow, I'll come train with you. If that's fine, spin in a circle. Tian Xiang spun immediately. Excluded, pet name, hesitated. Tian Xiang hit him with his tail. Excluded, pet name, spun. I rode home smiling about that, and I did not find out until later what happened behind me after I left, which is that the 2 of them went straight back to the falls and kept going in the dark with nobody watching. My parents were sitting up on the sofa waiting when I came in at 10:30, which is the worst possible thing to walk into because nobody was angry. That would have been easier. It's this late and you're not back. How are we supposed to sleep? So I told them about excluded, pet name, not the dragon, just that I had taken him out to train him and that he was very old and that if he did not evolve, he did not have long. My father put down his tea. Training is fine. Don't stay out late. It's dangerous out there for a kid. Uncle Bao, I'm 18. Not just bad people. There are wild pet beasts outside the city, and some of them attack humans. It's the hydropower station. There's staff on site year-round. He thought about it for a second, and then solved it in the way parents solve things, which is by giving you something you did not ask for and cannot refuse. Starting tomorrow, after work, he would send his circle land bear out to sit with me, and we would come home together. My mother came out of the kitchen mid-sentence. Your circle land bear is elite tier 7, but it's slow. My gray chirp pigeon is only elite 3, but it flies, and it can handle most things. I'll send Fei Peng after work. That works too, I said, because there was no version of this where I won. And then I sat in the kitchen eating reheated food out of the pot at 11 at night, while they talked in the living room about whether their son was actually researching koi evolution or just playing at being a beast tamer, and my mother said the thing I have never been able to get rid of. Whether he's researching koi or just wants to know what it feels like to be a tamer, it doesn't matter, as long as he's happy. We can't give him better conditions, so we let him grow however he grows. I want to point out something about my parents that will matter later. My father is an elite tier 7 beast tamer with a single pet beast. My mother is an elite tier 3 with a single pet beast. Both of them, at their level, are legally entitled to contract a second. Neither of them ever has. Not because they could not handle it, because a second animal costs money they do not have. and every spare yuan for 18 years has gone into a jar with my name on it. Fei Peng, my mother's gray chirp pigeon, is the size of a millstone with pale gold feet, and I ran him under true sight eye the next evening when he landed on a rock beside me at the dam. Elite Tier 3, Potential Elite Tier 5, Peck at Mastery, Claw at Mastery, Steel Feather Proficient, Wind Blade Proficient, Gale Slash Beginner. 5 skills, 2 maxed. On a bird belonging to a woman who feeds pawn stock for a living and has never had a training budget in her life, the evolved form of a gray chirp pigeon is a storm eagle. The path is public, it is not even hard, and it needs a windstone worth over 200,000 plus about 150,000 in supporting materials. 350,000. That was why Fei Peng was still a pigeon. My parents had looked at that number and decided their journey was over, and the resources should all go to the kid. I disagreed with that so hard it made my teeth hurt. Whether your parents have ambition is one question. Whether they can defend themselves is a completely different one. Anyway, day 2 at the dam, I clapped, and 2 heads came up, and I threw feed in and read them both. Tianxiang, waterfall climb, now proficiency, up a full grade, overnight. He had trained after I left, on his own, in the dark. Then I read excluded, pet name, and excluded, pet name, had learned waterfall climb. Learned it, from nothing, in one night. And I stood there being delighted about that for about 4 seconds until I noticed the way excluded, pet name, was eating, which was carefully, from the far side, not getting too close to Tianxiang. Ah, Tianxiang had not just trained extra. Tianxiang had made excluded, pet name, train extra. A 70-centimeter fish I had owned for 2 days had established a chain of command over a 20-year-old family pet and instituted a night shift. I loved it. Excellent workplace culture. Great to see initiative. Then Tianxiang did not eat. He looked at the feed, looked at me, and dove. A minute later he came back up, and there was a second head next to his. Blue-black, not a koi. Peacock tail fish. Elite Tier 1. Potential Leader Tier 2. Water arrow at mastery, water cannon at mastery, high-pressure water cannon proficient. And then a 4th line, tide, beginner. I pushed the site deeper and got the skill description, and I stopped breathing for a second. Tide is a special skill only water beasts can learn under specific conditions. While in water, the beast recovers stamina, energy, and injuries continuously. The higher the level, the faster. A passive heal. On a wild animal, in a puddle behind a hydropower dam. Then I actually looked at the animal instead of the numbers. Half his scales were gone. The tail that gives the species its name was charred black, like something had run current through it, and on the dorsal fin, cut into it, there was a number, 45. He was barely staying at the surface, and beside him Tianxiang was circling, fast, tight, agitated, in a way I had not seen from him even when he was throwing himself at a waterfall. Tianxiang, you want me to save it? Gurgle. I did not have time to be clever. If you trust me, go into this orb and I'll take you to the hospital. He did not resist. I told Tianxiang and excluded, pet name, to keep training. I looked up at the pigeon on the rock and said, chirp, let's go. And Fei Peng went up into the sky like a thrown stone, and I ran for the bicycle. That ride is one of the only times in my life I have been genuinely fast at anything. I took the bike through the alleys because a bicycle in a city is a knife and a car is a suitcase, and I made the pet beast hospital in under half an hour and parked it by dumping it. I hit the emergency room door, and there was a nurse in a pink uniform and, next to her, a small, round, egg-shaped creature with tiny limbs, which I recognized instantly because they are in every hospital in the Federation. Ling Zhu, life type, great at healing, easy to raise. I handed over the orb. The nurse said, Dan Dan, and the egg took the orb in both stubby arms and healing light came out of its hands, through the orb. It was healing him through the container. Don't worry, the nurse said, we'll do our best. Half an hour on a plastic chair. Then a doctor in white came out and immediately told me off. How did you take care of this beast? Why is it hurt this badly? Doctor, it isn't mine. I found it at the river. Her whole posture changed. So it's wild. She frowned at her clipboard. Its injuries weren't caused by fighting other beasts. Or, not entirely. Is it bad? 7 visible wounds, and those aren't the problem. The problem is inside. It consumed a large quantity of dragon bone powder. The energy accumulated and then surged. If you'd been an hour later, I don't want to describe what would have happened. Inspiration value. Current task progress, 99%. I stood in a hospital corridor with a stranger's dying animal on the other side of a door, and my golden finger quietly said thank you for this information. Dragon bone powder. I actually knew what that was. It is a bloodline stimulant. It is considered mediocre. It is one of the cheapest dragon-adjacent materials on the market, which is presumably why an organization doing illegal experiments was force-feeding it to a fish. Then the doctor said the rest. Treatable, but slow, over a month. And expensive, more than 100,000, which the hospital would cover because he was wild, but afterward he goes to the rescue center. If I wanted to keep him, I would have to pay. I said I needed to think about it, and I walked out with my hands in my pockets doing extremely ugly math. I wanted that fish. Leader Tier 2 potential and a passive heal. If not for me, for my mother. But I was about to spend everything I had and everything Pudgy Jang had promised on limit break stones. And if I spent an extra 100,000 here and came up short on the evolution materials, the whole thing died on the table. And if I did not take him, somebody at the rescue center would. He showed up in my pool, and my fish asked me to save him. In a world with dragons, that starts to look less like coincidence. Outside on the street, I opened the panel and looked at the number and got annoyed. 99%. 1 point. An entire genuine evolution resource, a real answer, delivered by a doctor to my face, and it moved the bar 1 single point. Which meant something was structurally wrong with my understanding of this task. Because look at it. Blood Orchid Potion wakes Western Dragon bloodline, and the system reacted. Dragon Bone Powder wakes Eastern Dragon bloodline, and the system reacted. Those two things should not go in the same animal. That is like a recipe calling for both hot sauce and ice cream. I could not solve it, so I did the thing I do, which is drop the unsolvable question and pick up the solvable one. The Azure Scale Flood Dragon has 2 attributes, water and wind. Koi are water. Dragon Bone Powder and Blood Orchid handle the dragon part. So where does the wind come from? It does not appear out of thin air. Somewhere in that recipe there is a wind attribute resource, and I did not have the faintest idea what it was, and there are thousands. I rode back to the falls and got there near 8 at night, and let Tianxiang know his friend was going to live, which he understood immediately, and then went straight back to work with the intensity of an intern trying to impress somebody. I sat on a rock with a tablet and browsed a breeder forum, which is the internet, so it was mostly people being confidently wrong at each other about koi. A whole camp argued that no fixed path exists at all, and the observed cases are freak events. That is a reasonable position, honestly. I disagreed, but they were clearly educated. Then there was the other camp. Their theory was that koi need to eat azure scale grass. Their reasoning was that the words azure scale appear in the dragon's name, and azure scale grass has azure scale in it, and therefore, that is not a theory. That is naming logic. If breeding worked by matching syllables, the entire profession could be replaced by a rhyming dictionary. I scrolled to the bottom, found nothing worth anything, and then, purely because I was bored and slightly annoyed, I typed a reply. The Azure Scale Flood Dragon's attributes are water and wind. Personally, I think the evolution needs not only dragon-type resources, but also wind-type resources. Comments arrived immediately. One of them was actually sharp. Why dragon-type and wind-type separately? Why not a dragon-wind dual resource? Because I have already found the 2 dragon resources, and neither of them is wind, that is why. Which I obviously was not going to type. I was closing the app when a friend request came in from the forum backend, and I gave out my messenger, and a request popped up from an account called Piglet is Not a Pig, which is a good name. A nickname pig is another one of the 4 wastes, so this person had picked a joke handle about the exact same category of animal I was working on. I accepted. Hello, I saw your reply. I think your koi research is very insightful. I'd like to invite you to our pet beast research group. Great taste, obviously. Then, without answering any of my questions, they dragged me into a group chat. Group name, Abandoned Pet Research Institute. I changed my display name to Koi is Not a Fish, because if we are doing a theme, we are doing the theme. The instant I did, the group went off. Ha Lang is not a dog. Hey newbie, photo. I looked at Ha Lang is not a dog's avatar for 2 seconds and typed one word, male. Fox Prince. Men are fine too. Somebody else. Get lost. All men belong to me. Little brother, how old are you? How tall are you? Do you have abs? Did I join the wrong group? This was supposed to be a research institute for garbage pets. It felt like I had walked into a den. Piglet is not a pig. Everyone, please, be more reserved. Don't scare the newcomer, me. This is a very unique welcoming ceremony. Then finally, one adult surfaced, Old Yang next door, explaining that the group studies the evolution of species the industry has written off, and that his own subject is the rolling crocodile. Which, and I say this with love, is an even worse pit than mine. The only known evolved form of a rolling crocodile tops out at elite rank 8 and costs so much to produce that for the same money you could just buy a commander tier beast off the shelf. Old Yang was not chasing a dragon. Old Yang was chasing a slightly larger crocodile at a loss. Somebody named Jumping Corpse Fairy asked if I had figured anything out. I told them the truth because I had nothing to lose and because nobody in that chat could have used it. I've found several key factors. I can confirm it needs dragon-type resources and wind-type resources. I've basically tested the dragon side. I have no idea about the wind side. Piglet is not a pig, instantly. Perhaps I can help you with that. Sure you can, I thought, warmly, the way you thank a small child for offering to help you move a sofa. Thank you very much. Here is what was actually happening on the other end of that conversation, which I found out much later. In a detached villa in a high-end neighborhood in another province, a girl about 1.55 m, round-faced, in pigtails, sat looking at her phone for a while. Then she left the chat, made a call, and did the single most devastating thing a daughter can do to a father. Uncle Bao, have you had dinner yet? It was 8:30 at night. He had. He did not point that out because he had not been home in a week, and he knew it. She complained that the house was quiet and empty. He promised, vaguely, in the way of a man who has learned to promise vaguely, that he would come back in a few days. Then he asked about her entrance exam, and she said, with the tone of somebody discussing lunch, that she had already awakened the space, and her other courses were fine, and getting into one of the federal 8 greats would be no problem. The 8 greats are the 8 best beast-taming universities in the Federation. For the overwhelming majority of high school students in this country, they are a place you look at on the internet. Then he suggested Guanxi Beast Taming University, where he happens to teach, and she said no. And then she explained why, out loud, to her father, about his own employer. Guanxi was fine a decade ago. It has been sliding ever since. Outside of the necromancy fields, it has not produced a result worth anything in either combat or cultivation. Among the 8 greats, it is basically last, and she is not going into necromancy. There was a silence on the line, and then a sigh, and a professor at a declining university told his daughter that in the end she has to walk her own path. And then, because he is not stupid either, he said, "You did not call me at night for this, did you?" She got to it. A friend of mine is also studying koi. He's stuck. He says the evolution needs dragon-type and wind-type resources, and he's tested the dragon side, and there's no progress on the wind side. That was the part that changed his voice. Because a random online friend who has independently deduced that the recipe splits into dragon and wind and has already narrowed the dragon half is not a random online friend. He told her a little more than he should have. Their base had never found the fixed path either, but their work in the area was deep, and it involved racial skill and living environment, and no, he could not disclose the details. She rolled her eyes at that. If you cannot disclose it, why bring it up? Then she asked the actual question. Wind resources. Have you done work on it? And her father, a professor at a university that is genuinely bad at almost everything, gave her the one thing his institution had actually produced. Currently, the wind resources that stimulate energy in koi the most are wind chime fruit and golden wind jade dew. She wrote both down, chatted for another 2 minutes for cover, hung up, dropped them into the group chat, and tagged me. I saw the message right as I was packing up to leave the dam. 2 names. From a stranger on the internet who had asked about my abs 40 minutes earlier. I glanced at it and thought, sure, buddy, you picked 2 wind resources off a list to make me feel better. And then, as I was closing the app, inspiration value +6. Current task progress, 105%. I stopped walking. Physically stopped. 1 foot forward, in the dark, at a hydropower dam. 105%. I want to be extremely clear about how stupid this felt. 3 months, hundreds of hours. A day spent reading the stat block of every koi in a shopping mall, a bicycle ride to beg a favor off an intermediate breeder, 42,000 yuan on a fish. And the last chunk of the answer arrived in a group chat from an anonymous account named after a pig at 9 at night for free because I happened to be bored and typed a comment. Some things are just decided in advance. I stood there for what felt like an hour, and then two questions surfaced. The first one was, who is this person? Because wind chime fruit and golden wind jade dew are two names, and they sound like nothing, but to know they are the two that matter, somebody has to have run an enormous number of experiments. That does not come out of a forum. Was I talking to a hidden master? The second question was the one that actually mattered. Why 105%? Not 100, 105. You do not overshoot a research task. The bar is the answer, and I had just poured in 5 extra points of answer, and the only way that happens is if the task I opened is bigger than the thing I thought I was studying. The evolution of the koi is not one path. There are two. One goes through dragonbone powder and a wind resource and ends in an azure scale flood dragon. The other goes through the blood orchid potion, which is a western dragon reagent, plus something I had not found, and ends in an animal that nobody in this world has ever named. That is the only shape that explains the extra 5%. That is the only shape that explains why a recipe needed both an Eastern and a Western bloodline activator. It never needed both. It was 2 recipes stacked in one file. Then the panel offered. Research task. The evolution of koi. Current progress 105%. Submit task? I looked at that for a long moment and said no, because the second I submitted, the file closed. And there was a second animal in there that nobody on this planet had ever seen, and it was sitting inside my task, and if I hit submit, it went away. Neither of my fish met the evolution requirements yet anyway. Tianxiang's fish leap was nowhere near limit break. There was no rush. I got on the bicycle and rode home in the dark, and that is the night I stopped being a kid with a hobby. 2 days later, I got pulled out of my lunch break by the head of the grade and taken to a small office where a young man in a black uniform was waiting for me. I know that uniform. It is on television constantly. Public Security Bureau. Hello, student Chen Wei. My name is Sun Jian. I'm from the Public Security Bureau. I looked at the uniform. I can tell. He gave me the awkward laugh of a man who has just been told his introduction was redundant and then got to it. He knew I had brought a peacock tailfish into the hospital. I relaxed about 40%. Right, that is what this is. He took a full statement, which I gave him, and he wrote it in a notebook while also running a voice recorder while also having a laptop open, which struck me as a lot of redundancy for a fish. Then he asked what I had been training at the falls. It's inconvenient, he said, well, and then trailed off, and I let him. It was not inconvenient. I simply could not say the sentence. What do you want me to answer? Koi? Why would anyone train a koi? To evolve it? Tell an officer of the law that, and he stops writing down what you say and starts writing down how you look. That's fine. One more question. Did you see the number on the back of that fish? Now we were talking. I saw it. I'm very curious. Why is there a number on its fin, and who put it there? He frowned, went quiet for a second, and then made a decision out loud. You've already awakened. You'll find this out at university anyway, so I might as well tell you. Have you heard of the Black God cult? I had not. There's too much to explain, so remember only this. The Black God cult is a cult organization that everyone hates. They capture pet beasts and put them through inhumane and forbidden experiments. The number on the fin arranged itself instantly. The fish was a test subject. Escaped from one of their labs, most likely. Then his voice got flat and careful. The reason I'm telling you this is so you understand that even though they hide in the dark like gophers, their strength is genuinely terrifying. Black robes, hoods, ghost masks. If you ever meet one, do not fight. Call us. I nodded like a good boy and left, and I sat through the rest of the afternoon being completely useless. That afternoon the bell rang and I was already halfway out of my seat when somebody said my name behind me. Wen Jing. Class monitor. Cold, competent, keeps a professional distance from everyone. And here is where I have to explain something embarrassing that I did not do. The previous owner of this body wrote a love letter. Actually, no. Pudgy Zhang wrote a love letter, carefully, over what I assume was several nights. And the previous Chen Wei took that letter, changed the signature to his own name, and delivered it to Wen Jing. She said no, instantly. She said she had no interest in romance right now, and all her attention was on her taming career. And then she added, kindly, that he should stop overthinking and focus on his studies, which is somehow worse. I inherited the memory of that with all the emotional weight and none of the actual crime, which is a specific kind of unfair. You've been rushing off the second school ends. Did something happen? I said something came up at home. She did not buy it. If you're having difficulties right now, don't hide it. You can tell me. And then it clicked. She thought I was working part-time. She had heard my family was not well off. Graduation was coming. And she had assembled the picture of a boy secretly earning money to buy a mental potion, because that is what desperate poor kids do in the last 3 months. She had been watching me for days and had decided to help if it kept up. Also, she said, don't use mental potions carelessly. I looked at this girl who had turned down a letter I did not write, worrying about a problem I did not have, and I gave her the one piece of good news I could. I won't be using any. I already awakened. Then I waved and left, and she stood in the classroom for a while and said to nobody, so you awakened too. Downstairs, I got my extremely bad bicycle out of the rack and drifted it around the school gate, which is a thing I could do and therefore did, and an engine went off in my ear. Red sports car. Window down. One face, entirely made of face. Chen-wei, what have you been busy with? Busy figuring out how to spend your million, which was true, every part of it. The fish, the training, the textbooks, all of it converges on evolution, and evolution is a thing you buy. You're really researching an Overlord tier evolution. Would I lie to you? How far are you? Almost done. Barring surprises, results before graduation. That was not a boast, that was a schedule. And then, right on cue, because the universe loves a setup, a voice came from down the block. Oh my, if it isn't young Master Wu, who still hasn't awakened. Wei Ming. Also rich, also in our year, and locked in permanent low-grade warfare with Pudgy Zhang for reasons that predate me. Because I am Pudgy Zhang's best friend, I get splash damage. Birds of a feather. Trash can only hang out with trash. Pudgy Zhang, without missing a beat. Are some people's eyes blinded by shit? My brother awakened days ago and this guy's still barking. Wei Ming did not care about the insult. He cared about the information. His face did a small calculation. Chen Wei awakened, quietly, without telling anyone. Then he recovered and went for the actual knife. So what if you awakened? You'll still be handed some trash pet beast by the school. Your future's going to be so-so. And I did not get angry. I looked at him and said in a completely level voice, trash pet beast. I recorded that. I'll play it for the teachers tomorrow. His face went the color of liver. Because here is the thing about beast taming high school. His family is rich. His family is not rich compared to the school. There is no beast taming university admission without a high school enrollment record, and there is no career without the university. Saying trash pet beast out loud on school property about the state allocation program gets you a conversation you do not want. He left. He did not say anything else, and I sat on my bicycle and felt absolutely nothing, which surprised me a little. That kind of thing would have been a whole event for the old Chen Wei. For me, it did not even rise to the level of a story. The next month is the boring part, so I will give it to you fast, because it was the month everything actually got built. Every day after school, the dam. Every day, 2 fish going up a wall of water and getting thrown back down. Every day, textbooks on a rock. At the end of that month, Tian Xiang had waterfall climb at the highest level, and excluded, pet name, was at proficient, which told me something clean about the two of them, since they had identical training and identical conditions. Tian Xiang's ceiling was higher. Some of it was raw potential. A lot of it was that Tian Xiang trained extra and excluded, pet name, occasionally skipped, which is the most human thing that has ever happened between 2 fish. Tian Xiang got both waterfall climb and fish leap to perfect, and his potential ticked up to ordinary rank 9. And then he hit the wall, because there is nothing above perfect that you can reach by trying. I bought 2 limit break stones off the online mall, 400,000 for the pair. Let me give you the full ledger, because it is funny in a way that hurt. Blood orchid potion, 180,000. 3 kilograms of dragon bone powder, 90,000. Wind chime fruit, 500,000, for 1 fruit. 2 limit break stones, 400,000. 1,170,000. Pudgy Zhang had given me 1 million. I went over budget by 170,000 yuan on my first project, and had to borrow from my parents, who called it a loan, and had no intention of ever collecting, which is the specific kind of loan that keeps you up at night. I put the first limit break stone on Tian Shang's forehead with my hands shaking slightly, because I had read the literature, and the literature says that even on a basic skill, a cheap stone has a low success rate. Not a slim chance of failure, a low chance of success. The stone went gray, turned to light, and went into him. I told him to use Fish Leap continuously. A stone holds enough strange energy to fuel about a week of that. A week later, Fish Leap, perfect, nothing. 200,000 yuan of stone gone into a fish, for 0. I did not have a reaction, which I am mildly proud of. I took out the second stone and gave it to him. Another week. The energy drained. I was already doing arithmetic on where I could possibly squeeze another 200,000 out of my life when I turned the sight on him one more time out of habit. Name, Koi, Tian Xiang. Level, Common Tier 6. Potential, Ordinary Rank 9. Skills, Fish Leap, Limit Break, Waterfall Climb. Perfect. Limit Break. On a Koi. On the 4 wastes. On an animal whose entire skill list is jumping. I spent the next half month having him consolidate the level and get his body right, and I still did not submit the task, because I was greedy. I wanted the second path. I wanted the unnamed animal. In a month, the bar went from 105 to 108. 3 points. In a month. Grinding a completely unknown target with no leads, no name, and no species. And then, plans stopped mattering, because I came home one evening and my parents were waiting for me in the living room again. You shouldn't go out training in the evenings for a while. What happened? I ran into Master Zhou today. She says there are signs of cultists moving in Lingshui City. She told me to be careful going to and from work. My whole spine went cold. Cultists. Black god cult. Peacock tail fish. The number 45 carved into a dorsal fin. A pool at a hydropower dam where I stand alone every evening with 2 koi and a pigeon. Okay, I said. From now until graduation, I'll only train during the day on weekends. Nothing at night. I went back to my room, having already changed my mind about everything. I could not wait anymore. It was no longer about the second path. It was that I had 2 fish, one of them the most promising animal I had ever seen, sitting in an unguarded pool in a city where a cult was moving, and neither of them could defend themselves against a stiff breeze. Tian Shang had to evolve immediately. Not for money, for teeth. So that night, lying in bed, I submitted the task. And the second I did, information came into my head the way water comes into a boat. The evolution of the koi, final form, Azure Scale Flood Dragon. Step 1. Train Fish Leap to Limit Break. Step 2. Train Waterfall Climb to the highest level. Step 3. Find a waterfall with a drop of more than 100 meters. Step 4. Feed the koi 2 kilograms of dragon bone powder. Step 5. Have it climb the 100-meter waterfall using perfect waterfall climb. Step 6. At the top, have it use Limit Break Fish Leap to jump into the air. Step 7. The koi begins evolving in mid-air. Throw the wind chime fruit. It must catch and eat the fruit in flight. Note: failure to reach the top of the waterfall results in evolution failure. I lay there in the dark, reading a recipe and understanding, finally, why nobody had cracked it. Look at that list. Every single step is a wall. You need a skill above the recorded ceiling of the grading system. You need a second skill nobody knows koi can learn. You need to physically locate a 100-meter waterfall and get an unlicensed animal to it. You need to feed it 2 kilos of a cheap material that nobody would ever think to feed a fish. And then, at the top, exhausted, halfway through transforming, it has to catch a 500,000 yuan fruit in its mouth in midair. Miss the catch, and you have thrown away a house. There is no way to stumble into that. There is no way to brute force it. You can run that experiment 1,000 times and never hit the sequence. Then a second notification arrived. Task submitted. 9 achievement points earned. Achievement points, it turned out, are a currency. They fill a research bar 1 for 1. 9 points means a task stuck at 91% can be shoved to 100 instantly. And you get them for overshooting. Finish at exactly 100 and you get one. Every percent above 100 is another point. So the group chat and the pig account had not just handed me the recipe, they had handed me 9 points of pure, spendable answer. I opened a new project immediately, research mission, the second evolutionary path for koi, current progress 80%. And I lay there and laughed at the ceiling, because splitting one task into 2 had just cost me money. If I finish this one, it pays out 1 point. 1. The first task paid 9 because it had swallowed the second one whole. I had negotiated myself down. The next morning was Saturday. I went out to the falls and worked Tianxiang on one very specific drill for half a day. Jump and catch the food I throw. That is it. That is the drill. Because step 7 says catch the fruit, and the fruit costs 500,000 yuan, and I was not about to bankrupt my entire family and then discover that my fish has bad hands. He does not have hands. That is the point. He got it in about half a day, which is not 100% hit rate, but it is close enough that I stopped having a specific nightmare. That evening, I did not leave them in the pool. I took them home. Excluded, pet name, went back into the tank after a month away and immediately did a lap of the whole thing looking delighted, which nearly finished me off. And Tianxiang I contracted. That is not a small thing. Contracting is a soul contract. It is your one slot. And I was spending my first slot in my entire life on a koi. But he met every requirement. And once he evolved, the feedback from a beast at that potential level would blow my own mental strength through the roof. Getting the contract in before the evolution is the difference between collecting the return and watching it happen. The next morning was Sunday. My parents were both home for once, and I told them at breakfast that I was leaving Lingshui City until tomorrow afternoon and would be taking a day off school. My mother went straight to concerned. Where? Yunlan City, next door. I've been telling you I want to be a breeder. I've got ideas I need to test, and there's nowhere in Lingshui to do it. My father thought about it and offered to come with me, and I told him I was an adult, and it was 2 hours on the high-speed rail, and Yunlan is a first-tier city, so the security is at least as good as ours. They let me go. Partly because I was clearly going anyway. Mostly because they had already started doing the arithmetic that every parent does, which is that in a few months I would be living alone at a university, and a rehearsal was probably good. I packed everything into a bag and said goodbye, and my phone rang in the stairwell. Pudgy Zhang, what? I'm going out. You're at my gate? Fine, wait, I'm coming down. 3 minutes later, red car, spherical friend, and he was radiating. Let's go. I'm in an amazing mood today. I'm taking you out. You awakened. Brother, you've got a good eye. Which was him complimenting himself. Not today. I'm going to Yunlan City. What for? I patted my chest and smiled at him in a way I knew he would hate. To witness the birth of my Overlord tier potential pet beast. He physically picked at his ear. Bro, you're not kidding. And this is the moment Pudgy Zhang's brain actually turned over, because he told me later exactly what he thought. It had been a little over a month since I first said the words. 1 month. And if a person cracks an Overlord tier evolution path in a month, that person is not lucky. That person is a monster in the making, and as long as he does not die young, Breeding Master is a floor and not a ceiling. Get in, I'm coming with you. What, aren't you afraid I'm messing with you? If you dare fool me, I'll go straight to Wen Jing and tell her you tried to kill yourself after she rejected you. That is ruthless and completely fabricated. Fabricated? Those few days you genuinely acted like you were having a period. We took the high-speed rail because driving cross-country is for people who want to meet a wild pet beast with nobody around. On a train, you are safe, because in this world, the train is not a machine. The train is a pet beast. Pudgy Zhang bought business class, because of course he did, and my account at that point was cleaner than my face. Is it true business class sometimes gets to see the train fight? Depends if anything happens. The announcement came on. This train is G1542, service provided by Vortex 300, commander rank mechanical system. It went from a standing start to 800 kilometers an hour in under 10 seconds, which is passenger jet territory, and which does something specific and unkind to the ego of every sports car ever built. 50 minutes in, we stopped at Jizhou, took on passengers, and rolled again, and I had just about accepted that I was not going to see anything. Then a 4-horned yak lay down on the tracks. Not a wild animal, a wild pet beast. The fences beside a railway are for keeping out deer. Against a pet beast, they are decorative. Up front, the driver did not panic because this happens. He tried Sonic first, which is standard, and which the yak absolutely noticed and absolutely ignored. It mooed and stayed exactly where it was. Then we fight. The locomotive detached from the carriages. It came apart and stood up. 3 meters of robot with the body of a train engine, and it went down the track at a speed that made no sense for something that shape. Rocket punch. The yak, an elite tier 8 animal weighing several tons, went about a kilometer and landed like a meteor. I made a small noise. Business class has a one-way glass panel, so I got the whole thing. And out of the dust, the yak came back at a full sprint, because a punch that would flatten a building had only made it angry. The driver did not even sound annoyed. He sounded like a man doing paperwork. Looks like it's gotten stubborn. In that case, I'll send you on your way. Give it a quick death. Laser cannon. Vortex 300 extended one hand and a barrel came out of its palm. I did not have time to react to the light. The yak's head, which is the size of a millstone and looks like a boulder wearing a hat, came apart like a balloon, and the body ran another 10 meters on inertia before it fell. Then the robot folded its hands and feet and head into its body, turned back into a locomotive, reattached to the train, and we accelerated. Total elapsed time, maybe 40 seconds. Nobody in the carriage looked up from their phones. Pudgy Zhang did not change expression because he has been on trains before. I sat there with my heart going and made a quiet promise to myself that at some point in my life I was going to own one of those. Mechanical systems are terrifying. Yunnan City is a first-tier city, and Ling Shui is a third, and you can feel the difference from a taxi window in about 90 seconds. We got a cab, and the driver asked where to, and I said the Yunwu Mountain Scenic Area. Yunwu Mountain is a genuine tourist attraction, famous across the whole province, and it has three famous things: sunrise through the cloud sea, Yunwu Mountain Tea, and Baijiang Waterfall. Baijiang means 100 jiang, which is an obvious exaggeration, but I had checked online and the actual drop is over 100 meters, which is all I needed. The ride is nearly the entire width of the city, and our driver was one of those men who is also, spiritually, a tour guide. He talked for 90 uninterrupted minutes. Pudgy Zhang closed his eyes and pretended to sleep about 4 minutes in, leaving me alone with him, which I consider a betrayal I have still not repaid. We got a hotel room near the scenic entrance, because I had originally planned to rent a tent, and when Pudgy Zhang found out, he upgraded us on the spot out of self-preservation. At lunch, walking back to the room, his face changed. "Do you remember those people at the restaurant entrance just now?" "Sure. They give me a very dangerous feeling." Back in the room, he explained. He had just awakened, and his beast-taming talent had come in, and it was not combat, and it was not analysis. It was danger perception. For some reason, those people set it off. I thought about it and offered him the reasonable version: bodyguards, or somebody with a bloodthirsty contracted beast. Plenty of people carry an aura. "It's not impossible," he said, and did not sound convinced. "It's fine, we've never met them. Nobody attacks strangers for no reason, and we're leaving tomorrow morning." He nodded. "Let's just finish this and get out of here." We went up to the falls at 3 in the afternoon to look at the site, and I have to tell you that the first sight of it shut both of us up. 100 meters of white water coming off the mountainside into a pool so deep you cannot see the bottom. The only thing that came to me was a line of poetry from a planet that does not exist, about a waterfall falling 3,000 feet like the Milky Way pouring out of the ninth heaven. Pudgy Zhang, who has been dragged around every scenic landmark his family could buy tickets for, actually said out loud that this place was quite nice. I stood at the edge of the pool and looked up at the top of it and pictured a 70-centimeter fish going up that. "Is this the place?" Walking back, he asked if we should let the animal get used to the venue first. No need. Because there were 2 reasons, and both of them were bad. 1, it was broad daylight in a tourist attraction. 2, and this is the one that mattered, Tian Shang at his current level physically could not climb Baijiang Waterfall. Not with perfect waterfall climb. Not close. The only thing that makes it possible is the 2 kilograms of dragon bone powder loading his body with energy first, and I had exactly 3 kilos, and the fruit was 500,000, and my account was empty. There was no test run. There was one run. Back in the room, I sat cross-legged on the bed and did not meditate. I just sat there and asked Pudgy Zhang what his family had lined up for his first beast, because I needed to think about literally anything else. Black Flame Swordsman. Humanoid fire type. I remembered it from Chen Wei's class. Not bad. Potential's only Overlord tier 1, though. He came off the bed. Only? Do you know what a real Overlord tier potential beast is worth? Enlighten me. That thing cost my family at least 50 million, plus contribution points. 50 million. I did the arithmetic in front of him without meaning to. An Azure Scale Flood Dragon is Overlord tier 5, conservatively 100 million, and supply would never meet demand. The material cost to make one, once you know how, is about 1 million, 100 times. That is the margin. That is why high-level breeders are all obscenely wealthy and why nobody publishes anything. Pudgy Zhang, your family's in business. Yes. If, hypothetically, I actually produce an Overlord tier potential beast, could you sell it for me? He did not laugh. He looked at me for a second and said, of course, and then immediately went past my question into the real answer, which is why I like him. But the right way is a joint breeding base. Register the output under the base, deal with the official bodies directly, consign through the online mall. You know a lot. If we ever work together, you can run that side. Then he stopped. Wait, this is a thing that barely exists and you're already making plans for it? How do you know it barely exists? Tonight, I'll draw you the first 2 strokes. At a little after 10 at night, I opened my eyes and looked over, and he was asleep. I walked across and shook his shoulder. Pudgy Zhang, let's go. Now? If you don't want to witness the birth of an Overlord tier potential pet beast, you can stay in the room. He came out from under that blanket like the mattress had bitten him. 10 at night on a mountain in a scenic area is quieter than you would think. Everyone who hikes at night is going to the summit for the stars or the sunrise. Halfway up, there was nobody at all. Which is why neither of us noticed that in a hotel near the entrance, in a room with the curtains shut, a man named Qin Liang in a black uniform was standing in front of 7 people in a row and briefing them. Now I'll announce tonight's objectives. Capture alive if possible, if not, kill on the spot. Captain, what about the tourists in the scenic area? There aren't many at night, and we already have people mixed in with them. Then he put his hand out and swung it down, and a moth the size of a wash basin came out of nothing and beat its wings once, and a fall of starlight came down over 8 men, and all 8 of them stopped existing where they were standing. I did not know any of that. I was at the bottom of a waterfall with my best friend, being smug. You've kept us in suspense long enough. We're almost sold out. And I pointed at the pool, and a pale blue 6-pointed summoning circle opened on the surface of the water. Pudgy Zhang made a strangled noise because a summoning circle means a contract, and a contract means I had already spent the slot that the school was going to fill for free with something decent. The circle went out, and a koi surfaced. He rubbed his eyes, physically rubbed them, with both hands like a cartoon. A koi? Then he grabbed me by both shoulders and started shaking me the way you shake a vending machine. Wait, Guh, are you out of your mind? The worst beast our school hands out is still Commander Tier 1 potential. You awakened. You qualify. Why would you contract this useless lucky charm for no reason? Tianxiang, who is intelligent enough to catch tone, if not vocabulary, turned in the water and blew a stream of bubbles directly at him. And I want to note something here, because it would be very easy to make Pudgy Zhang the idiot in this scene, and he was not. He was, from every piece of information available to any human being on this planet, completely correct. Without the system, without the research, contracting Tianxiang is not a gamble. It is self-harm. He was losing his mind on my behalf. Pudgy Zhang, my koi is not an ordinary koi. It's a bit bigger, that's it. It doesn't even look mutated, and a mutated koi is still a koi. Do you remember the Overlord tier potential pet beast I promised you? He went very still. That wouldn't be this lucky koi. Exactly. He looked at me like I was hallucinating in front of him. I did not explain. His breeding coursework is mediocre, and I was fairly sure he did not even know Azure Scale Flood Dragons had a degenerate form. So I crouched down, smiled at him in a way that I have been told is insufferable, and said you'll find out soon enough. Then I took the bag out of my backpack. 2 kilograms of dragon bone powder. Tianxiang, it's starting. He was already circling, fast. There was something in his eyes I had never seen in an animal that eats pellets for a living. I poured the whole bag into the water. He inhaled. The suction pulled a small vortex into being in the middle of the pool, and 2 kilos of white powder went into a fish in about a second and a half. I stood up, dropped my pack, took out a fruit shaped like a bell, closed my hand around it, and ran. Wu Yi, climb it! I let Excluded, pet name, out into the pool as I went, because he had earned the right to watch, and then I hit the stone steps beside the waterfall at a dead sprint. There are several hundred of them. They go all the way to the top. Here is the part of the plan that nobody had solved for me, because the recipe does not care about my legs. In step 7, the fruit gets thrown from the top, which means the human being has to beat a fish with 100 meters of stairs while the fish takes the express route straight up the water. And I want to tell you that I was in great shape. I was not. I was a high school senior with a bicycle habit. But I got about 40 steps up before I realized something was happening to me, which is that I was not tired. There was power going through me in a continuous stream, and it did not stop. Down at the bottom, Pudgy Zhang was standing at the edge of the pool, watching a person and a fish sprint in 2 different directions with matching expressions. And he told me later that he was bewildered for approximately 4 seconds, and then his whole body went cold. Because he knows me. I joke around constantly, and I have never once joked about something that mattered. Wei Ge. Has this guy actually cracked Koi evolution? Koi, one of the universally acknowledged 4 wastes. If that was true, then never mind Overlord tier, Commander tier would be a seismic event. That achievement alone qualifies a person for intermediate breeder on the spot, and possibly straight to senior. And then he looked up at the waterfall and stopped thinking entirely. Because a line of water was going up it. And inside the line of water, there was light. The light of evolution had started, on the climb. At 60 meters, I stopped for 2 seconds and looked back and then up, and I was a little past halfway, and out in the falls, Tianshang's water trail was about level with me. And I knew what that actually meant, which is that we were both at the easy part. The higher you go on a waterfall, the worse the pressure gets. The last stretch under the lip is several times harder than anything below it. That was true for him, and it was equally true for me. So I put my head down and climbed. Meanwhile, at a distance of about 1 kilometer on a mountain road, a figure in a dark red robe stopped walking, closed his eyes, and then opened them very fast. Such a strong energy fluctuation. Could that be the entrance to the cloud mist ruins? And he moved, and covered several meters between one blink and the next. At the same time, a kilometer away in the opposite direction, a middle-aged man in a black Public Security Bureau uniform changed his heading. And near the summit, on a flat patch of ground, inside a tent, a woman who had been resting opened her eyes and looked down the mountain. 3 separate parties, all of whom had noticed, and none of whom I knew existed. Neither Pudgy Zhang nor I had the sensitivity to notice anything, and I was busy being on step 300. The end of the stairs arrived the way things arrive when you have stopped expecting them. There is a circular concrete viewing platform up there with a railing. I ran straight to the point closest to the falls, grabbed the rail, and looked over. Tianshang was near the top, barely moving, fighting for centimeters, still going. And watching him do it, I finally understood why azure scale flood dragons are almost never seen in the wild. And it is not only that the recipe is obscure, it is that the fish has to be this specific fish. Tianshang is an outstanding member of his species by any measure, and he was at the absolute end of himself to make 100 meters. Take a normal koi, hand it the identical recipe, and it drowns at 40. Knowing the path does not get you the dragon. The path just tells you where to put the animal that could have made it anyway. There is a small pool at the top, fed from inside the mountain. 15 minutes. That is how long the last stretch took. I stood at the rail with my hands cramping and watched a fish do the hardest thing I have ever watched anything do. And then he was over the lip. Now! Fish leap! I did not shout it. I pushed it down the contract. And Tianshang, who had no reason to trust that there was anything on the other side of this, believed me without a single frame of hesitation and put everything left in his body into one jump. 5 meters, straight up out of the water, a koi. It genuinely looked like there was an invisible gate hanging in the air in front of him, and he was going through it. I threw the fruit. I have never in my life thrown anything that accurately, and I never will again. He caught it. He swallowed it without slowing down, and the light came apart. I want to describe it properly. The light of evolution had been building for 100 meters of climb, compressed, held down, and when the fruit went in, it went off like something that had been under pressure since the moment I met him. The whole basin lit up, every tree, both slopes, and out of the middle of it, faintly, I heard a dragon. The rain of light came down and fell into the pool at the bottom. All of it, every particle. And for 1 second, the world was completely dark and completely quiet. Then the water burst open. A head came out first, single conical horn. Then the rest of it, 6 meters of body, blue scales like stars set into the hide, 3 claws, slender, absolutely nothing like a lizard. Azure Scale Flood Dragon. Down at the bottom of the falls, Pudgy Jang was standing at the edge of the pool, exactly where I had left him, in exactly the same posture, like somebody had unplugged him. And then Tian Sheng went up. He did not fly the way a bird flies. He rose. The wind came off him hard enough to flatten the surface of the pool, and Pudgy Jang had to shut his eyes, and it was not on purpose. He had been a dragon for 11 seconds and had no idea how to hold that much energy in. He came up the 100 meters in about 2 seconds and stopped level with the viewing platform. We looked at each other. I put out my hand and he put his head into it, and then he pushed against my palm the way a cat does, 6 meters of Overlord tier potential rubbing his face on a high school student's hand. And the feedback hit me. Evolution feedback runs backward down the contract, and it is the most common way any beast tamer in this world gets stronger, and I had just taken the feedback from an Overlord Tier 5 evolution. My body went through something like being rinsed out and refilled. I closed my fist and knew, with total clarity, that I could take 10 of whoever I had been an hour earlier, and the mental strength went up like a tide coming in, several times over in an instant. I could feel the elite tier barrier from underneath. Name, Azure Scale Flood Dragon, Tian Xiang. Attributes, water, wind. Level, common rank 9. Potential, Overlord Tier 5. Skills, Fish Leap at Limit Break, Waterfall Climb at Mastery, Water Arrow, Mastery, Water Arrow Volley, Beginner, Water Cannon, Proficient, High Pressure Water Cannon, Beginner, Wind Blade, Mastery, Tornado, Proficient, Gale Slash, Beginner, Dragon Leap, Beginner. 10 skills, out of a fish that had 2. He came out of that transformation already knowing how to fight, 3 separate skills at Mastery, and 1 line I read twice. Dragon Leap. Flight. Not bird flight. Dragon-type flight, which in this world is a technique category and not an element, a way of using energy so refined that the site does not even print the word dragon when you look at a real one. Cast it with wind and you cover distance. Cast it with water and you move through cloud like something out of a story. He had it at beginner, straight out of the egg, so to speak, which meant he could learn more of them, which meant the ceiling was not the ceiling. I was standing on a viewing platform at 11 at night reading a stat block and grinning like an idiot, and I decided to put him away because tourists. And several birds called out somewhere above me. I did not react. It is a mountain. There are birds. Then something came down out of the black at a speed I could not process, and it was the size of a car, and it was coming at me. I saw it. Seeing it was not useful. 2 black claws came through the air toward my chest, and I had time to understand that this was happening, and no time to do anything about it. And a spinning ball of water hit the thing in the ribs. The bird screamed. The claws went offline by maybe 40 centimeters. I threw myself sideways and hit the concrete and rolled and came up with my back against the rail, breathing like a broken machine, sweat running straight down my spine. That was too close. Genuinely. If Tian Shang had not put a water cannon into it on his own initiative, I would have been taken, or maimed, or dead, and there is no 4th option. I looked up at the thing and threw the sight at it and got absolutely nothing, which told me one thing immediately: elite or above, and not relaxed. But I did not need the panel to name it. Dark type, flying, enormous crow, surprise crow, which is rare. Dark types are uncommon, and flying dark types are rarer, and more importantly, nightmare crows do not attack people unprovoked, so either Tian Shang's evolution had made it insane, or it was not wild. I looked around, and about 50 meters away, standing on a boulder in the moonlight, there was a man in a dark red robe. I had been briefed on this. Sun Jian, small office, 3 weeks earlier. Black robes, hoods, ghost masks. Afterward, I had gone and looked it up online for my own peace of mind, and the figure on that rock was the exact silhouette in a different color. And the crow, having missed me, went and hovered over him. Who are you? Why are you attacking me? Young man, you may have misunderstood. Calm voice, unbothered. At such a young age, you have solved a problem countless breeding masters could not. You researched the path from koi to Azure Scale Flood Dragon. A genius breeder is exactly what our ancient god sect needs. I did not summon the nightmare crow to attack you. I summoned it to take you somewhere with more of a future. Ancient god sect, not black god cult, a completely different one. There are apparently several. There's absolutely no need. I have no interest at all in the more promising places you're describing. I'm sorry I can't help you with your good intentions. Interest can be cultivated gradually. He did not get angry. That was the part I did not like. Moreover, it is your honor to have gained the favor of the ancient god sect. Refusing it would not only cost you an opportunity, it would put distance between you and us. I hope you think this through and do not make a mistake. Which is a threat with a bow on it. Tianxiang had already come around above my head and was holding a standoff with the crow, and I made myself keep my voice completely level because I had figured out about 90 seconds earlier that my only actual weapon here was time. I don't know what your ancient god sect does, but it doesn't sound legitimate, so whatever you say, my answer is the same, not interested. And the air changed. Young people are always so unruly. Looks like he's short on the harsh realities of society. Go, Nightmare Crow. The crow spread its wings and did not dive. A dozen dark cones assembled in front of it. Only living geniuses are valuable. If we can't bring you back, destroying you is also acceptable. In short, we cannot leave you to the East Sha Federation. Which settled the last question I had about who I was talking to. Water arrow, volley. I did not say it out loud either. I said it down the contract, and the pool at the top of the falls came apart. Water arrow volley is called a volley, and it was at beginner, so it did not produce 10,000 arrows. It produced about 100. 100 is enough when the other guy has 12. They met in mid-air. The water blew apart on contact, and so did most of the momentum in the shadow cones, and the cones that came through were smaller and slower, and no longer a threat to a dragon. Tianxiang used Dragon Leap and moved through them like they were weather, and then he made a sound. I felt what was behind it because the contract runs both ways. He had lost the first exchange, and something in him had gone straight back to being a decorative fish in a stall in a market with a hand-painted sign on it. He had spent every day for 2 months getting thrown down a waterfall, specifically so that he would never have to feel that again, and he had been a dragon for 4 minutes, and here was somebody stronger. Tianxiang, I can feel it. I closed my fist. So he's a cultist. So he's elite. So he's a dark type. You're an Azure scale flood dragon. What is there to be afraid of? Let's fight. Gale slash. A crescent wind blade 3 or 4 meters across formed in front of him and went out, and I did not send it at the crow. I sent it at the man. Because Liu Gong says it in combat class about once a week and nobody listens. And the line is, the best way to deal with a pet beast is to deal with the beast tamer. Also, the man had opened with kidnapping and closed with murder, so I felt that no amount of retaliation was excessive. With that combat power right after evolving, comparable to a mid-tier elite, it truly lives up to the name. He sighed like a disappointed instructor, and a circle opened at his feet, and something long came out of it. Rock python, earth type, defensive specialist. A wall of stone came up in front of him, and the wind blade hit it and carved a trench most of the way through, and the wall was destroyed, and so was the blade. I was not upset. I had learned what I paid for, because a nightmare crow at elite means the man is at least an elite beast tamer, and an elite tamer gets 2 contract slots. I had aimed at him specifically to make him spend the second one. Now I knew what was on the table, and nothing new could arrive behind me. That is the only reason I did it. Now, target change. High pressure water cannon. A much bigger sphere came out of the pool like a shell out of a gun because I was standing next to an unlimited ammunition supply, and I had been told by the same combat teacher that a tamer who does not use terrain is a tamer who dies in terrain. Fighting a 2-on-1 next to 100 meters of falling water meant Tianxiang would never run out of anything. That matters in a long fight, and I wanted a long fight. Because we were 50 kilometers from a first-tier city, and if the Yunnan City Public Security Bureau noticed a battle on a mountain, the man in the robe was the one who had a problem, not me. My win condition was not winning. My win condition was noise. The crow vanished in midair. Shadow cloak. A movement skill that gets stronger in darkness, which it was, extremely. If it kept doing that, I would never land anything. Then the python threw a rock at me. I want to be clear that a rock python is described in every textbook as poor at attacking, and that this is a comparative statement, and that to an unarmed teenager on a concrete platform, a poorly aimed boulder is still a boulder. I went off the platform and down the first flight of steps on my shoulder, and the rock went through the railing and into the pool at the top and through water 10 meters into the air. And lying on the stairs, wheezing, watching that column of water come down, I had the only genuinely good idea I had that night. Get into the pool. Tornado. Tianxiang did not question it. He dragon leaped into the top pool and started to spin. A tornado about 10 meters across came up out of that water like a pillar holding up the sky, and it took the pool with it. The whole thing turned into a waterspout. Rocks went, trees went. In about 6 seconds, the top of Baijiang waterfall looked like a disaster area, and the sound of it must have carried for kilometers, which was the entire point. Damn it. Nightmare crow, shadow cloak, rock serpent, rock guard. 4 stone walls came up around the man and closed into a fort, and the waterspout washed over it and stripped dirt off the outside and did not break it. Which was fine, because I was already running. I came down those stairs faster than I went up, which is not a compliment to my technique, and I could see Pudgy Zhang at the bottom by the pool. Standing there, perfectly still, like a fence post. The man has danger perception as a beast taming talent. It had presumably been screaming at him for 4 solid minutes, and he had responded by turning into furniture. Run! Behind me, the stone fort split open, and a man in a dark red robe looked at the wreckage of an entire mountainside and said something extremely unpleasant about how I was going to die. And then he happened to glance to the side. Because the tornado had pulled most of the water out of the top pool, and the bottom of that pool was now showing, and it was glowing. He had come to Yunwu Mountain to look for traces of something called the Cloud Mist Ruins, and a high school student he was in the middle of trying to murder had just accidentally excavated the entrance with a fish. He forgot about me entirely, which I want on the record as the single best outcome of my life, and sent the crow straight down at the light, and a pillar of deep red fire came out of the dark and hit it in the side. The crow screamed and went into the water and did not come back up, and 50 meters away, the man in the robe coughed blood onto his own robe because a soul contract runs both directions and it does not only carry good news. As expected, it's you damned bugs. This time you can really enjoy the scenery of a federal prison. A man in a black uniform walked out of the dark with a dog the size of a calf beside him, red-furred. Fire Mastiff, you're from the Special Operations Team. Good eye. Too bad. No reward. That was Qin Liang, captain of the Yunlan City Special Operations Team, and I did not know that at the time because I was 200 meters below and running for my life with a fat man. I got to the bottom, grabbed Pudgy Zhang, pulled, excluded, pet name, and then Tian Shang roared behind me, and I looked back up and a dragon made of fire went across the top of the mountain, and even 100 meters away I felt the heat on my face. What's going on? No idea. And I want to be honest about my exact thought at that moment because it is not heroic and it is the reason I am still breathing. I did not want to know. Whatever the situation is, it's best for 2 little nobodies like us not to get involved in it. Pudgy Zhang nodded so hard I thought he would fall over. Yes, I have wanted to leave this awful place for a long time. We went for the gate with a dragon flying low escort over our heads, which I will admit did wonders for morale. Brother, you were right. To hell with the Black Flame Swordsman. He was gasping. The Azure Scale Flood Dragon is the real deal. After we leave this godforsaken place, you absolutely must get me one. Name your price. Money's the small part. The problem is you have to find a suitable waterfall. Silence for 3 steps. So we might have to come back to this godforsaken place. His lips did something complicated. I'll go back and talk to Shen Hu about whether we can lease the entire Yunwu Mountain scenic area. Who is Shen Hu? My grandpa. We got back to the hotel, packed in about 90 seconds, went down to check out, and the manager told us the scenic area was sealed. Nobody in, nobody out. So we went up to the roof instead, because we are 18 and stupid. And from the roof of a hotel 2 kilometers away, we watched the rest of it. And I am going to give it to you the way I got it, which is in pieces, some of it that night, and some of it much later. Qin Liang had the man in the red robe cooked. Dragon Flame Song is a fire skill you keep controlling after you throw it, so his Fire Mastiff had the Dragon of Flame wrapped around the stone fort and was slowly bringing it up to glowing. Not breaking it, baking it. There was no version of that where the man inside walks out. Then Qin Liang turned his head and said there really were accomplices and sent a 5-meter golden ape out of a summoning circle to go dig somebody out of the dark with a staff. And what came out of the dark was worse than what he was expecting. A voice shouted something about a river, and the ground turned into one. An actual river of earth and stone that rolled straight past Qin Liang and buried the fire dragon and put it out. Then the earth split back open, and the man in the red robe was standing there, alive, burned over most of his body, saying divine envoy in the tone of a man who has just been pulled out of a furnace. The thing that came with the newcomer was a brown bear 7 or 8 meters tall. When it stood up, it looked like weather. 7 of Qin Liang's people came in from the dark. 5 more cultists arrived on the other side. Everybody had been waiting in the trees the whole time. And Qin Liang, who is not a coward and is also not an idiot, licked his lips and made a calculation that I now know the details of. He is commander rank. His vice captain is commander rank, both of them recently. Neither of them has a third contract yet. Alone, either of them loses to the envoy. Together, 4 beasts against 3 they can hold. There was one other thing in his calculation, which he did not say out loud to anyone. He knew a little about the Cloud Mist ruins because he has connections in the federal government. And he knew that if a certain legendary descendant was still guarding that place, then nothing that happened on this mountain tonight was going to be a real problem for anybody. He also knew that this was a card you do not turn over and do not talk about. So they fought it themselves. 2 commander-rank fire mastiffs, 1 wolf vulture, 1 Vajra ape, in a circle around the envoy. And the envoy summoned 3, Nightmare Crow, Commander Tier 5, Earth Tyrant Bear, Commander Tier 5, and a Skeleton General, Undead Type, Commander Tier 7. Then, about 6 minutes in, the envoy decided he was done, and this is the part I actually watched from the roof. He got his crow to blow the wolf vulture back, teleported it to his side with a shadow skill, jumped onto its back, and went up. Ha ha ha, the mountains are high and the rivers are long, Captain Qin. We'll meet again. You can't leave, a woman's voice, cold, and then lightning came down. Even from 2 kilometers on a hotel roof, with a fat man breathing next to me, I felt that. Both of us felt it. There is thunder, and then there is somebody's pet beast, and the difference is that one of them has aim. The crow came out of the sky in one piece and hit the ground in another condition entirely. The woman walked out of the dark with a leopard beside her, purple and black stripes, current running over the hide. Thunder leopard, and the envoy, whose most powerful animal had just been killed in a single strike, understood in the same instant that he was not in a fight anymore. He asked who she was. Why should I tell you? The only thing you need to know is that your fate is going to be very, very terrible. She put his skeleton down with 1 attack. Bone fragments came off it like a dropped plate. And then something enormous screamed above the mountain, and the entire sky went out. Overlord tier, Night Raven, the evolved form of the Nightmare Crow, and it dropped a domain over the whole peak that suppresses every kind of energy except dark. The woman with the leopard said, out loud, that she could use 1 or 2 tenths of her strength inside it, and the envoy started laughing and shouting about the Dharma Protector coming to save him. That is what we saw from the roof, ink coming down and swallowing an entire mountain. Both of us stood there with our mouths open, doing the math on what happens to 2 high school students standing under that. And then, out of a stand of trees to the side, a middle-aged woman in a tour guide uniform who had come out of her house cursing about the noise, pointed a finger at the sky and said, Xuanling, pierce it. Hundreds of vines came out of the forest, wove together in midair into a wooden dragon, and went straight up into the dark. It made a sound like a window breaking. The domain had a hole in it, and then the domain did not exist, and the Overlord tier Raven had removed itself from the sky and from the province. The envoy stood there, looking up at nothing. The woman with the leopard glanced once at the tree line where the vines had come from, narrowed her eyes, and then went back to work. By the time Qin Liang got over there, the envoy was on the ground and barely a person, and Qin Liang, who is a captain of a special operations team, cleared his throat and said, ma'am? She took an ID out of her pocket and showed it to him, Special Envoy of the Jiangnan Province Public Security Bureau, Yang Lin. He and his vice captain bowed at the same angle. Lock him up. She turned and left up the mountain. The vice captain kept watching her go. Qin Liang smacked him in the back of the head and told him to stop looking, because a woman of that rank is not somebody he gets to have wild ideas about. The man's face went the color of a monkey's backside. He denied it with all the composure of a falling bookshelf. Anyway, that is what happened, and I am telling you all of it now because the 2 of us went to bed after the wooden dragon, and neither of us slept. Pudgy Jang, who falls asleep the way a bag of rice falls asleep, had insomnia for the first time in his life. I had insomnia because my animal had become a dragon. A cult had tried to abduct me, and I had spent about 4 minutes being genuinely hunted by an adult who intended to kill me. I had opinions about all 3 of those things, and none of them let me put my head down. In the morning, we both looked like we had been beaten up by the concept of sleep. At breakfast in the hotel restaurant, we listened very carefully to the other tables. Did you hear? A powerful wild pet beast got into the scenic area last night and did a lot of damage. The Public Security Bureau dealt with it. That's nonsense. I heard it was tamers fighting. You're talking nonsense. The manager told me it was a wild beast this morning. And by the time we got back to the room, the official notice was on my phone. Wild pet beast. Handled. No further concern. Pudgy Jang held it up with a very specific sneer. See? Wild beasts. We both understood exactly why they were lying, and we both agreed with the lie. Telling a first-tier city that two cults fought a pitched battle over a tourist attraction on a Sunday night is not information. It is panic with a press release attached. Then the doorbell rang. I looked through the peephole and saw a young man who was clearly not hotel staff, and I opened the door anyway, because it was a hotel, and because I had been expecting this since roughly midnight. Let me introduce myself. My name is Qin Liang. I'm from the Yunnan City Public Security Bureau. Captain Qin, is there something I can help you with? He told me the lockdown was lifted and I could leave whenever I wanted, and that he hoped I would keep quiet about last night. I did not say yes. I asked a question instead. Last night, was that the ancient god sect? Can you tell me about the organization? He gave me about 5 minutes on it, and it came out very close to what Sun Jian had said about the Black God cult. Cult organization, wanted by every major federation, a group of restless pests. He was thorough about the organization and completely smooth about the one thing I actually wanted, which was what they were doing in a scenic area at night on a non-holiday. Disrupting human social order, he said, at night, in the woods, on a Sunday, rather than in a city center at noon. I knew there was something under that, and I also knew that curiosity gets people killed, and that when your strength does not entitle you to information, information is a liability. So I told him we would not reveal a word, and Pudgy Zhang chimed in that our mouths are the tightest, and Qin Liang did not leave. He stood there. Ah, Captain Qin, is there something else? And a captain of a special operations team in a first-tier city looked at a high school student and got visibly embarrassed. Well, I've been commander rank for less than a year, and I haven't found a suitable third beast. Last night, I saw your koi evolve into an Azure-scale flood dragon. I was wondering whether you've successfully bred the path. Now I want to explain something about this world before I tell you what I said, because otherwise the next part looks insane. Breeder intellectual property in this world is protected to a degree that would have been science fiction on my last planet. I researched the path. Nobody can take it. Not by fraud, not by force. If somebody else independently cracks it, fine, that is theirs. But mine is mine. The reason is not that the Federation is sentimental. It is that the Federation, the Beastmaster Association, and the Breeder Association all worked out a long time ago that if you do not protect breeders, breeders stop breeding, and then the entire civilization stops improving. So the protection is absolute, and the monetization has 3 standard shapes. Sell your services and charge a breeding fee per animal. Sell the method outright to a large body. Or do the first for some years, and then do the second when the method starts leaking. Which is why I did not answer him directly. Last night you saw my koi, and you saw it evolve. So can I assume you were also present for the part where I was fighting an ancient god sect cultist? Not far away. That is about as sharp as a teenager gets to be with a police captain, and I meant it, because I had spent 4 minutes being hunted while a commander rank officer stood in a bush. He did not dodge it. Yes, I was right there, straight out, no cushion. I could have moved immediately, but I saw you still had the strength to hold your own, so I judged you weren't in immediate danger, and I stayed hidden to see if I could catch a bigger fish. I was the bait. I sat with that for a second, and then I did the accounting honestly, because being angry is a luxury, and I was 18 with no money. He did eventually move. If he had not put fire into the crow, I do not walk down those stairs. The cultist did not chase me because Qin Liang was holding him, so in strict terms, he saved my life, while also using me as chum, and both of those are true at once. And there is a third factor, which is that helping the Public Security Bureau of the Federation get stronger is, in a general sense, good for everyone who lives in it, including my parents. Okay, he blinked. However, the breeding cycle is 2 to 3 months. I held up a finger. The fee is 10 million. And you supply your own high-potential koi. He had come in expecting a refusal, had prepared for a refusal, had probably rehearsed something for the refusal. and instead a high schooler quoted him a price and a lead time. He left the room satisfied, and about 4 hours later, on the train home, my phone buzzed. 10 million federal currency received. Balance 10 million and 5,000. The 5,000 was mine, the 10 million was not, yet. Wei Ge, Pudgy Jang had been chewing on something since the door closed. An Azure Scale Flood Dragon at Overlord Tier 5 is worth over 100 million. You charged him 10. Pudgy Jang, don't worry, I'm not a pushover. If it had been anybody else through that door this morning, I'd have charged market rate. So why him? Because he saved both of us last night, and because he works for the Public Security Bureau, and helping him is not charity, it's infrastructure. He thought about that for about 4 seconds and then arrived somewhere I had not led him. Actually, that makes sense. When we set up the breeding base, we're going to be dealing with official bodies constantly. Keeping the Bureau warm can only help. Also, and most importantly, whether it's 10 million or 100 million, my cost is about 1 million, so it is an enormous profit either way. There it is. And then he said the thing. By the way, when are we creating this breeding base? We? Not creating, my family is going to create, or buy one, and give it to you. I nearly came out of my seat. Pudgy Jang, don't do this. I can't take something for nothing. Nothing? You promised me an Azure Scale Flood Dragon. Also, when you want to monetize your breeding output in future, you can work with the Joe family. Then he said it flat out, in the voice he uses about 3 times a year when he is not clowning. Giving you a base is an investment in you. Brother, don't doubt it. You absolutely deserve the investment. I did not answer immediately, and I want you to know that the hesitation was not modesty. I was doing gains and losses. The single most important detail was this. He offered the base as a gift and did not ask for equity. He was not buying a piece of the core. He was buying the relationship and leaving me the intellectual property untouched, which is a thing you only do if you have already thought several years past the first transaction. I said I would discuss it with my parents. He paid for business class both ways. Back in Ling Shui at noon on a Monday, we had both taken the day off school, so we split up at the station and I went home to sleep. Pudgy Jang went home and called his father and his grandfather with the words, extremely urgent, concerning the future of the family. Both of them dropped everything and drove back. Uncle Bao, Grandpa Shen, you remember Chen Wei, your classmate. Yesterday I went with him to Yunlan City. What is about to happen may shatter your worldview, but I guarantee with my household registration book that all of it is true. His grandfather hit him on the top of the head. What does it mean to guarantee something with your household registration book? What is the difference between guaranteeing with your household registration book and guaranteeing with your father or your father's father? Get out. Yesterday, Wei Ge and I went to Yunlan City. His purpose there was to complete a breeding research project. His father flicked him in the forehead. Stop dawdling. Get to the point. So he told them the whole thing, minus the cultists, which he cut out on purpose, and when he finished, the room was silent. Both of them sat there with their heads buzzing. A high school student discovered the evolutionary mechanism of the koi and successfully produced an Azure Scale Flood Dragon with Overlord tier potential. Novels would not dare write that, but it had just come out of the mouth of their own son and grandson, and they were both entirely confident that this specific idiot would not dare to make up a story of that size on account of what would happen to his backside, which meant it was probably true. You finally met a benefactor, kid. The old man said it as praise, and also, unmistakably, as a shot, and Pudgy Zhang's face did something complicated. Then his father said the careful thing. This matter is of great importance, and hearing about it is not the same as seeing it. They wanted a demonstration. Which is not insulting, it is correct, and if I had been on their side of the table, I would have asked for the same. Meanwhile, I slept until evening, woke up, and found my father in the living room watching television and my mother in the kitchen, and decided to wait until after dinner. Then I sat down, ate half a bowl of rice, and casually put a hand grenade on the table. Uncle Bao, your talent is Earth Affinity, right? Boosts your beast's Earth skills. You said the Circle Land Bear is at Elite Tier 7, nearly its racial ceiling. When are you evolving it? And what about your second pet beast? It's been dragging on. Shouldn't you start thinking about it? He did not even look up from the screen. With the bear's help, I'm more than enough on a construction site. Whether it evolves doesn't affect me much. Also, if it evolves into a mountain giant bear, the upkeep goes up significantly. As for a second beast, I'm not considering it in the short term. Light voice. every word load-bearing. He was not saying he did not want to. He was saying the family cannot afford it, in the specific way that a man says it when he has been saying it to himself for 20 years so that nobody else has to hear it. Same for my mother. Her talent boosts wind and water types. Fei Peng is elite tier 3. She has been legally entitled to a second contract for years. They do not have one because a second animal costs money, and every yuan has had my name on it since before I was in this body. So I kept eating, took a card out of my pocket, and put it on the table. There's 5 million in here. Call it one of my rewards from the Yunnan trip. Circle Landbear's evolution, Fei Peng's evolution, Madame May's second contract. You shouldn't have to worry about any of it now. I said it casually. I have never in my life miscalculated a delivery that badly. 2 sets of chopsticks hit the floor at the same time. My mother got up, walked around the table, and put her hand on my forehead. No fever. So why is he talking nonsense? I pushed her hand off and opened my transfer records and put the phone in front of them, and they both looked at a very long number. My mother went to the worst place immediately because she is a mother. Son, where did this money come from? We can't do anything illegal. You raised me. You know what kind of person I am. That's why I'm asking. It's a breeding fee. I earned it. My father, gently, doubtfully. You only awakened recently. You said you wanted to learn cultivation. It's been 2 months and you already have research results, which is a completely fair thing to say and also unbelievable. So I laughed and accepted it as a compliment. I have been telling you for months that your son is a breeding genius. You never believed me. I never doubted my son was a genius, my father said, but this level of genius makes me start to wonder whether he's mine. My mother punched him in the forehead. Li Chengyang, what do you mean? Ow. Dearest, don't misunderstand. I said it casually. Our son is so handsome. Obviously, he got that from me. How could I doubt it? I hid behind my own hand and had to leave the table. After dinner, since no amount of explaining was working, I made my father drive us out past the edge of the city, checked that there was nobody around for a kilometer, and let Tian Xiang out. Neither of them made a sound. 6 meters of blue dragon holding position in the air over a dirt road outside Lingshui City, with the horn and the claws and the scales, in front of a construction foreman and a woman who feeds pawn stock. On the drive back, my father tried 3 times to form a sentence. Son. Did you really develop the Azure Scale Flood Dragon? Yes, the 10 million was somebody paying me to make them one. How much does one cost to make? I held up a finger. Depends on the quality of the koi. Good koi, about 1 million. Bad koi, a bit more. He swallowed. Then he understood the rest of it on his own, which is a thing about my father that people miss because he is a construction foreman. That's why you went to Yunnan. Nothing near Lingshui meets the terrain requirement. And then nobody talked for a long time, and just before we got home, my mother said the only thing either of them said about it that night. Son, your father and I don't know much about raising children, but we know a few true things. Your life, your career, your achievements have only just started. Never become arrogant. And I said, Madame May, don't worry. I intend to be a breeding master, and eventually a grandmaster, so this is nowhere near enough to satisfy me. Which is, if you think about it, a strange way to promise your mother that you will stay humble. She accepted it anyway. Then, at the door, my father hesitated and said, Son, about that 5 million. He did not want to take it. Are you worried it's not enough? I said, with the most obnoxious generosity I could manage. It's fine. Once I have a reputation, more tamers will come to me for dragons. This is nothing. He stopped arguing. That night, my father and my mother did not sleep. Across town, Gaoyang and Shenhu did not sleep either. I slept magnificently, and in the morning came out to find both my parents with matching dark circles, and I had to leave the room again. I went to school the next day and paid attention in every class, which everyone found strange and which had nothing to do with virtue. Hie Shu teaches the breeding course. She is the exact opposite of Xiao Mei in every measurable way. Slender, precise, office wear, the manner of somebody raised carefully. She is also the single most useful adult in my life, and that day she started talking about a training method I had never taken seriously. Formations. Formations have many uses. They trap, they kill, they gather energy, and they can promote evolution. So as a breeder, you don't need to be an expert, but you must have some knowledge. Inspiration value +5. Current task progress 85%. I sat up in a plastic chair with my heart going, because the second task had been stuck at 81% for a month with no leads, no name, no species, and no direction, and my golden finger had just lit up on the word formation, which meant the second path runs through a magic circle, which meant I now had a direction. She was moving on. She was going to gloss it. I put my hand up. Teacher Shu, what's the underlying logic behind a formation being able to drive an evolution? Teachers love this, by the way. Say what you like about being a transmigrator with a cheat. The fastest way to get an expert to open up in any world is to ask them a real question in front of witnesses. Very good question. I said before that evolution generally requires a large amount of energy, and that energy has many sources. Medicines, materials, environment. The core function of most evolution formations is to gather energy, especially in places where natural energy is already abundant. Setting one up lets you concentrate a great deal of it in a short time. So a formation is a room you build to make a place temporarily richer than it is. I put formations on my self-study list that afternoon, which turned out to be the most consequential piece of homework I have ever assigned myself. After school, the red car was waiting, and we drove out to the dam, because the Zhou family wanted to see for themselves. They came in a minivan, a brisk old man and a middle-aged man of the same general silhouette as my friend, and nobody else, which is worth noticing. Both of them are veterans of the business world, and they know exactly who belongs at which meeting, and for this one, the correct head count was 4. Student Chen Wei, I heard about your situation from Kaiga yesterday. Allow me to apologize first. Shen Hu has a very gentle voice. It is not that we don't believe him, it's that this matter is too important. For the sake of long-term cooperation, both I and his father hoped to see it ourselves. Please forgive an old man. He also called me little brother Chen Wei, which made Pudgy Zhang's face collapse, because if his grandfather is calling me brother, then Pudgy Zhang has just been demoted 2 generations in his own family. I walk them up past the pool to the reservoir above the dam, which is wide and tens of meters deep, and where Tianshang now lives when he is not in the space, because he had outgrown the pool the way a wolf outgrows a kennel. I threw an energy cube down the contract along with the request. Energy cubes are the universal ration in this world. Almost every beast will eat them. 1 cube covers 3 days. They are also, by universal agreement, flavorless. A dragon's head came out of the water, caught the cube, swallowed it, gave me a look about the flavor, splashed both businessmen, and went back down to hunt actual fish in the reservoir, because there is a difference between eating and dinner. Uncle Wu, Grandpa Shenlin, how is it? Gao Yong opened with about 90 seconds of flattery that made even me uncomfortable, and then got straight to business, which I appreciated. Then he laid out what the Zhou family was proposing, and I want to walk through it because this is the part where I stopped being a student with a fish and became a business. 1. They would give me a breeding base, as promised, as fast as possible. What requirements do you have for the base, student Chen Wei? 2. First, as soon as possible. Second, there needs to be a waterfall inside it. Gao Yong paused for exactly 1 beat. Does the drop need to match the one in Yunlan City? No, 10 meters or more is fine. Because a 100-meter waterfall is not something money buys. Anywhere on this planet that has one has either turned it into a tourist attraction or it is so remote that you cannot get a truck there. But a 10-meter fall is just plumbing, and 10 meters is all you need for the daily training. It is only the evolution itself that needs the big one. That's easy. Most bases have a pond. Build a rockery at the water source, add circulation. You'll have a 10-meter fall. Not a problem. We'll also need somewhere the actual evolution can happen. Rent or buy, ideally. If not, we close a site for 1 night at a time. That shouldn't be difficult. Then he went quiet, and then he said the thing he had come to say. If you're in a hurry, I have a good option. Where? South Suburbs, Jiaoyang Cultivation Base. I did not have a poker face for that one. My mother's workplace. That's right, it's currently listed for sale. And then he told me why, and it was not a happy story. Jiaoyang was founded by a senior breeder who was, by every account, a genuinely great man. In its day, it was twice the current size, with almost 1,000 beasts on the books and tamers queuing at the gate. Then the old man died. His descendants had neither interest nor talent, and the place slid for years. and the only reason it was still breathing was that Zhou Ruoqi had been staying there temporarily to run her own research and lending a hand while she was at it. Her research was ending, she was leaving, and with her went the last breeder on the property. The 3 trainee breeders would leave too, Gao Yang said, which he presented as problem number 1. Not a big problem. If they stay, good. If they want to go, they don't have to stay. Because at this stage, the base has exactly 1 revenue product, and it is a dragon, and none of them can help me make it. Problem 2, the equipment is old, which also does not matter because koi evolution requires 0 specialized equipment. Dragon bone powder is a retail product. You can buy it in a shop or off the mall. The breeding industry in this world is so mature and so specialized that if you have money and contribution points, almost every material is a purchase order. The bottleneck was never the machine. The bottleneck is the idea. Problem 3, and he sighed here, is that there are almost no valuable pet beasts on the property. Mostly koi and red feather chickens with a few wood and normal types. Koi and red feather chickens. 2 of the 4 wastes. The entire remaining inventory of a dying breeding base is 2 of the 4 wastes. I did not laugh in his face, which took effort, because I was being handed a warehouse full of the exact species I had just made valuable, at the price of a dying warehouse. I told him to keep looking at other bases and not tunnel on Jiaoyang, which was true, and also the correct thing to say out loud during a negotiation. Then I let them buy me dinner, and I did not economize. I have never in my life eaten as expensively as I did at the Zhou family's table that week. The next morning I skipped class and went to the rescue center, because on the drive home the night before we had passed it, and I had remembered. Peacock tail fish, number 45. Elite Tier 1, Leader Tier 2 potential, and a passive heal. When I had found him, I could not afford him. I had 5 million yuan in the bank now, and the memory of a fish who had come out of an experiment lab with a number carved into him and been dumped in a pool at a hydropower dam. I asked, and he had not been claimed, and he was in a pond in the back. The second I got close, he came out of the water and unfolded that tail in midair, and I stopped walking. Little one, I came to adopt you. If you're willing to come with me, jump and spin. He was airborne before I finished the sentence. The head of the rescue center is a woman in her 50s I called Grandma Zhang, and she watched that happen and her whole face folded into a smile. This one has great potential. A lot of tamers wanted to adopt it. It refused all of them. She looked at me. Now it seems it was waiting for you. I paid the fee and told her I would raise him well, and I meant it. And then I got on my bicycle and went to school for the afternoon because I did not want to miss Xiao Mei's meditation class. I had a reason. Tian Xiang's evolution feedback had put me right up against the elite tier barrier, and if I meditated properly, I might break through before graduation, which is a thing that does not usually happen to a high school senior. After class, she stopped me and asked how the research was going. She was not fishing. She had heard from He Shu that I wanted to be a breeder, and she was checking on a student. I said it's okay, no problems. I gained a little something. I lied to a woman who had personally saved me from getting robbed in a pharmacy, and the reason I lied is that the truth was not sayable in a hallway. At the gate, Pudgy Zhang was already waiting with the specific facial expression of envy and grievance. Don't say it. She contacted me first. She was asking about my studies. Then I turned it around on him because it was funnier. Hey, we graduate soon. If you don't confess now, you're out of time. Go all out before graduation. He went red, which is rare and beautiful. But what if she rejects me? Dude, be bold. This won't last forever. Pause. Teacher Xiao Jiahui will definitely reject you. His face went the color of the bottom of a pot. Then what's the point of confessing? So I can humiliate myself for free? Your confession isn't about getting a response. To put it bluntly, she is never going to agree. The confession is for you. It gives your high school crush a conclusion, and it gives you an explanation. He squinted at me. That sounds like it makes a lot of sense, but I have a feeling something's wrong. You're not just waiting to watch me make a fool of myself, are you? How could that be? He is getting smarter. It is becoming a problem. That evening at the dam, I put Peacock Tailfish and Tian Shang into the reservoir and left Excluded, pet name, in the pool to keep grinding his waterfall climb, which was at proficient and which I estimated would hit perfect in a month, which would put him in position to evolve before graduation. And then, at 10 at night, when I called them back, Peacock Tailfish would not come out. He circled. He blew bubbles. He circled again. He was trying to tell me something, and he could not speak. And I have the microscope talent, and not the telepathy one. And I stood on a dam at 10 at night, realizing that my extremely cool eye ability was completely useless for the most basic thing a person can do with another living creature, which is ask what is wrong. Do you have something for me? He shuddered. Then he dove. 2 minutes. Then he came up out of the deep water and threw something with his tail, and I caught it without thinking, because I did not believe he would hurt me. It was a bead, about the size of an infant's fist, black, not dark, black the way ink is black. I turned it over and over in my hand and got nothing at all. No aura, no text under true sight eye, nothing. I put it in my bag, put him in the orb, and went home. That week nothing happened, which is the last time I get to write that sentence. The base acquisition closed. Qin Liang called once, still hunting for a high-potential koi. Pudgy Jang was also hunting one and had found several and was being extremely picky because it was going to be his first contract and he wanted to be in love with it. On Saturday, my mother was home in the morning, which never happens. Master Joe is leaving. They say the base has been sold. The new boss has started the handover. All of us long-term staff have been sent home except the accountant. She said it with her eyes down. And I sat there eating breakfast with my face doing nothing, because Gao Yong had briefed me on the progress the night before, and the rockery in the central pond was already under construction. I wonder if the new boss will lay off the long-term staff. Don't worry, Madam May. You've been at Jiaoyang for over a decade. You're conscientious. Your work attitude is impeccable. The new boss will definitely value you. We are absolutely going to value you. How could we not value you? That's hard to say. A new emperor brings a new court. It's a small breeding base. It's not that dramatic. After breakfast, I rode out to the dam and sat cross-legged on my usual rock and meditated while Excluded, pet name, went up and down the falls, and Tianxiang and peacock-tail fish worked the reservoir. 5 minutes in, my phone rang. Captain Qin, you're in Lingshui? Come to the hydropower station in the western suburbs. Half an hour later, a taxi stopped on the road by the reservoir, and Qin Liang got out and looked at the dam, the falls, the pool. This is where you train. Koi training needs specific environmental conditions. This is the only place I've found in Lingshui. Though I've acquired a breeding base now, so we'll be moving. You've acquired a breeding base. He said it in a completely level voice, which I appreciated. Did you bring the koi? He let it out of the orb, and I looked. Common Tier 4, Ordinary Tier 5, Fish Leap at Master, Waterfall Climb at Beginner. Good potential. Hey, it's already learned Waterfall Climb. He laughed, and then he explained, and I revised my opinion of him upward by a substantial margin. I watched the evolution that night. I worked out that Waterfall Climb had to be one of the conditions, so I've spent the last week looking. I've checked nearly 100 koi. This is the only one that learned it on its own. He had reverse-engineered one step of a secret from 4 seconds of visual observation, and then done a week of unglamorous fieldwork on the basis of a guess. I did not tell him that Waterfall Climb can be trained into a koi with the right terrain. Partly because it is my secret, mostly because he was right about the thing that matters, which is that any koi that picks it up unprompted has a ceiling above the herd. And then the reservoir exploded. Not a splash, a detonation, and a column of water going up out of the middle of it. Tianxiang was in there. Peacock-tail fish was in there. I was running before I decided to run. Down the contract, I could feel Tianxiang, unhurt, which is the only reason I did not lose my mind entirely. But there is no contract on the peacock-tail fish, and so there was simply a hole where that information should be. Qin Liang was already beside me. A summoning circle was already glowing under his feet as he ran, which tells you what kind of person he is. 2 more waves went up. And then 2 things came out of the water at once. One of them was Tianxiang. The other one was 15 meters long and 5 or 6 meters tall, and looked like a crocodile that had been designed by somebody with a grudge. What is that? The sight gave me nothing, which meant it was far enough above me to be a problem, and its size told me the rest. Tyrant salamander. Qin Liang recognized it instantly, and then he narrowed his eyes and got worse news. Something's wrong with it. It's a cultist beast. I could see it too. The whole animal was wrapped in a black energy that did not belong to anything. Its eyes were red through, and it was roaring continuously, not the way an animal roars at an enemy, but the way something screams when it cannot get out of the pain it is in. Black God cult. I said it before I could stop myself, and when he looked at me, I explained in 1 sentence. I rescued a peacock tailfish here. It was their test subject. And right then, peacock tailfish came up out of the water, barely holding the surface, breathing wrong. So they had come for him. Or, more precisely, for what he had been carrying, which was currently in my bag, in a black bead. The more they wanted it, the more I was certain I could not keep it. Qin Liang summoned both of his beasts. Fire Mastiff, Vajra Ape. He assigned the ape to the salamander, which was correct. In water, a fire type is limited, and the salamander is dual dark and water, which counters him twice. Gleam, go! 5 meters of gold-furred ape went into the reservoir with a metal staff. The ape and I will hold the salamander. You take my fire mastiff and scout. See if you can find the cultist controlling it. He has to be close. There was one place to hide within range, which is the staff housing near the station, so I ran that way with a commander-rank dog beside me. I did not have to look far. He landed on the dam in front of me, black robe, hood, and said, in a voice like a rusted hinge, that there was no need to keep looking. And here is a detail that I only understood much later, and that still makes me laugh, which is that at that exact moment he was extremely annoyed. He was a commander-rank butler-class operative who had come to collect an item from a high school student, which he expected to take 4 minutes. Then he recognized Qin Liang's beasts, understood exactly who he had walked into, and realized that if he had done a background check an hour earlier, he would simply have waited a day. But once the attack starts, you cannot stop it, because stopping alerts them, and then you never get the chance again. He summoned his second. Careful, Windwolf, commander rank. And I looked at the dam under my feet and got cold, because I had just realized what the actual worst case was, and it was not me. That dam is steel and concrete, and it looks eternal, and a commander rank Windwolf would go through it in under a minute. If the dam goes, the reservoir goes into the Lingshui River, and the river runs past the edge of the city. The city gets to keep its buildings and loses everything on the floodplain, and that is the good version. So Qin Liang and I, who have never trained together and had known each other for about 10 days, hit the exact same conclusion at the same moment and moved together without a word. Fire Mastiff opened with Flame Jet at the wolf and the man both, and Tian Xiang came in over the top with Gale Slash, because we were coordinating with a fire type and this was not the moment for water. 2 meters of Windblade went through the air next to a pillar of fire. Peacock Tailfish. Watch for anything else. Because a commander rank operative gets 3 slots, and I had seen 2. I've sent the distress signal, Qin Liang shouted from the water. We just hold him. Then, a second later, in a completely different voice, no, I'll stall him. You find a way out of here. He had done the arithmetic and worked out that the cult had come for me specifically, and had correctly concluded that the fastest way to make me safe was to remove me from the map. It's fine, I'm here to hold and to help. I shook my head at him across 50 meters of water. Don't underestimate Tian Xiang. Then, quietly, inside my own head, tornado. And Qin Liang, who understood instantly, put Dragon Flame Song into it. A 10-meter wind funnel loaded with a controllable fire dragon is not the sum of 2 skills. Fire fed by wind is a different category of event, and even a wind type had to respect it. The wolf carried its owner across the dam at a speed I could not follow and put the whole reservoir between us. Tian Xiang and the mastiff went after them. I stayed back and directed from distance, because I am an ordinary rank human being with a bicycle and my job in a fight is to be somewhere the fight is not. Qin Liang told me later what he was thinking at that moment, which is that an ordinary rank 9 Azure Scale Flood Dragon was throwing out combat power comparable to a high elite, and coordinating with his own animal like they had drilled together, and that he had never in his life wanted a beast more. Be careful, he shouted. Restrain if you can. If you can't, prioritize your own safety. And I took that seriously, because his combat experience outclasses mine by about 15 years, and it saved me about 11 seconds later. A shadow came out of the sky with a bird cry. Because Qin Liang had told me to be careful, I was already looking up. High-pressure water cannon. Peacock Tailfish fired without hesitation, which he had absolutely no obligation to do, since he was not contracted to me and had been out of a rescue center for 4 days. Watch out! Great beak kite! Elite Tier 8. The kite drove its beak straight through the water cannon and shattered it, and then the kinetic energy in the remains threw the kite back anyway. Careful, it's a bird, but it isn't wind type. No attribute at all. Which is a specific kind of bad. Attributeless beasts can learn skills of any element. The skills come out weaker than a matching type would produce, but the trade is that you have no idea what is coming and nothing counters them. The kite came down again with its claws lit up gold, metal, steel claws, on a bird with no metal attribute. high-pressure water cannon, and a regular cannon behind it. The first one hit and got torn apart by the claws. The second one stopped the dive. That is what caution buys you, and I want to point out that Peacock Tail Fish at Elite Tier 1 was holding off an Elite Tier 8, which is not a fair fight in any universe. He was only still upright because of tide. The passive kept refilling him while he lost. We were losing anyway. I was about to break off and run for either Qinliang or Tianxiang when a voice came from the shore. Phantom Fox. Mind control. I looked, and there was a woman standing on the bank with a white fox the size of a calf beside her and a red vertical mark between its eyes. That's Zhou Ruoqi. Mental type, extremely rare, and the fox had just reached out with a single skill and taken the mind of an Elite Tier 8 animal in midair, and the great beak kite came down out of the sky like a dropped log and landed on the dam near my feet with its eyes rolling. One skill. Instant. Which meant the fox was at minimum commander rank, which meant that the intermediate breeder in the lab coat, who had spent an hour patiently explaining Limit Break to a high schooler and then emailed him 3 gigabytes of material for free, was not primarily an intermediate breeder. Sister Joe. Lightning speed, she told the fox, and it turned into a smear and went for the cultist. She walked over to me at an unhurried pace while her animal went to work. Junior, you really surprise me. Azure Scale Flood Dragon. I never expected you'd actually crack it. We were lucky. Lucky? No. There's no luck in pet beast breeding. She did not even slow down. There are countless breeders across the whole Federation studying koi. Why are you the only lucky one? Also, luck is part of ability. And then, with visible enjoyment, I wonder what expression the people at the Lingshui City Breeder Association will make when they find out. Meanwhile, 50 meters away, the fight ended. Gale slash from Tianxiang, explosive sparks from the Mastiff to cut off the retreat, and an energy ball from the Fox, all inside about 2 seconds, and the Windwolf went into the ground and got back up and then did not. I want to note that a commander rank Windwolf was put down in part by an ordinary rank 9 animal that had been a decorative fish 6 weeks earlier, and I hope that on some level it understood that on the way down. The cultist, with his salamander tangled up with Qin Liang and his wolf finished, went to the last resort available to a man in his position, which is shouting. The Church of God will not let you get away with this. Zhou Ruoqi walked over without hurrying at all. The Church of God will not let us go. I don't know about that. All I know is that right now, I will not let you go. Illusion wave. He went down face first and stayed there. She did not kill him, which was deliberate, because the Bureau might get intelligence out of him. She did not seem optimistic about the odds. And then she stood next to me, looking at an unconscious man in a black robe, and said, in a completely leisurely voice, that she had been noticing traces of cultist activity in Lingshui City for some time. I suspect they're looking for something. And then she turned her head and smiled at me. Do you know what they're looking for? I have rarely felt colder in my life than I did standing on that dam in the sun. I opened my mouth to tell her about the bead, and 3 cars with black and white paint came up the access road at a speed that suggested opinions about the speed limit. Then they stopped and came apart and stood up. 3 robots, 3 meters tall, in about 4 breaths. I could not help myself. I threw the sight at the nearest one. Name: Car Robot. Attribute: Mechanical. Rank: Elite Tier 9. Potential: Commander of the 3rd Tier. Skills: Frenzy, perfect. Mechanical Transformation, perfect. Mechanical Repair, perfect. Mechanical Improvement, Mastery. Frenzied Barrage, perfect. Heavy Machine Gun, perfect. Flamethrower, Mastery. Laser Cannon, Mastery. Laser Beam, Skilled. Homing Missile, Skilled. Electromagnetic Cannon, Beginner. 11 skills. 6 of them at perfect. Tianxiang has 10 skills, and he is the crown jewel of an entire species. This thing came off a production line. That is what a mechanical system is. It is the only category of pet beast that human beings designed on purpose, and the skill list is not grown, it is installed. Which is why there is a saying in this world that mechanical systems are invincible at the same level. Which is an exaggeration, barely. How is it? How's my Apex Unit 9? Sun Jian was standing next to it. Very good, I said, with the sincerity of a man in a car showroom, and only then did I work out why the site had given me anything at all. Apex Unit 9 was above my grade. It had shown me its entire file because its handler had told it to stand down. 2 more officers cuffed the unconscious cultist with what were clearly not ordinary handcuffs. You did a great service today, Student Shenwei. No, it wasn't me who subdued him, I pointed. It was Sister Zhou. Sun Jian looked over, squinted, and said, Aren't you from the Liu family in the provincial capital? No, said Zhou Ruoqi, instantly and flatly, and then told me she was leaving Lingshui City soon, and that I should come by the base because she had compiled some breeding notes I might find useful, and left. Which was the most informative refusal I have ever heard. Everybody has secrets. Rushing at somebody else's is how you make an enemy for free. Xin Liang arrived from the other battlefield, looked at her retreating back, took 2 steps to chase her down and thank her, and then stopped, because chasing looked deliberate, and she had clearly left on purpose. He asked me who she was, and I said, Her name is Zhou Ruoqi. She's a breeder and also one of my seniors. Then Sun Jian recognized him, and the 2 of them did the small talk of men from the same system in different cities, and Qin Liang told the truth without embellishment, which is that he had come to Ling Shui specifically to see me and had walked into a black god cult operative by accident. That guy is really unlucky, said Sun Jian. Sun Jian took the cultist away. The 3 cars folded themselves back into cars, and I asked Qin Liang the question I had been sitting on since the robot stood up. Those are standard issue. Why don't you contract one? People say mechanical systems are invincible at the same level. He laughed, and then gave me 20 minutes that reorganized how I think about strength. That's an internet rumor. They are outstanding among their peers, I don't deny it, but mechanical systems have 2 characteristics that look like flaws. 1. Their potential is theoretically unlimited and practically financial. Upgrades run entirely on mechanical modules. Never mind the core energy modules or chip modules. Even a basic flight module or weapon module costs more than most people make. And the high-tech firms of the major federations release a new generation whenever they feel like it, which means every few years you either buy the upgrade and your wallet dies, or you skip it and your combat power falls behind. So there's another saying about mechanical systems. They're the system for the rich. Apex Unit 9 had Commander Tier 3 potential, which is not much, and which had confused me given 11 skills. The answer is that the modules currently installed can only carry it that far. Its ceiling is a purchase order that nobody has filed. 2. To actually get everything out of a mechanical system, the tamer has to be a specialist in both software and hardware. Otherwise, the tamer of a mechanical system wouldn't be called a mechanic. Which is why every serious mechanic in this world is a high-education, high-intelligence person, and why casually contracting one is the same as buying a race car to drive to the shops. And then he told me the thing that made the whole picture click, which is that mechanical systems can be operated over comms glasses without a contract at all. No language barrier. They can transform into vehicles. They can go on missions with a tamer they have no bond with, at slightly reduced output. So although I don't contract one, I can requisition one from headquarters whenever I'm on assignment. The difference exists, but it isn't significant. Apex Unit 9 is exactly that situation. Sun Jian doesn't have a contract with it either. I had been planning to contract a mechanical system someday. I stopped planning it in real time while a man explained why. After he left, I opened the panel. The second evolutionary path for Koi, 87%, up 2. I sat down on a rock and reverse engineered when. It had gone up the instant I first laid eyes on the tyrant salamander. A salamander. So the second form of a koi is not a tyrant salamander itself, because a tyrant salamander barely reaches Overlord Tier 1, and a 2-point bump is a relationship and not an equation. But it is something in that family. Combine that with the blood orchid potion, which is a Western dragon reagent, and the picture came together. Western salamander. Very rare. Requires a formation. And since natural formations basically do not exist, the wild population would be almost non-existent, which is exactly why no breeder on this planet has ever documented what it degenerates from. I was not looking for a needle in a haystack anymore. I was following a map. The next afternoon, I rode to Jiaoyang Cultivation Base, and it was a completely different feeling from every other time I had gone through that gate, because for 10 years it had been where my mother worked. Inside, they were already building the rockery in the central pond. The Zhou family moves fast, which suits me. Zhou Ruoqi texted me to come to the roof of Building 1. She was standing at the rail, looking out over the property, and she patted the railing next to her, and I went and stood there, and for about 10 minutes she talked, and I let her. She told me about the old man who built the place, twice the size, 1,000 beasts, tamers coming in droves. She told me about him dying and his children not caring and the slow years afterward. I stayed here temporarily to lend a hand, but I couldn't stay long. 2 days ago, his descendants reached an agreement with a local businessman and officially sold it. She looked down at the construction crew in the middle of the pond. Those are the new owners, people. It's ironic. We haven't even left, and the new owner has already started making changes. I looked at the back of my own head from the outside for a second. That's fine too. Rather than hanging on half dead, better to let go. Perhaps this base can be reborn. She stopped and apologized for talking so much, and said she was feeling sentimental, and that she was about to leave the city and the base for good. Well, if Sister Joe has time, she could come back to Ling Shui and revisit. Even if I did, things would be different. And it's sold. It's someone else's base. Revisiting would just be awkward. I rubbed my forehead. Sister Joe, about the local businessman. It's Gao Yong of the Zhou family. She looked at me. They bought this base in order to give it to me. There was a silence on that roof that I will remember for the rest of my life, and then she made a sound like a kettle giving up and laughed so hard she had to hold the rail. Junior, you really surprised me. If I'd known earlier that you were the buyer, I wouldn't have been sad at all. Coming back to visit shouldn't be difficult, should it? You are always welcome. She wiped her eyes and then, still laughing at herself, told me that since I had taken over the base, she would not be taking her breeding data with her. All of it, left in place. That is the second time she has handed me a career's worth of material for free, and I have never worked out how to repay either one. Then I took the black bead out of my bag and put it in front of her. Here, this should be what the Black God cult is looking for. She pointed at her own nose. Give it to me? Do you know what this is? No, but they went far enough to attack a public security bureau captain in daylight to get it back, so it's valuable to them. It's very valuable, not only to the Black God cult. Every dark organization craves this kind of thing. Then she looked at me with a hint of amusement. So if it's priceless, why are you taking it out? And I gave her the honest answer, which is the only reason any of the next 4 months went the way it did. I'm a high school student, but I've already decided to be a breeder. A rare treasure has extraordinary attraction for a breeder. So it would be a lie to say I don't want to keep it. But I understand a principle better. A common man is innocent, but possessing a treasure is a crime. This bead has been in my hands for days, and it has already pulled the Black God cult onto me. Enemies like that will get worse. So I'm self-aware. I am not strong enough to own this. Better to give it away than to die holding it. She looked at me the way adults look at you when you have accidentally said something older than you are. At 18, to have that mindset and know how to make that choice is genuinely rare. My expectations for your future just went up. Then, dryly, but aren't you worried that if I take this hot potato, the cultists come after me? Because I believe in Sister Zhou. Sister Zhou is a smart person. If you dare accept it, that at least proves you have the confidence and the strength to protect it. I shrugged. And if you don't dare, I'll hand it to the Public Security Bureau. You really are. She could not finish the sentence. Then she took out her phone and made a call in front of me without hiding a single word of it, which was itself a message, and when she hung up, she told me 2 things. The bead is a magic core, and her teacher, a professor at a beast-taming university, happens to be researching exactly this at exactly this moment, and needs one badly. Then she opened her hand, and there was a deep blue crystal in it the size of a fingernail. In that case, I'll accept this core on my teacher's behalf. I don't know exactly what it's worth, but exchanging it for this space crystal shouldn't be a bad deal for you. Space crystal. I had heard the phrase in the group chat from the perverts and the crocodile man and had filed it as folklore. It is a piece of spatial equipment. Only certain space attribute beasts, combined with certain specific taming talents, can produce one. They are absurdly rare. I did not take it immediately, and she read that correctly and explained. To my teacher, the core is worth no less than the crystal. The core is useless to you. The crystal is sitting in a drawer at my teacher's. This is a win for both sides. So I took it and pushed mental energy into it, and a space about 2 meters on a side opened in front of my eyes. I put my phone into it with a thought. Then I took it back out with a thought. The space is not actually in front of you. It feels that way because the mind is a liar. If you want it to be convenient, have it set into a necklace or a bracelet. I decided on a men's necklace, and then I asked the question I had been holding. Sister Zhou, what's a magic core? She went quiet, organized her thoughts, and asked me a question so basic that it insulted me. Do you know where pet beasts came from? Everybody knows this. It is first-year material. In the year 5428 of the ancestral calendar, the dimensional rift appeared, and extraordinary beings came out of it. Human firearms worked fine, and there were simply too many. Then extraordinary energy leaked out into the world, and the ordinary creatures of this planet started mutating into extraordinary ones, which is where the native pet beasts come from. Every nation on the planet built a suicide squad of 100,000 people and sent it into the rift. 3 years of fighting. In 5431, they found the ruins of a civilization inside, and inside those ruins, the beast taming techniques. In 5432, the squad came out with 300 survivors, and the contract and the meditation method went public, and the era of beast taming civilization began. 10 years later, the first 8 prodigy tamers rose, grew to king level in a very short time, and under them 200 nations collapsed and fused into the 8 federations, and that year became year 1 of the federal calendar. In year 1135, the mechanical system was invented, and humanity got warship-class pet beasts and left the home system. In 1156, human mechanics found extraordinary beings again out in the Sirius system. So there are 2 sources for a pet beast in this world, the rift and the heavenly battlefield, which is the general term for everything out in space. I gave her all of that in about 90 seconds. That's right, she said, pet beasts originated from extraordinary beings. In a sense, pet beasts are extraordinary beings, but, she paused, extraordinary beings are not the same as pet beasts. Some of them cannot be contracted by humans, or rather, the side effects of contracting them are extremely severe. Warcraft are one of these, and the magic core comes from Warcraft. Why can't they be contracted? The rift isn't one dimension. It's more like nested layers, like an onion. Warcraft live in the deep layers, where the energy is violent and corrupt. Living there long enough corrupts the soul of an extraordinary being. And then she said the sentence that changed how I look at everything. And as you know, the essence of a beast taming contract is a soul contract. If the soul on the other end is corrupted, then contracting it corrupts you as well. You become a mindless thing that only knows how to kill. I felt every hair on my arms go up. So the Black God cult. That's right. Those dark organizations are trying to seize the power of Warcraft. Then your teacher. I heard what I was doing halfway through the sentence and shut my mouth, and she did not take offense. My teacher is naturally different from them. He does normal research and has no intention of getting involved. In fact, our Federation is also conducting this research. To understand the world properly, you have to go deeper into the rift, and if you want to go deeper into the rift, Warcraft are an unavoidable obstacle. I sat with that for a long moment and then let it go, because it was too big to hold, and there was nothing I could do about any of it at 18. That is the day my worldview got a lot larger and a lot worse. She spent the rest of the afternoon walking me around my own base and showing me what was in it, which was necessary because I had been through that gate 100 times as a visiting child and had no idea what any of the buildings were for. Even a starved camel is bigger than a horse. 12 buildings, including research blocks and staff dormitories. At its peak, it had employed hundreds of people. Most of the research buildings sat empty, cleaned but unused. The next morning, I came back and she was gone. And with her, a piece of news went out. The Black God cult's magic core had ended up in her hands. I heard it from Sun Jian, and I stood very still when he said it, because it had not occurred to me until that second what she had done. She had not needed to publicize it. Nobody was going to ask. She announced it so that the Black God cult would follow her out of the city, and so that nobody would ever look at a high school student with a fish farm. She paid for a bead she did not need with a target on her own back, and then she left without mentioning it. Monday morning, my mother went to work as usual and was told there would be a meeting in the lobby of Building 1 in half an hour. There were 18 people left on the entire property, including Old Wu on the gate. 18 people standing in a lobby, all of them quietly terrified about layoffs, and a slightly overweight middle-aged man walked out of a corner. I believe you have already guessed, our base has a new owner. From today, I, Gao Yang, will be the new manager of Jiaoyang Cultivation Base. My mother's head at this point started buzzing because she had heard the name Gao Yang exactly once from her son in a sentence about a business partner. Now, let's give a round of applause to our new boss for a speech. And everybody turned to look at the corner except my mother, who was already staring at it in a daze. And my father walked out. "Old Li," she said it out loud in front of 18 employees without meaning to. My father delivered several minutes of prepared remarks and thoroughly enjoyed being the boss and dismissed everyone. Some people did not leave. About 4 minutes later, screaming started in one of the offices on the ground floor of Building 1, and Gao Yong stood outside the door with his hand over his face. I was not there. I have this account from 3 separate witnesses, and they do not fully agree on the details, only on the volume. The next 2 weeks, I was a model student and a model son. School on time, home on time, base after school, because the Zhou family built the rockery and the water circulation in 3 days flat, and the base now had its own 10-meter waterfall, so I never went back out to the hydropower dam. There was also a second reason I did not go back, which I did not say out loud, which is that Captain Chin is not standing next to me anymore, and if the Black God cult comes again, I do not have a second miracle in my pocket. The biggest change was not the waterfall, it was my parents. They had bought property, not an apartment, property, with a gate and their name on the deed, at an age where they had assumed the story was already written. Both of them essentially moved onto the base, 24 hours a day. They treated it like the house, which meant I had to go there after school, because otherwise there was nowhere to eat. I want to be honest about how that felt. I had spent 3 months in this life watching 2 people be quietly, permanently tired, and now they were on the property at 6 in the morning arguing about drainage. Meanwhile, my mother, who has run pawn stock for a decade, took one look at the base's expense sheet and started having a completely different kind of stress. Son, this can't go on. Before, with a few interns, there was at least some income. Now it's only going out. Madam May, don't worry, we're going elite route from now on. It's the kind of business that doesn't open for 3 years, and then when it opens, it eats for 3 years. She did not look convinced, so I changed the subject. How many koi are in the central pond? 36, including the one you brought back, the one Chen Fen brought 3 days ago, and excluded, pet name. 36, auspicious number. I did not look up from my book. How's the training? Under excluded, pet names, leadership, 5 have joined the waterfall climb training. The others haven't changed much. 33 original base koi, of whom 3 could be trained at all, and the other 2 trainees were Qin Liang's and Pudgy Zhang's, brought in on purpose. She said it apologetically, like it was her fault. It was not. It was exactly what I expected, and it is the load-bearing fact of the entire industry. Knowing the path does not make dragons. The path is a door, and most of the species cannot reach the handle. Some of those koi could not understand a command. Not would not, could not. Functionally ordinary fish with a stat block. Those 5 plus excluded, pet name, get extra attention. The others, leave them. Keep them as ornamental fish. Which is not a joke and not cruelty, it is just accurate. 2 days later, my meditation finally paid off. I sat in a room on the 5th floor of Building 1 and felt everything go quiet and thin, and then I hit the barrier as if it were an actual object, and it broke with a noise inside my own head. Elite tier. And in the beast taming space, the walls went from sea blue to dark blue, and Tian Shang went straight through Elite Tier 1, 2, 3, and stopped at 4. Skills up across the board from the fighting and the training. 2 new ones. Rain Prayer, a weather technique, which sounds like a novelty and is not, because weather is terrain, and terrain is half of every fight. And Dragon Claw, which is a straight offensive skill, and which fixes the one hole a dragon has, which is that up close a water and wind type has nothing but its face. I told nobody. Not my parents, not Pudgy Zhang. Not out of paranoia. It simply was not urgent, and I had decided to plan my second contract slot very carefully rather than spend it on the first thing that impressed me. A day later, excluded, pet names, waterfall climb hit perfect. And 2 days before that, during the window when the base pond was still being renovated and there was nowhere to train, I had used the downtime to put a limit break stone into his fish leap, which means excluded, pet name, the 20-year-old decorative carp who had been on this planet longer than I have, met every condition on the recipe. There was one problem, which is that Lingshui City still does not have a 100-meter waterfall, and the only one within reach belongs to a mountain where I was nearly murdered. I called Gao Yong, who told me the truth, which is that he had been looking for weeks, and the honest answer was Yunwu Mountain. Fine, contact the scenic area. We need 1 night. Captain Qinzi Xuan of the Yunlan Special Operations Team might be able to help with that. Which is how, on a Wednesday, I ended up on a train to Yunlan City with my mother, Pudgy Zhang's koi Firebrand, Qin Liang's koi, and the 3 most promising koi from the base. Qin Liang was waiting at the exit. Student Chen Wei, welcome back to Yunlan City. This time I'll handle your safety personally. By the time we got up the mountain, it was 10 at night, and 200 or 300 meters short of Baijiang Waterfall, there was a sign. Dear visitors, the Baijiang Waterfall attraction is under maintenance and is temporarily closed. We apologize for the inconvenience. Plus a cordon. Captain Chin, thank you for the trouble. It was nothing. At the pool, I summoned Tian Xiang first, because Excluded, pet name, was about to do the hardest thing of his life, and I wanted his old comrade in the water. And then, Pudgy Zhang and Qin Liang both, without being asked, turned around and walked back outside the cordon. That is a thing I did not know about at the time of Tian Xiang's evolution, and that both of them had messed up. The method is the core secret of a breeder. If the breeder does not explicitly invite you, staying to watch is not curiosity, it is theft. And in this world, it is a serious offense against a profession that the entire civilization depends on. Last time, Pudgy Zhang did not know, and I did not either. Last time, Chiang was busy fighting a cult. This time, Gao Yong had briefed my friend in advance, and this time, nobody had an excuse. They walked. I let them because the rule is not for me. It is for every breeder, including me, and I intend to spend the rest of my life sheltering under it. Madam May, contract excluded, pet name, first. She did not hesitate. She had been briefed. Excluded, pet name, had been in our family for 20 years and had been fed by that woman every morning for most of them, and the contract went through like a door opening. Then I fed him the dragon bone powder, pointed, and he went. I started up the stairs. I was much more worried than the first time, and I want to be honest about why. The conditions were identical, but Excluded, pet name, is not Tian Xiang. Tian Xiang got to the top of a 100-meter waterfall on nothing but the refusal to be a decoration. Excluded, pet name, is a good animal with a lower ceiling who skipped training sessions when nobody was watching. At about 2/3 of the way up, he stopped moving. I stood at the rail and watched the water pushing a 20-year-old fish back down a wall and thought, we're failing tonight. Which was survivable now. I had money. There were hundreds of kilos of dragon bone powder sitting in a crystal around my neck. We could rest and try again tomorrow and the night after. But I did not want to. Not because of money. Because there is a difference in the animal that comes out the other side. Everything I had seen said a dragon that makes it on the first attempt has a higher ceiling afterward. And I was not going to spend Excluded pet name's ceiling to save myself a night. So I stood there frowning at a fish who was about to fail and had one idea and sent it down the contract to a different animal. Tian Xiang went up the waterfall. For a 6-meter Azure scale flood dragon with waterfall climb at mastery, that entire 100 meters is a staircase. He passed Excluded pet name like Excluded pet name was standing still, and then he stopped and held position. Because a body that size in a falling river displaces the river. He was holding an umbrella. 6 meters of dragon, braced in a waterfall, splitting the current so that the water going over the old fish underneath him dropped to something survivable. Excluded, pet name, kept climbing. It was still hard. He was still at his limit. But with the potential energy of the flow cut down, he made the last third, and he came over the lip, and I threw the fruit with everything I had. I had brought 2 in case I missed. I did not miss, and he did not miss either. He had done that drill 100 times. The light of evolution had been building on the climb, and when the fruit went down, it stopped being a glow and became a sun stuck to the top of a waterfall. It came down into the pool like a meteor shower, and in the pool, 5 koi who had been brought along to watch went completely still, and I found out later what that meant, which is that up to that moment, they had understood training as a thing the boss and boss Fu demanded of them, and in about 4 seconds, they understood it as a door. Then the water opened, and a second Azure scale flood dragon came out of it. Elite Tier 3, which is higher than Tian Xiang came out at because Tian Xiang had been capped by me. A beast cannot outrun its tamer's realm. Tian Xiang came out at ordinary rank 9 only because I was ordinary rank 9, and the second I broke through to Elite, he went straight to Elite 4, which tells you what he could have been at birth. My mother is already an Elite. So Excluded, pet name, came out unshackled. Everything else matched Tian Xiang's sheet except one line. He had Dragon Claw already, and he did not have Rain Prayer, which I suspect is a Tier 4 skill, and which I also suspect is the visible edge of a difference in quality. Both of them read Overlord Tier 5. There is more than one kind of Overlord Tier 5. This is Excluded, pet name, my mother said. She had watched the whole thing and she still could not process it. She said afterward that there is a saying in this world about how powerful breeders can turn the rotten into the miraculous, and that she had heard it 1,000 times at work and had assumed it was marketing, and that she had just watched her son do it to a fish she had personally fed since before he was born. How's the feedback? Very good. My mental strength has gone way up. I think I've entered the late elite stage, which was the actual reason I had made her contract him first. A Dragon Gate evolution does not give ordinary feedback. It gives enormous feedback, and I had proven that on my own body, and there was no version of that night where I let that go to waste when there was a woman standing right there who had spent 18 years at Elite Tier 3 because a windstone costs 200,000 yuan. Qin Liang and Pudgy Jiang came back in once the dragons were in the air, since there was clearly nothing left to steal, and both of them stood there staring with naked envy. Qin Liang went straight to the pool and talked to his own koi. Mo Yu, do you see that? You're going to be one of those, so train hard. And 5 koi in the water came out of it at once. Excluded, pet name, had gone from waste pet to divine pet in front of them in a single night, and they had watched every second, and if Old Romantic could do it and Boss Fu could do it, then why not them? I would like to tell you I planned that. I did not. But it was the single most effective piece of workforce motivation in the history of my company. We went home the next day, and around noon, my father came running out of Building 1 to ask how it went, and my mother smiled and said nothing, and summoned a dragon over the base. My father looked up at it for a while. Son, prepare an Azure Scale Flood Dragon for me too. Uncle Bao, the Azure Scale Flood Dragon is a dual water and wind type. That doesn't match your Earth affinity at all. Don't force a contract with it just because it looks good. He kept looking up. It's just a pet beast with Overlord tier potential. I'll find you an Earth type, guaranteed no worse. And I meant it, and he heard that I meant it, and he changed the subject to the Earth core rock he had already bought for the Circle Land Bear's evolution, which he had been quietly working toward for 2 weeks without telling anyone. That weekend was the class reunion, at Taoyuan Mountain Villa in the north suburbs, which is the most expensive resort in Lingshui City, organized by Wen Jing and paid for by Wei Ming and a rich kid in our year called Wu Bo. I went because I love things that involved eating and drinking for free. Pudgy Jiang picked me up in an oversized wine-red suit with a plaid tie and his hair slicked back into a helmet. We're going to a party, not a blind date. Dressed like a 3-tailed bull in heat, isn't that a bit much? You have no aesthetic sense. This is the most fashionable upper-class attire right now. I was, in fairness, wrong. When we got there, the entrance was full of classmates dressed exactly like that, boys and girls both, and I stood in the car park genuinely wondering if I had fallen out of touch with my own generation. Then I noticed that Wen Jing and Zhao Wen and the other girls with real taming aptitude were all barely made up at all, and I understood the whole thing. This was not a reunion. Graduation is coming, most of these people have not awakened, and the ones who have are going to beast-taming universities and are going to matter later. So a few people were showing off, a few had specific targets, and the majority were laying track for the future. We had not even left school, and the class had already sorted itself into tiers. I went upstairs to the rooftop buffet, ate for 11 minutes, got approached by 4 separate classmates who had never spoken to me in 3 years, and left. Downstairs, alone, walking the resort grounds, which are objectively beautiful and completely artificial. It seems you're not very interested in this kind of gathering. Zhao Wen, meditation class representative. The quiet one, the one people call the tranquil beauty, and famously about as approachable as a museum exhibit. Likewise. She sat down on a stone stool without asking, and said she would not have come if she had known what kind of gathering it was going to be, and that the camping trips in first and second year were probably never happening again. People change, she said. And don't you think the reason they're doing this is to prepare for after graduation? Sighing and lamenting, very sentimental, not like you at all. Then what should I be like? Tranquil, elegant, detached from worldly strife. She laughed into her hand and thanked me for the compliment. We walked the grounds for 20 minutes and talked about nothing, and when we came back around toward the hotel entrance, there was a crowd. A ring of people, classmates and ordinary tourists, all looking at something in the middle. And in the middle, in front of a black supercar, holding court like a man being crowned, was Wu Bo. Let me introduce you to the latest car robot. Its name is Dark Sentinel. Look at it. Not only does it look cool, its combat power is extremely strong. Even ordinary high-tier elite pet beasts are no match. Then he glanced sideways at Zhao Wen and said, "Dark Sentinel, transform." And the car came apart and stood up, 3 meters of matte black robot, and the crowd made a noise. And I looked at it, and its eyes went red, and something came off it that I had felt before, on a mountain, at night. Something's wrong with this thing, it seems a bit. I did not get to finish the sentence. Both mechanical arms came up and came down. The people at the back were fine. Zhao Wen and I stepped back. The people in the inner ring had no time at all, and I watched about 15 classmates fail to move. And a summoning circle lit. "Luna, protect!" A pink cat the size of a toddler appeared standing upright and pushed both paws forward, and a translucent screen came up between the arms and the crowd. The arms hit it. The screen rang like a bell, and the ripples started spreading, which is what a barrier does immediately before it stops being a barrier. "Meow." "Everyone back!" They scattered. Nobody died. Which is entirely because a quiet girl who has never raised her voice in 3 years happened to be standing in the right place with a life-type pet beast that almost nobody in our year even knew she had. Name: Luna. Attribute: Health, Elite Tier 2. Potential: Overlord Tier 3. Cat bite: Self-healing, Healing at Perfect, Healing Light, Purification, Guardian. Elite Tier 2. Higher level than Tian Xiang, Overlord Tier 3 potential. I have no idea when Zhao Wen awakened. It was clearly a long time before me. I summoned Tian Xiang and read the enemy on the way. Dark Sentinel, Elite Tier 7, Potential, Elite Rank 9. Which explains everything about Wu Bo. Sunjian's police unit has Commander Tier 3 potential in a car with 11 skills. This thing is a luxury product with 7 skills and a ceiling like a curb. It is a sports car. It is the mechanical system equivalent of a very loud watch. "Tianxiang, attack!" He knew it was above him and went anyway. High-pressure water cannon put Dark Sentinel on its back through a flower bed. It did not do much damage. A cannon barrel came out of its chest and threw fire, and Tianxiang answered with another water sphere, and the entire hotel forecourt filled with white steam. Then Gale Slash while it was getting up, and Dragon Claw in close through the chest, which put a hole in the housing and started an electrical fire inside a machine. Which is when Wu Bo, whose brain had not yet been informed of his situation, shouted, "Li Qian, don't hurt my shadow soul." I would like to thank him, because I could not have arranged that better with a script. "Young man, your Dark Sentinel almost killed us. You owe us an explanation." "Wu Bo, what exactly is going on?" "We're classmates, and you tried to hurt us." The crowd closed on him, and a bald man with a short fuse decided that explanations were for later. I want to state clearly that I did not participate, and also that I did not stop it, and also that several tourists joined in, and also that his friend Wei Ming shrank so far back into the crowd that he effectively left the province. Zhao Wen was the one who called it. "Stop fighting. Help him." She did not like him. She just did not want to watch a classmate get beaten to death at a party. So everybody remembered themselves and summoned pet beasts, and about 15 animals of wildly varying quality opened up on Dark Sentinel at once alongside Tianxiang, water and flame and wind blades, and the robot went down, and stayed down. And then something came out of the top of its head, a mechanical octopus. About the size of a wash basin, 8 tentacles going in every direction, making a sound like a hinge screaming. Nobody moved, because nobody knew what it was. It screamed again and jumped, and it went straight for Pudgy Zhang. Water arrow. It went off him. It landed badly. It landed, by pure chance, right next to Wei Ming. Wei Ming, to be fair to him, had a contracted beast with genuine Overlord tier potential, purchased by his family, contracted recently, currently at ordinary rank. He tried to summon. He was 1 beat too slow, and the octopus was on him. There was a sound, and then a scream, and 1 tentacle went into his waist and then ripped upward, and his trousers came off in a single motion. I would like to move past this part quickly for everyone's sake. There was a great deal of skin. A number of girls looked away. A number did not. And there was a long line of blood running from his waist down his thigh, which is why he was screaming like something in an abattoir, and which is the only reason this is not purely funny. "Don't let it get the phone." I looked, and 1 tentacle had wrapped around a mobile phone. So that was the objective. It had not gone for Wei Ming. It had gone for his pocket. Then it melted into a puddle of metal and poured into the phone. Sun Jian came through the crowd at a run with 2 more officers. Damn it, it got inside. "Officer Sun, what is going on?" "Later, deal with this first." The phone shivered and stood up. 30 or 40 centimeters of robot assembled out of a telephone. Water arrow, volley. The skill had reached proficient, which means hundreds of arrows instead of one, and an ornamental pool near the entrance emptied itself into the air in a single second. Good lad. Your Azure Scale Flood Dragon is genuinely extraordinary. Fire Mastiff came in from the other side with Flame Jet, and between water and fire the phone robot stopped being a threat, and the octopus came out of it looking much less enthusiastic, and jumped at the nearest living thing, which was Sun Jian, who had his Fire Mastiff take it out of the air with a burning claw. Then he picked it up off the ground and put it in a black box. Officer Sun, what happened? He looked at the box. It's those guys from the Machinery Heresy Society. And here is where I have to introduce the third cult in 3 months, which by that point felt less like a coincidence and more like a subscription. He explained it to the whole crowd, deliberately, because it had happened once in a third-tier city and it could happen again, and people who do not know what they are looking at get killed. The Machinery Heresy Society operates almost exclusively in first-tier and super-tier cities. They are not seen in places like Ling Shui. They specialize in mechanical systems. Any mechanical system pet beast without a contract, they can seize by special means. He held up the box. The octopus is one of those means. They can also temporarily possess electronic or mechanical devices and produce a mechanical system on the spot. The more advanced the device, the more they like it, and the stronger they are after possession. Which is why it went for Pudgy Jiang first and Wei Ming second. Out of everyone in that car park, those two had the most expensive electronics. Pudgy Jiang took his phone out of his pocket, looked at it with an expression of profound betrayal, and nearly threw it into a hedge. Then he did not, because it cost tens of thousands, and even rich people have limits. Sun Jian talked for about 10 more minutes, and then looked around and noticed that Wu Bo was unconscious on the ground, and Wei Ming was pale, bleeding, and clutching his own thigh. Why hasn't the ambulance arrived? Silence. Who called emergency services? The silence got worse. You haven't called an ambulance, have you? Officer Sun, somebody said, your presentation was so engrossing that we forgot. Not far away, Wei Ming heard that and passed out. I do not think most of them forgot. I think some of them assumed somebody else had, and I think several of them had watched a man get beaten unconscious 10 minutes earlier and decided that calling an ambulance now would look like crocodile tears. Sun Jian called it himself. Both of them went away in the back of it, and as he was leaving, I caught his eye. He hesitated, and then he saw the way about 30 classmates were looking at me, and he understood immediately. You can all leave now. Student Chen Wei, come with me to the bureau to make a statement. I stood up. Classmates, I have to give a statement, and honestly, after today, I think we should call it. I got in his car and left, and behind me, a lot of people looked extremely disappointed, because some of them wanted to make friends, and the rest wanted to ask about the dragon. In the car, he pulled out into traffic and made polite conversation. Student Chen Wei, you're really lucky to have contracted a wild Azure Scale Flood Dragon. It's not luck. Tian Xiang evolved, with my help. Oh, it evolved from. He got about 4 words further into that sentence before it detonated. The car went across a lane and a half. Wait, what did you say? Officer Sun, be careful. He said Apex Unit 9, switch to autopilot immediately, and the central console said Apex Unit 9 received, autopilot mode activated, and the car straightened out and actually sped up. And a police officer took both hands off the wheel to stare at a teenager. Student Chen Wei. Then he stopped and started again. No, Breeder Chen. Officer Sun, let's get to the point. He wrestled with it and then went for it. I'm about to break through to commander rank, and then I can contract a third pet beast. Could you breed me an Azure Scale Flood Dragon? I held up one finger. Sure, market price, 100 million. The finger did what I wanted, which was to shut him up completely. And it was not a stunt price. An Overlord Tier 5 beast at 100 million is honest and possibly cheap. He could have scraped together 20 or 30. 100 put the entire idea in the sea, and the most painful part is that he could not even complain about it. I watched him work through that, and then I moved. Of course, that's just market price. Breeding one for Officer Sun obviously can't be at market price. I told him what I had charged Qin Liang. I'll take 10 million from you as well. He was so happy he abandoned student Chen Wei entirely and went to Brother Rue and made the standard promise. If there is anything I can do to help you, do not hesitate to ask. Then I won't hold back, and I'll speak up. He had no response to that at all, which I enjoy, because that line is supposed to be a formality, and normal people wait a decent interval before cashing it. I did not have an interval. I had a specific problem. There's a breeding base in the south suburbs called Jiaoyang. I bought it. He coughed hard enough to fog the windscreen. However, it's remote. If something happens out there, I might not be able to handle it. He is not stupid. He got it immediately, and he also got the thing behind it, which is that a beat officer does not get to allocate municipal security assets to a private business. So I gave him the version he could take upstairs. I think that as a citizen of Lingshui City, helping the Public Security Bureau is protecting my own life and property. If possible, I'd like a closer working relationship. And then I said the number. If the Bureau is willing to establish a post near Jiaoyang Cultivation Base with an officer stationed there year-round, then our base will offer 1 Azure-scale Flood Dragon breeding slot per year at 10 million. Not 1 dragon for him, 1 dragon a year. For the Bureau, forever, at a 1/10 of market. He went quiet for a while. Brother Rui, I'll treat this with the utmost care and report to the director the moment I'm back, and I believe the director will most likely agree. Of course he agreed. Setting up a guard post in the south suburbs costs a rounding error against an Overlord Tier 5 beast annually. And I want to be clear about what I was buying, because it was not the guard post. A guard post cannot stop a commander rank cultist. What a guard post does is exist. It sits on the road and it tells every small-time opportunist in the province that the fish farm with the dragons is a police matter, and it makes the risk calculation of 100 ordinary criminals come out on the correct side. I did all of that so I could leave for university in 3 months without lying awake. If somebody wants to call that using public resources for private benefit, they can. This world is not fair, and I would do it again tomorrow. The next afternoon, 5 people arrived at the base, led by a man of about 50 who introduced himself as Tang Bo, president of the Lingshui City Breeder Association, which I had been expecting since roughly the moment a dragon fought a robot in front of 40 witnesses at the most expensive resort in town. We heard student Chen Wei has researched the path from Koi to Azure Scale Flood Dragon. I wonder if I could see it. I took all 5 of them up to the roof and called Tiansheng and excluded, pet name, out of the central pond. 2 dragons came out of the water, roared twice, used Dragon Leap, and were on the roof in the time it takes to blink. Then both of them put their heads into my hands, one after the other, and rubbed. 5 officials of a municipal association stood there making noises. President Tang, you flatter me. They walked the property, and I could see all 5 of them having ideas about the state of it. And then they found out I had bought it 3 weeks ago, and all 5 of them stopped having ideas. Then the vice president asked, in a very casual voice, which beast taming university I was applying to, and mentioned that, with an achievement like mine, I could be admitted to the top 2 in the country without sitting the exam. I said it was still early. Tang Bo, who is politically quicker than his deputy, changed the subject smoothly and said I should apply for senior breeder, and then added that Lingshui is only a 3rd-tier city, so the most he could certify locally was intermediate. They came back the next day with the certificate. Intermediate breeder. At 18. In a city where the last decent breeder genius was before I was born. That evening, I logged into the association's internal database, which is a thing intermediate breeders get and high school students do not, and started reading. I went straight to the Western Salamander family, because I had a direction now, and the material was thin, because the whole family is rare. And then a name went past my eyes. Frostfire Salamander. Inspiration value +5. Task progress 92%. 92. And I had 1 achievement point, +8 left from the original 9. I did not hesitate. I dumped all 8 points into the bar and watched it fill to 100 in about a second and a half, and I hit submit. And the whole method came into my head, and I sat there for a long time with a complicated expression, because it was not what I wanted. Here is the path. Feed the Koi Blood Orchid Potion to wake the Western Dragon bloodline. Put it inside a Frostfire array, which is a combined formation, a Frost array and a Fire array bonded at a single point. Then use the collision of 2 opposed energies at that junction to break the barriers inside the animal and force it across the threshold. That is the whole thing. It is much simpler than the dragon path. It needs no 100-meter waterfall, no limit break, no second skill, no aptitude gate at all. In theory, anything can walk it. And that is precisely what makes it monstrous. Because the koi path to the dragon has requirements, and requirements are protection. If a ship cannot learn waterfall climb or push fish leap to limit break, it simply never qualifies, and it goes on living as a fish. If it does qualify and it fails the climb, it gets tired, and you try again next month. The failure state is a wasted evening and 2 kilos of powder. The Frostfire path has no gate at the front and no mercy at the back. If the animal does not complete the evolution under that energy collision, it does not go back to being a koi. It ends up with internal damage that nobody in this world knows how to repair, and internal damage means the road is closed. Permanently. No further evolution, ever, for the rest of a life it will now live as a cripple. And some of them simply die during the process. The success rate is about 50%. 50. That is not breeding. That is a coin. And on the other side of the coin, Frostfire Salamander, racial potential, Overlord Tier 9. 9. The Azure Scale Flood Dragon is Overlord Tier 5, and it is a 100 million yuan animal that nobody can produce. This thing is 4 tiers above that. It is 1 step below Emperor level, and it is rumored across the industry to be the degenerate form of an Icefire Giant Dragon, which is Saint Spirit tier, which is the kind of creature that appears in the history of a federation rather than in a market. And the thing that governs the 50% is not aptitude, it is willpower. How hard the animal is willing to hold on, and for how long. I did not have a Frostfire array. I had never seen one. I could not have drawn one at gunpoint. I checked the achievement points afterward and got a very funny result, which is that submitting a task that was completed with banked points pays nothing at all. I ground 9 points out of the first project, spent 8, and finished the second one with the same 1 point I started with. Back to square one, having personally solved 2 of the largest open problems in my industry. The next morning I was ambushed at school. Zhao Mei and He Shou together in an office, both looking at me the way you look at an unusual animal. Truly remarkable. My student Chen Wei has made this much noise without making a sound. Zhao Mei told me later what that felt like from her side. She already knew I was studying breeding. She had personally walked me through a pharmacy. She said it was like watching a kid play with firecrackers and not thinking twice about it, and then one day the kid tells you he has built an atomic bomb. Teacher Zhao, please stop. I got lucky. So many breeders have researched this. How come you're the one who got lucky? He Shu mildly. Humility is a good thing. Excessive humility isn't. Then she told me 2 useful things. One, that Ling Shui had not produced a breeder worth anything in a long time, that my existence mattered to the association, and that when they offered me resources, I should take them without hesitating. 2, that she would get me the school's awards. And Xiao Mei said the thing that I keep coming back to. Your level has passed both of ours. Ordinary questions won't stump you, and the deep ones we've never touched. But ask anyway. We may not be able to answer, but we can find you somebody who can. So I asked. I want to learn the Frostfire array. That got a reaction out of her that nothing else had. Why? My research may require it. What research? And this is where I made a deliberate decision, which is that I was going to tell them in advance rather than detonate it on them later. While studying the path to the Azure Scale Flood Dragon, I found something else. Koi may have a second evolutionary route. Do you know the evolved form? I think it's most likely a Frostfire Salamander. Both of them went very quiet. What stage is the research at? We've made progress. We're stuck on the array, which was a lie by omission the size of a house, because the research was finished, and I could not say so, because the last time I dropped one of these on an adult without warning, I had to watch a police officer put a car into autopilot. If the research is completed, you wouldn't mind us observing the evolution test, would you? You're most welcome. As for the Frostfire array, He Shu said, frowning at nothing, I know somebody who's quite skilled with that. He should be able to help. After I left, Xiao Mei looked at her and said, in a tone I would pay money to have heard, so you're going to go find that annoying man for Chen Wei's sake. There's no conflict between us, and I don't dislike him. Is that so? That night, 2 very beautiful women walked into an adventurer's bar next to the pet beast market, and the entire room turned around, and a blonde young man walked up and offered to buy them a drink, and every single person watching prepared to enjoy his humiliation. And Xiao Mei licked her lips and said, 2 fiery rainbow clouds, which is the strongest and most expensive thing in that bar, and which is about 1,000 yuan for the pair, and which the blonde man ordered without blinking, to a room full of people who had just watched a con occur in real time and could not work out which direction it was running. His name is Ren Jun, and the actual conversation in that private room had nothing to do with me. You already know about Taoyuan Mountain Villa a couple of days ago. What do you think? How else can we watch it? Just sit and watch? Ren Jun, stop being so nonchalant. The Machinery Heresy Society has always operated only in big cities. This time, their product came into Ling Shui. If it's an accident, fine. If it's deliberate, we have a problem. And Ren Jun, who had been doing a bit, stopped doing a bit. Could they be after the seal? Neither woman answered, which is an answer. If we find out that's their goal, we report it to the clan immediately. This is the place where our ancestors fought. The place they died protecting must not be allowed to fall into danger. And Xiao Mei, who spends her working days telling teenagers to breathe calmly, said, in a voice nobody in our school has ever heard, that they would uproot those damned cultists sooner or later. Then, once the serious part was finished, she changed her entire register and said, "Young man, I hear your array skills are quite good. You all know my worth, and how many times have I told you not to call me Kath? I have a name." "Okay, cow dung." He gave up because he has apparently never won an argument with her in his life, and turned to He Shu instead, who is gentle and quiet and does not do that to him. That is a whole situation, and it is not my business, and I have watched him fail at it repeatedly since. I have a student. 3 days later, a blonde man arrived at my base, and I want to describe my first impression accurately. He looked like a small-time hood. Not a young one either. Late 20s, dressed like a nightclub, carrying himself like a person who has been thrown out of places. 2 of the most respectable teachers at my school had sent me this man to teach me formation theory. Buddy. What's your name? I had been about 11 milliseconds from saying little blonde, and I caught it, and he heard me catch it, and neither of us mentioned it. My name is Ren Jun. Brother Ren, welcome to Jiaoyang Cultivation Base. He looked around at my property. Kid, your breeding base looks so-so, which was completely accurate, so I agreed with him and said I had only just taken it over and had not had time to fix it, and he coughed and immediately walked it back, because being rude to somebody who refuses to be rude back makes you look small, and he knew it. Actually, at your age, taking over a base this size is quite remarkable. The scale and the foundation are still here. Managed properly, it will come back. So he was not a thug. He was a competent man with terrible presentation, which in my experience is the most useful kind of person alive. What exactly do you intend to do with a Frostfire array? Stimulate the energy inside a pet beast to trigger an evolutionary opportunity. His whole face changed, and afterward he told me why. A high schooler who says that sentence with the right words in the right order is not playing. And Xiao Mei and He Shou do not ask him for favors on behalf of children who are playing. So where do you want it? I took him to a flat patch near the central pond. Book knowledge of formations is ultimately superficial. How about this? We set one up and I explain as we go. He gave me a materials list. I gave it to Gaoyong, who could not make head or tail of a single line, and immediately went to procure all of it anyway. And I told him to order 3 sets, because I did not yet know whether a Frostfire array survives being used. And then, while all that was in motion, I had a different problem. Who do I test this on? Not Mo Yu. Qin Liang's koi is the best candidate on the property by temperament, but he was bought and paid for as a dragon, and if I gamble him on a 50% and lose, I have to explain to a police captain that I permanently crippled his animal for a science experiment. Not any of the koi already on the dragon track. Everything they had trained for months was for a different door. And not the salted fish, because for those, the 50% is optimistic. So I opened the online mall and started shopping for a volunteer. Most of the koi listed on the Pet Beast Mall are already exceptional because you do not list a koi at all unless there is a reason, And there are so many koi in this world that the best of the worst is still a very deep pool. And then one listing stopped me. He withstood the intimidation of a river-overturning crocodile for 10 minutes without passing out. I bought it before I finished reading the page. A river-overturning crocodile is not quite an Azure-scale flood dragon, but its intimidate is not something a koi is supposed to survive at all. Not endure, survive. 10 minutes of standing in that and staying conscious means the willpower on that animal is somewhere off the top of its species. And willpower is the entire coin, which also gave me the idea that reorganized the whole base. If willpower is trainable and intimidate is a skill, then I do not need to hope for animals like this. I can manufacture them. I did not have an intimidate beast, neither did my parents, but I had a business partner. The next day, Gao Yang arrived with his own father. Shun Hu, who is over 70, who spent his entire life in commerce and is not a real beast tamer in any meaningful sense, but who came from money and therefore has, on paper, an extremely impressive stat sheet, because that is what money does, and a sun-devouring tiger with intimidate. I want to say that I was touched that a man in his 70s came out to my base to help me train fish, and then I watched him for 4 minutes and revised my assessment completely, because he was having the time of his life. He summoned it by the central pond and looked at it and got briefly sentimental because he first swore an oath to it when it was a little flame cat. There is a lesson in that too. The little flame cat has poor starting potential, but it has an extremely clear public evolution ladder, and if you keep paying you can walk it all the way up to a sun-devouring tiger with Overlord tier potential. He did not raise a monster, he bought one rung at a time, over 50 years. By then there were over 100 koi in that pond, because my parents and Gao Yang had been buying koi with real intent for weeks, and the population had gone up by a factor of 3. Big cat, it's our turn. Show the little guys your power. And the tiger looked down into the water at 100 koi with an expression of undisguised human contempt, because for once it had been given permission to unload on something completely defenseless. Intimidate. The pond went silent. Most of them dropped straight to the bottom. Several tried to bury themselves in the mud. About a dozen managed to hold position at all, and Moyu and Firebrand were the most obvious of them. 3 seconds later, they started falling out, one at a time. At 1 minute, 5 were left, huddled together, which does absolutely nothing against a pressure skill, but which I found unexpectedly moving. At 5 minutes, 80% of the pond was floating belly up. Not dead, unconscious, with 0 physical consequences, which is the beautiful part about Intimidate as a training tool. At 8 minutes, there were 3 left, Moyu and 2 of my base fish. At 8 minutes and a few seconds, the 2 base fish rolled over. At 9 minutes, Moyu went. And I stood at the edge of that pond with 100 unconscious fish floating in front of me, feeling genuinely proud, which is not a sentence I ever expected to write. Moyu was the last one standing by a full minute. My 2 base koi had held out past Firebrand, which meant Pudgy Zhang's carefully selected, extremely expensive first pet beast, who has better aptitude than either of them, has a softer core. I noted that, and I did not say anything, and it mattered later. I put every koi in the base on Intimidate training after that, both tracks, because I had figured something out from Tianxiang and excluded, pet name, that the recipe does not mention, which is that even the dragon path is a willpower test. Same conditions, same food, same waterfall. Tianxiang went up under his own power and excluded, pet name, could not, and if a 6-meter dragon had not held an umbrella over him, he would have gone into that pool and stayed a fish. The new koi arrived by air courier 2 days later. Long-necked bird. Commander tier potential, docile, and so fast that essentially every courier company in the Federation runs on them, which is a genuinely elegant use of an animal that cannot fight. I signed for a cardboard box and let out 60 centimeters of extremely energetic fish. Little guy, I don't know if meeting me is your luck or your misfortune. Then I called Tianxiang out, because Tianxiang, at elite tier, has the intelligence of a 7 or 8-year-old child and can talk to me down the contract, and that made him the only translator I had. I told him exactly what to say, twice, to be safe, and I did not soften any of it. Tell him I need him for an evolution experiment. Tell him it may succeed and it may fail. Tell him if it fails, he loses the hope of evolution forever. Tell him if it succeeds, he becomes an Overlord tier 9. And then I stood at the edge of a pond and waited for a fish to make an informed decision about his own life. I want to be honest about what I would have done if he had refused. Nothing. I would have kept him, fed him, and treated a few 100,000 yuan as the price of a very expensive ornamental fish, and I would have felt bad and gotten over it. I also did not think he would refuse, because when Tian Xiang came out of the water, I had watched this animal's eyes, and there was envy in them, and under the envy there was something that looked a great deal like grief. He came out of the water in a clean half circle and went back in. Very good. It seems you have a lot of confidence in yourself. He swam in tight, fast circles, blowing bubbles, so agitated he was nearly leaving the pond. No need to rush. Before you evolve, I need to get you into the best condition. Which was true, and also the array was not finished. Then I remembered I had to name him. I looked at him for a while, scratched my head, and eventually said, out loud, "Judging from your build, you look about 60 centimeters, so how about I call you Little Six?" Yan Long. The first one was Old Seventh, the second one is Little Six. If this continues, I will simply count down, and eventually contract an Overlord tier beast named Number 1. My naming logic is simple, and it sounds insane. Neither of these names has any relationship at all to a majestic dragon or a frostfire salamander. They sound like kittens. I would love to produce something imposing. I am extremely bad at it. That is all that is in my head. The next 2 weeks I basically stopped attending school. Not because I decided to. Because He Shou, Xiao Mei, and the teachers for pet beast knowledge, combat, and culture all quietly agreed to look the other way, on the grounds that there was nothing left in that building for me, and that all I actually needed to do was show up for the entrance exam. They did not even think the exam mattered. Their assessment was that the top universities were going to come to me. They were correct within about 10 days. I spent those 2 weeks with Ren Jun, and I want to say something about that man because I have made fun of his hair repeatedly, and he deserves better. He taught it properly. He did not hold anything back. He did not keep a hook for himself, and he explained the reasoning under every step rather than just the steps. I do not know whether that was for He Shou's sake or his own pride, and it does not matter. The array took shape on the flat ground near the pond. A frostfire array is 2 formations, a frost array on one side, a fire array on the other, and a single junction where they bond, and the junction is the entire art. Anyone can lay 2 circles. Bonding them is what people spend years on. He told me later he thought I would need months. In under 2 weeks, I could not lay one from scratch, but I could start and run one, and he told He Shou that at the rate I was going, I would be ready to graduate from him in about another week. Which is a genuinely funny thing to say about a formation master's apprentice, and also the only thing I wanted, because I was never trying to become a formation master. I only ever needed one specific circle. I dug a pit at the junction point, about 1 meter square and half a meter deep, and filled it with water from the central pond by hand with buckets, walking back and forth like a peasant, which is a detail I want preserved for the historical record. That is where the koi goes, and on the day I ran my final practice ignition, Renjun was walking 3 visitors across my property toward me, and I had no idea any of them existed. Their names were Wei Feng, Jiang Chen, and Fan Ying, and they were admissions officers from 3 different beast-taming universities, and they had all shown up at my gate within about 90 minutes of each other. Wei Feng came first. Vice Dean of the Cultivation Academy at Jiangnan Beast-Taming University, dressed like a man about to service a lawnmower, and he went to my high school rather than my base, because arriving unannounced looks predatory and arriving with somebody familiar does not. He walked into that building and found He Shou, who is both my breeding teacher and a Jiangnan graduate, which is the kind of luck that makes an admissions officer believe in destiny. Then he came out of the building with her, and a taxi pulled up at my gate, and a woman in her 30s in red-rimmed glasses got out. "Oh, if it isn't Vice Dean Wei Feng of Jiangnan, I didn't expect to run into you in a small place like Lingshui City." Jiang Chen. Shazhou Beast-Taming University. She and a young male colleague are known across the country as the 2 pillars of Shazhou admissions, and their entire method is that he is handsome and she is beautiful, and they travel constantly and harvest teenagers. Wei Feng, who is a professional, smiled and immediately began playing Tai Chi with her about the weather, and she cut through it in about 40 seconds. I hear a breeding genius has appeared in Ling Shui who cracked the koi path before graduating high school. Our Shazhou is out in the far west, unlike your Jiangnan, so our pull on talent is limited. Which means we admissions officers have to work harder and get lucky. And Wei Feng got quietly alarmed, because geographically, the two nearest of the 8 greats to my province are neither of those, and yet the first competitor through my gate had come from thousands of kilometers away. Shazhou is the newest of the 8 greats. It sits in a province that is mostly gravel and desert. Its student intake is the worst of the 8, and its known institutional weakness is cultivation, which is the exact department I am. So he did the only thing he could and tried to remind He Shu which university she graduated from, and Jiang Chen took He Shu by the arm, complimented her at industrial volume, offered her a teaching post at Shazhou's affiliated high school, and walked into my base with her, leaving him to carry the metaphorical bags. And then, before they got 100 meters, a woman in a black leather jacket showed up and introduced herself as Fan Ying, newly hired admissions officer for Mizhou Beast University, at which point Jiang Chen had to stand there smiling, while another university openly plagiarized her entire operating strategy, and Wei Feng quietly decided to go home and suggest that Jiangnan hire a more attractive admissions officer, because you cannot pretend to be above this if everybody else has stopped pretending. I knew none of this. I was 200 meters away, kneeling next to a mud puddle, taking a blood orchid potion out of a crystal on a necklace. Yan Long, are you ready? Bubbles, eyes up, waiting. If you complete this evolution, I'll contract you. You'll be my second pet beast. And in the future, it isn't impossible for you to keep going and become an ice-fire giant dragon, which was not a sales pitch. I meant every word, and I had reason to. I had cracked 2 evolutions of this species inside 4 months with a research system in my head, and the only reason nobody has cracked the Frostfire line further is that nobody has ever known where a Frostfire salamander comes from. I poured the potion into the puddle, and he took all of it. A faint light of evolution came up off him, and it was nowhere near enough, which is the entire reason the array exists. I sat down at the edge of the circle and pushed mental energy into both halves at once. Crimson from the right, blue-white from the left, both spreading along the pattern in the ground, meeting at the junction, becoming one light brown beam that closed around a fish in a mud puddle. At first, nothing. Then the brown energy started going into him, and he started swimming like something was eating him from the inside, which it was. I have never in my life been able to shake the next few minutes. He was in tremendous pain. I could see it, and he did not leave the puddle, and he did not black out, because he had been told once, by a boy with a translator, that if he fainted, the evolution failed, and he had built his entire understanding of the situation on that one sentence. I found out later, from Tian Xiang, what was going on in his head, and it comes down to the fact that he had already decided he would rather die than go on being a koi in a tank. He had watched Tian Xiang and excluded pet name, and he knew they had started exactly where he was. The light went up into a pillar about 10 meters tall, which meant it was time for the first hinge, and my entire job in this evolution is 3 hinges. The information said, do not rush the beginning, feed slowly, then, at the moment the pillar forms, increase output sharply to help it break the first life barrier. I put more in. The light went up until it lit everything inside 100 meters, and inside it a fish convulsed and held on, and then the pillar came down and everything went quiet. 200 meters away, on the other side of a stand of trees, 6 people had stopped walking. He Shu, Xiaomei's friend the array man, the 3 admissions officers, and my mother. They had all seen a pillar of evolution light, and then they had watched it go out inside about 3 minutes, and every one of them arrived at the same conclusion, which is that it had failed. Which is normal. Nobody cracks evolution in one shot. Every breeder fails, summarizes, improves. So the mood over there was not disappointment. If anything, the failure improved my stock because getting a light that clean on an early attempt means the work is close. They were about to walk over and introduce themselves, and the light came back on. They stopped mid-step, and I want you to appreciate their position because none of them could move. Watching a breeder's evolution process without invitation is the taboo, so 6 people stood in a wood in the dark, wildly confused, and did not take another step. Second hinge is the same shape as the first. The methods do not change, and I had already done it once, so it went cleaner. 5 minutes of gradual feed, then a hard push at the end. Second pillar, brighter than the first. On the other side of the trees, somebody whispered, "Is he going to complete the whole thing right now?" And He Shu, who is the only one over there who understood anything, did not answer. That light came down too. This time, all 6 of them stayed exactly where they were, which was wise. And I disconnected the array completely, because the third hinge is not mine. The third one is the Blood Orchid Potion, and everything I had done up to that point was building a room in which a Western dragon bloodline could wake up inside an animal that has about a thimble of it. Now I had to cut the energy so the medicine could take over, and then feed a thin, continuous trickle to support it, and nothing else, and get out of the way. 3 minutes of nothing, and then the light came back for the third time, and it was not silver, it was blood red. Is that the light of evolution? My mother asked, uncertain, on the other side of the wood. That should be true, said Hishu, who was guessing, and Wei Feng, who has forgotten more about this than either of them will learn, said the useful thing. The light of evolution isn't always silver. Crimson, bright yellow, emerald green are all possible. Crimson only proves that this evolution is not simple, and that the resulting beast may exceed our expectations. And Hishu, who knew the name I had told her in an office 3 weeks earlier, said, mostly to herself, that if this succeeded, it might indeed surprise them. Meanwhile, I was holding a thread of energy steady with my hands shaking, watching a shape start to form inside crimson light. 3 meters of outline. Then more. Then the light hit its peak and went up in a pillar, and the evolution was complete, and the light came apart and left something standing in a mud puddle that was no longer a mud puddle because the thing standing in it was 10 meters long and 4 meters tall. That is 100% Godzilla. I said that out loud, alone, in front of a legendary creature. It is a colossal lizard, and every scientific description of a Western salamander undersells it, because the thing the descriptions leave out is the dorsal fin. It is crystal, it is faceted like cut glass, and there is energy moving under the surface of it, and it flickers, sometimes red and sometimes blue-white, and I knew from the material that it lights up in the matching color every time it casts, so that the animal is essentially wearing its own status bar. Name: Frostfire Salamander. Attributes: Ice, Fire. Rank: Elite Tier 5. Potential: Overlord Tier 9. Skills: Flame Jet, Proficient. Flame Vortex, Proficient. Explosive Spark, Beginner. Flame Dash, Beginner. Blazing Fire, Beginner. Ice Shard Break, Proficient. Ice Frost Breath, Beginner. Ice Shield, Beginner. Blizzard, Beginner. Frost, Beginner. Dragon Tail, Beginner. Dragon's Guard, Beginner. 12 skills. Out of the gate, 2 full elements, offense, defense, mobility, and control, on an animal that 4 minutes earlier had a skill list consisting of the word jump. And then 2 of those lines made me sit down. Blazing Fire and Frost are not attack skills. They are passives with identical triggers. When the energy in his body drops below half, they both come on, and each one increases the power of its element by 100%. So this animal gets stronger as it loses. A rare Overlord Tier 9 with 2 attributes, 12 skills at birth, and a comeback mechanic weld into the floor of its own health bar. Then Yan Long looked down at his own body, felt what was inside it, and roared at the sky, and every timid animal on that property flattened itself into the mud, and the sound went across the whole base, which is how 6 people found out it was over. I told my mother on the phone they could come. Wei Feng got there first and identified it on site, which nobody else could have done. This is Frostfire Salamander. And then, much louder, how is this possible? Because here is the thing about that species. It is so rare that in the Western Federations, it turns up occasionally in the wild or in a rift, and in the Eastern Federations, it has essentially never been seen. It is rumored to degenerate from a Saint Spirit tier Icefire giant dragon. Western breeders have been working on it for a very long time. And not only had nobody cracked the path from Frostfire Salamander to the giant dragon, nobody had ever established what a Frostfire Salamander comes from. It has always simply appeared. No known degenerate form. No documented juvenile stage. And here it was, standing in a puddle in a third-tier city in the east, rubbing its head against the hand of a boy who had not finished high school. Koi can evolve into a Frostfire Salamander, Fan Ying said, to nobody. No wonder so many breeders in the West could never figure out what it came from, Wei Feng said. It came from the most common fish in the East. Yes, I said, walking over. I was quite surprised too when I first found the clues. Then I contracted him. He put his head out without being asked, and the contract went through in a single flare of light, and the feedback came back down it and rearranged my physical condition so thoroughly that I now compare favorably with low-potential beasts entering elite tier. Jiang Chen, who had just watched a live demonstration of my entire value proposition, went first and went too hard. Student Chen Wei, regardless of whether you agree to study with us, I'd like to pre-order. I hope you'll breed 5 Frostfire Salamanders for Shazhou. No, as many as you want, price negotiable, and certainly not lower than market. And Wei Feng, who had been waiting all afternoon for exactly one mistake, went in like a knife. I wonder what Shazhou is up to. Student Chen Wei has not enrolled at your university, and his research has nothing to do with you. A frostfire salamander is priceless and unavailable. If it were on the mall, it would be gone instantly. Buy at market price and take as many as you like. Those who know the situation think Xiaozhou is supporting student Chen Wei. Those who don't know think you're taking advantage of him. She had reached for the standard internal arrangement between a university and its own faculty, where the school gets first refusal below market, which is normal and which does not apply because I was not their staff and we were meeting as equals. She apologized instantly and cleanly, which improved my opinion of her considerably. I let them argue for another minute and then pointed out that this was not the place and took all three of them to a meeting room in Building 1, one at a time, in order. Jiangnan first, which was itself information, and everybody in the room understood it. He Shu is my teacher and a Jiangnan graduate, and Jiangnan is the closest of the 8 greats to my city, and I let them go first on purpose. Wei Feng opened with a great deal of praise, established that Jiangnan was founded 1500 years ago, and then spent half an hour on terms. Full scholarship, tuition waived, free course selection, eligibility to join school evolution research projects from year 1, up to 10 million yuan of breeding resources annually, and no obligation to share independent research results with the school. Those are good terms. The money part meant nothing to me, and he could tell. I said I appreciated the sincerity and needed to discuss it with my family. Jiang Chen was second, and she did something none of the others did, which is that she described her own university honestly. Established late, remote, surrounded by desert, harsh. And then she flipped it, because the desert has produced an enormous population of wind and earth attribute beasts, several of them found nowhere else. Telling me the weaknesses out loud bought her more credit than any offer in the folder. And then she let something slip. If you choose Xiaozhou, in addition to the terms, we can evolve your father's circle land bear free of charge into a titan bear, an extremely rare metal and earth dual type with Overlord tier potential. And your mother's gray chirp pigeon can evolve into the cloud-piercing goose, unique to our province. I put my hand up. Wait, if I heard correctly, you meant to say void-escaping eagle. She had said the wrong bird on purpose, and then let the right one show through, and I want to be honest that I only caught it because the two words sound similar and my brain snagged on the mismatch. A cloud-piercing goose tops out at commander rank, which is marginally better than a storm eagle and functionally the same thing. A void-escaping eagle is space attribute. Space, which is one of the rarest categories that exists. Its potential is mid-overlord, on par with an Azure-scale flood dragon, and in a real fight it is worse to handle than a dragon because it teleports. It can leap through space, it cannot be intercepted, and against anything stronger than itself, it simply leaves. If my mother's pigeon becomes that, then my mother, who currently has a dragon and a bird, becomes a woman that nothing can catch and nothing can corner. She apologized for the slip. She was lying about the slip. But Professor Yang developed that path, so I can't promise anything without his approval. I can change it, Azure-scale flood dragon or frostfire salamander, his choice, in exchange for evolving my mother's pigeon into a void-escaping eagle. That is not a generous offer. That is an obscene offer, and both of us knew it, and she said she would speak to Professor Yang and that she believed he would be interested. Fan Ying was third, and I want to say something kind about her, because she got the worst slot and knew it and did the work anyway. Mizhou's terms came out roughly level with Jiangnan and a clear notch under Xiaozhou, and she read my face at the end and left knowing she had lost. After all three of them were gone, He Shou stayed behind, and she gave me the single most valuable piece of information anyone has ever given me for free. Choose carefully. If you haven't decided, don't answer yet. But most importantly, you need to understand the deeper logic of choosing a beast-taming university. What logic? Do you know why the 8 greats are called the 8 greats? Why 8 and not 9 or 10? What is the actual difference between them and an ordinary beast-taming university? I sat there and realized I did not know, and that I had never once thought about it, and that it is one of those questions that sounds stupid until you try to answer it. The main reason I'm telling you to be careful is that once you choose, your future career path is basically set. Which sounded insane. Choosing a school in the West does not stop me from working in my own province. The reason for this is the dimensional rift. What? Inside the East Xia Federation, there are 8 dimensional rifts that stay open year-round. 8. That's right. Xiaozhou was founded last because the 8th rift appeared last. The 2 events happened one after the other. And then she said it plainly. Every one of the 8 greats suppresses a dimensional rift. Or, more precisely, they are the actual managers of the 8 permanently open rifts in this federation. I sat there while my model of the entire world reorganized itself. Scale, library, faculty, those are reasons, and they are not the main reason. The main reason is resources, a continuous supply of them. The home planet is just an ordinary beast-taming planet that got contaminated by leakage. What's here is a drop in the ocean compared to a rift. The 8 greats have a complete rift each as a training ground and an inexhaustible supply. Anybody else who wants in has to go through them. Kyoto and Zhonghai lead the 8 not only because of where they are, but because their 2 rifts appeared earliest and have been explored deepest. Adventurers can enter too. But compared to a university, they're a guerrilla band next to a regular army, in safety and in resources both. And every entry has a fee, and the fee is collected by the university. All 8 have branch campuses inside their own rifts. You freshmen won't be told any of this. You find out in your 3rd year. And I understood, finally, why choosing a school is choosing a life. 4 years of contacts and experience inside one specific rift is not a line on a resume. It is a place and the people in it. And if you leave for a different rift afterward, you keep the knowledge and lose the map and everybody you know. Then I asked the question I could not stop myself asking. If the 8 greats manage every rift on the home planet, then what does the beast-taming legion have? She pointed at the sky. Isn't there another place? The heavenly battlefield. 2 days later, I called Jiang Chen. Teacher Zhou, I hope to see you again in a little over 3 months. She made a noise on the other end of the line and then asked me to say it in plain words, and I told her my expression had been very clear and unambiguous. I did not choose Shazhou for the beauty. I did not choose it for the money, which was similar everywhere. I chose it because Shazhou is bad at exactly the thing I am, and a place that is bad at what you are good at will pay any price to have you, and Shazhou did. They opened every pet beast below Overlord tier on their campus to me for free contract and study. They gave me every scrap of breeding material they own the rights to. They promised me an independent laboratory in my freshman year. They offered to negotiate with individual professors on my behalf for the material they do not own. They recruited an 18-year-old on the terms you use for a top-tier breeding master. I found out much later that the reason they could move that fast is that Jiang Chen called her leadership the Night of the Salamander, and the leadership of an entire university held an emergency meeting about a high school student and came out of it having decided to buy a horse's bones with 1,000 pieces of gold. Wei Feng called her afterward and asked whether it was worth that price, and she told him the truth, which is that from where they were standing today, it probably was not, and that they were betting on the far end. And Wei Feng hung up and said to an empty office, "Why do I always have the feeling that one day we're going to regret this?" I also asked for one thing that was not on anybody's list. If I choose Shazhou, could your university send somebody to protect me between now and enrollment? She blinked and said, "No problem at all," and I clarified. "Teacher Zhou, I don't think you understand. The person needs to be strong enough to handle unexpected situations." She frowned, told me to hold on, and called somebody in front of me without stepping out of the room, which was itself the message. 3 minutes later, she hung up. If student Chen Wei chooses Shazhou, our university will immediately send a beast tamer of Overlord tier strength to protect you until enrollment. I think that would be a very attractive offer. Because by then, I had been paying attention. There had been an octopus at a resort, and there had been explosions in the north suburbs at night that the authorities explained away, and the Machinery Heresy Society does not operate in third-tier cities. I was not asking for a bodyguard because I was frightened for myself. I was asking because I had a bad feeling about the city my parents live in, and because I was going to leave it in 3 months, and because if something happened here, I wanted somebody standing in it who could actually do something. The first person to make my life difficult after that was a fish. Mo Yu had watched Yan Long go into a mud puddle as a koi and come out as 10 meters of Godzilla, and he had stopped training, and he was doing laps in the central pond and jumping out of the water at intervals like a man pacing a corridor. Tian Xiang translated, Mo Yu wanted the other path, which put me in a genuinely bad position. Doing the evolution is not the problem. The problem is that Mo Yu was 2 weeks from being an Azure scale flood dragon after months of training that all becomes worthless the moment he changes track. And, far more importantly, Mo Yu is not mine. So I called the man who owns him and told him the truth in the first 30 seconds. This path can produce a Frostfire salamander. It also has a 50% failure rate. If it fails, Mo Yu loses the hope of evolution forever. There was a silence on the line long enough for me to check the connection. Then Qin Liang said he could not decide on the phone and that he would come to Ling Shui tomorrow and look at his fish. He arrived at noon, walked past 3 admissions officers who briefly panicked that a 4th university had entered the bidding, went to the pond alone, and came back 10 minutes later. Mo Yu wants to be a Frostfire salamander. He's quite determined. I respect his choice. Fine, I can arrange it tomorrow. He nodded and said, in that case, I won't leave today, and then, as an afterthought, asked whether he could take Mo Yu with him for the night. I held out the orb. No need. He did not take it. I've already signed a soul contract with Mo Yu. I stared at him. Understand what he had just done. Contracting before evolution gets you the feedback, which is enormous. It also means that if the 50% goes the wrong way, he has spent a contract slot permanently on a crippled koi that can never evolve again, and he keeps that slot occupied for roughly 20 years. There are soul-nourishing medicines that reduce the backlash of breaking a contract enough to reuse the slot. They are astronomically expensive and permanently out of stock, and they get bought the instant they appear. Outside of the top tier of rich families, nobody on this planet reuses a discarded slot, which is why literally nobody contracts a koi before the evolution. You actually, sigh. I have confidence in Mo Yu, he'll make it. Then he said the rest of it, in the flat voice of a man discussing somebody else's weather. Besides, my beast-taming talent is soul bond. At crucial moments I can give him strength. I want to take this step with him. The next morning, he put Mo Yu into the puddle and then walked away without another word and did not stop walking until he was behind the tree line. I replaced the energy stones, sat down, and started it. 200 meters away, Qin Liang summoned his Vajra ape and fire mastiff and stood there with both of them for the duration, because there had been an explosion in the north suburbs at midnight and he had not slept. Half an hour in, 3 admissions officers and my mother came out and joined him, and I want to note that these people had by this point developed a habit of standing in a wood watching a light through trees. First hinge, clean. Second hinge, clean. Then crimson. And I could feel Mo Yu through the array, the way you feel a struggle through a rope. The entire fish was convulsing, and then, abruptly, he went quiet. Not unconscious, calm, the way a screaming child goes calm when somebody picks them up. I did not understand it for about 4 seconds. Then I did. 200 meters away, behind a stand of trees, Qin Liang was standing perfectly still, with cold sweat coming through his shirt and his whole body shaking. Soul bond. He had reached down the contract and taken a share of it. Wei Feng, who had noticed the shaking, asked if he was all right and got a very unconvincing yes, and then worked it out and asked, "Is the Frostfire salamander evolving in there yours?" Qin Liang was in too much pain to speak and nodded. The crimson pillar went up. 10 meters of outline formed inside it and roared, and behind the trees a commander-rank police captain let out a long breath and then felt the feedback come back the other way, which improved his physical condition dramatically and, according to him, extended his life, and he said it in a tone that suggested he was not joking. I stood in front of a second Frostfire salamander and let out the breath I had been holding since dawn. Because in strict terms, nothing would have been my fault if it had failed. It was Mo Yu's choice. Qin Liang consented. I disclosed the 50% up front. None of that would have helped me sleep. He came through the trees at a jog, taking 2 steps at a time, and stopped when the animal came to meet him, and a man in a black uniform stood in a field with his hand on the head of something the size of a bus. 3 days later, an old man arrived at my base, thin, small, weathered, in clothes that would not have looked out of place on a man selling vegetables from the back of a truck. He handed me an invitation letter, handwritten by the president of Shaju Beast Taming University, and a special admission notice. Then he stayed, because he was the security detail. I want you to appreciate the moment. I had asked for a beast tamer at Overlord tier, and I had gotten a man who looked like he was about to ask me if I had seen his glasses. Then I noticed the small red snake on his shoulder, and it took me a full 10 seconds to place it, and when I did, I stopped slouching. Purgatory Viper. Dark and poison, Overlord tier potential. And from the one fibber of aura I caught off it, well past commander rank, and probably into Overlord itself. That is one of his animals. An Overlord tier tamer has more than one. May I ask how to address you, senior? I'm an ordinary security guard at Shazhou Beast Taming University. Don't call me senior, call me Elder Feng. I called him Elder Feng and did not believe the security guard part for 1 second, and that turned out to be my mistake, but we will get there. 3 days after that, Ren Jun did not show up. It was the last day of our lessons. He had never been late, and when He Shu called me, it was to ask if he was with me, and to tell me she had called him 3 times with no answer. And then, mid-sentence, she pivoted into a bright little routine about how he had probably been out having too much fun and lost his phone, and how unreliable he is, and how she would make him teach the missing lesson later. She was reassuring me, which is how I knew. That night, I was on the roof of Building 1 when an explosion went up 5 kilometers south, and my parents came up, and Elder Feng appeared beside me like something out of a wall. Uncle Bao, Madam May, unless it's urgent, stay inside the base for a while. They agreed instantly, which frightened me more than the explosion. Then a wolf howled. I had heard that howl exactly once, when He Shu had shown off her snowfield wolf in a classroom, and I remembered it because it is a strange sound. Shui Tao, my father squinted. Aren't all wolf howls basically the same? Are you sure? That was a snowfield wolf, Elder Feng said. It's He Shu's. And I was already moving. 4 of us in one car, 5 kilometers, and by the time we got there, it was not a fight, it was a demolition. He Shu, Xiao Mei, and Ren Jun against 10 robots. Ren Jun was covered in blood, actually covered, and the only thing standing in front of him was a golden helmet beetle that was also covered in wounds and was clearly about 90 seconds from finished. Teacher Shu, Teacher Xiao, Brother Ren, we're here. I summoned Tianxiang and Yan Long together. Tianxiang, Gale Slash, Yan Long, Flame Jet. Wind and fire, from a dragon and a salamander, at the same instant. The fire took the wind and turned into a wall of it that went across the lot. And behind me, my parents, who had spent 18 years being ordinary people with 1 animal each, summoned and opened up. Gray Chirp Pigeon, Windblade. Excluded, pet name, Gale Slash. Circle Land Bear, Earthcrack. My mother's dragon and my mother's pigeon in the same volley. The 3 of them had been getting ground down for however long, and the pressure came off in about 4 seconds, and both women came off the back foot immediately. Snowfield Wolf, 100 Vine Monster, Dustfur, go. Ironhide Croc, Phantom Mink, Glimmerwing, let these robots see what we can do. Xiao Mei had reached the stage of a fight where she had stopped budgeting energy entirely. Golden Helmet Beetle, protect your master. And the beetle, which was in no condition to do anything, did not join the attack. It put up both scythe limbs and stood over Ren Jun. 10 robots at commander rank, and here's the thing I noticed once I could think, which is that they were barely commander rank. It was numbers and bizarre skill sets, and the fact that a wounded man was pinning down 2 of his own teammates. 10 minutes, and all 10 were down. And Elder Feng did not lift a finger for any of it, because I had specifically asked him not to. A trump card only works while nobody knows it is on the table. Careful, they can combine. Mechanical octopuses came out of all 10 wrecks at once and started flowing toward each other like water finding a drain, and something with an outline started to form. And I had no move. Wind Thunder Lion, rampage with thunder. A bolt of blue-purple lightning came down out of a clear night and hit the middle of it, and there was no fight. There was an explosion, and then there was a scorch mark, and there was nothing else. Ren Jun, bleeding, sitting on the ground. 1 move and it's over? He looked at Elder Feng the way you look at a man who has walked out of a park chess game and destroyed a cult operation. Xiao Mei came over and asked me who this was, respectfully, which is a first. Elder Feng, a senior from Shazhou Beast Taming University. He's temporarily in charge of my safety. Then I pointed at Ren Jun. I think the urgent thing is him. He doesn't look great. What I wanted to say is that he looked like he was dying. I went with tact. Ambulance is called, he said, and gave me a bitter smile. I asked Elder Feng whether we could trace the mechanic behind the robots, and he walked over and looked at the wreckage for about 8 seconds. None of those 10 showed signs of contract. They were being run by an AI virus. Reverse tracing is useless. Sun Jian arrived shortly after with several cars, at which point everything was already finished, and I could not resist. "Officer Sun, you've come at the right time again, just in time to clean up." My father immediately stepped in to smooth it over, because he was afraid his son was being impertinent to the police, and Sun Jian scratched his head and apologized for being slow. And Xiao Mei used the opening to say that at least the bureau had an excuse, unlike some people who got ambushed, attacked, and outmaneuvered without noticing, and had to be saved by two women, and were a complete waste of space. She was pointing at Ren Jun without pointing. "I told you several times to be careful, and it went in one ear and out the other. You're lucky it was only your pet beast that got badly hurt." At which point I could not take it anymore and asked what had actually happened. And Xiao Mei looked at He Shu, and He Shu looked at nothing and gave me a very long answer that meant nothing. Something about noticing the machinery heresy society causing trouble and stepping in and being embarrassingly incompetent about it. She is one of the most composed people I have ever met, and she lied to me like a schoolboy, and I decided to let her, because some knowledge is a liability, and I had learned that lesson from a black bead. And then Elder Feng, who does not care about anybody's feelings, said it out loud. "Don't ask them. If I'm not mistaken, they won't tell you a word about this without permission from their family elders." Then he looked at me. "Also, what this girl is working so hard to hide is nothing to you. Once you're at Shazhou, it will be within your reach, and it is infinitely better than whatever she's standing on." He Shu's face did something complicated, and the worst part, which I only understood later, is that the three of them only knew the outline of the thing they were guarding, and an outsider from another province knew more about it than they did. The ambulance arrived, and Xiao Mei announced she was riding along so that somebody would be there to collect the body, which is her way of expressing affection, and which nearly finished him off. Then everybody invented an errand and left at speed. The bureau had things to do at the station. He Shou had things to do at school, at 11 at night. And as Sun Jian was pulling out, Elder Feng said, to nobody in particular, "If I'm not mistaken, there is an unstable rift hidden in Lingshui City." I said, "An unstable what?" And he was already walking away. I looked it up the next morning between training sessions, and it is not secret. It is simply not something anyone had ever given me a reason to search. An unstable rift is a temporary dimensional rift. It opens at a specific time or under specific conditions rather than staying open. Most follow a pattern, once every 6 months or once a year, at a fixed location. Some do not, and those are normally held shut by sealing formations. There are so many of them that the federal government cannot possibly manage them all, so some are simply left alone. And over the years, beasts come through and settle, and that is how the home planet ends up with regions that are, on paper, ordinary countryside, and in practice, as dangerous as a mid-level rift. And some of them, with the government's tacit approval, have ended up in the hands of large companies, families, and guilds as private resource supplies. So there it was. 3 school teachers who are not school teachers. 3 surnames, Qin, Han, Zhou, a sealed place, an unstable rift owned by their families sitting somewhere under my hometown, and a cult that specializes in mechanical systems that has never once operated in a city this small, taking an unusual interest in it. I did not report it, not out of cowardice. If I could see the shape of it, then the Bureau, which has more information than I do, could see it better, and He Zhu certainly could. What I did instead was go back to work, at a speed that surprised even me. Because I had figured out what my actual position was, which is that I am 18, I am leaving in 3 months, my parents are not leaving, and the only currency that matters in that equation is how many dragons I can put in the water before I go. I put the koi into 3 groups. Group 1, 35 animals that had learned waterfall climb, led by Firebrand. Sun Jian's koi was in there too, and I had by then named 3 base fish, Jin Shan, Huo Lin, and Shui Hua, which means Gold 1, Gold 2, and Gold 3. I am aware. I have made peace with it. None of the 3 fish objected, which I choose to take as consent and not as an inability to speak. Group 2, about 100, aimed at the Frostfire path. Some had volunteered. Most were there because they lacked the aptitude for waterfall climb, and this was the only door that would open for them. And their training was Intimidate, twice daily, from Shen Hu's Sun-Devouring Tiger, and now also from Elder Feng's Wind Thunder Lion, which has a skill called Lion King's Might that is at Overlord tier, and which shortened everybody's endurance times considerably, which is the point. Group 3, about 100, needed nothing, because they were salted fish. poor comprehension, or simply too relaxed about existence. I did not cull them. They live in the pond, and they are pretty, and we can afford the feed. Then old Master Joe came to me with a proposal. He drove me out to the north suburbs and stopped in front of a very large ruin, overgrown, half collapsed. It had been called Pet Beast Paradise, and in its day, it was one of the things you visited in Lingshui City. And then the owner discovered gambling, and the property discovered bankruptcy. The land title behind it is a legal thicket, which is why the old man had looked at it years ago and walked away, and why nobody else has ever taken it either. Then he pointed at a structure in the northeast corner that looked like a collapsed hillside. That was the water slide, 80 meters from the top to the bottom. I understood him before he finished the next sentence. I intend to lease that corner and announce publicly that we're renovating it and reopening. In reality, I'll modify it. Add about 20 meters. That brings the drop to 100. Then it becomes an artificial waterfall that meets the evolution requirement. And the title on the slide specifically is clean, so leasing or buying it is no problem. An 80-meter water slide in a dead amusement park. Because Baijiang Waterfall belongs to somebody else, and I have to ask permission every time, and travel to another city, and stand in a place where I have a strong suspicion that something is buried. Having a 100-meter drop that is entirely mine changes what I am able to do at a fundamental level. Grandpa Shen Lin, that would suit us very well. No need to be polite. Given our relationship, helping you is helping the Zhou family. He had it done in 3 days, running 3 shifts. When I asked how it was going, he told me the biggest problem with an artificial waterfall is water. They had planned to recycle a single pool, which is stagnant and inferior. Then, during an inspection, they found an irrigation canal running past the site that connects straight to the Lingshui River. So they abandoned recirculation and pulled live water off the canal instead, which meant that on the day I walked in there, the thing coming down the front of that slide was a river. I brought 14 koi with me. Firebrand, Jinshan, Kuolin, Shui Hua for the Dragon Path, and 10 of the best performers from the Intimidate training for the other one. And a set of materials, because I was going to lay a second Frostfire array behind the slide. 2 evolution sites instead of 1. Better scheduling, and, more importantly, better concealment. Because a 100-meter water slide with 4 sections meeting and 7 or 8 meters of width is an extremely effective wall to hide a pillar of light behind. Renjun was in a hospital bed. I was on my own. Laying an array starts with carving the patterns, which is the skeleton of the whole thing. I took a rectangle of polished jade talisman, put a knife to it, and carved one of the 15 fire array patterns from memory. The patterns, incidentally, are not human. They were excavated at enormous cost from ruins inside dimensional rifts by archaeologists and deciphered, and that is where every formation in this world originally comes from. The only other source is formation masters who innovate on top of what was found, which is where the Frostfire array itself comes from, and which is why Renjun had to work so hard to learn it. I finished the first talisman and pushed mental energy into the pattern, and a faint halo came up off it, which is how you know it passed. A bad carving gives you a dim halo or none at all because the energy cannot flow. Then I carved 29 more, 3 hours, 2 wasted, 2 out of 32, which is an extremely good result and which made me stupidly happy. Fire array laid, 7 firestones at the nodes, ignition, crimson spreading across the ground. That is half. Frost array, same process, another half hour. Then the junction, which is 1 single step and which is where people spend years. I set the core talisman in the middle and pushed mental energy into both circles and watched the 2 colors run toward each other along the pattern. Snap. Both lights went out. I sat back on my heels and sighed at a hole in the ground. I dug the core talisman out. It had broken cleanly in half, which is bad because I had 3 of them, and I had 3 of them because the success rate on carving that particular piece is roughly 10%. When I first watched Renjun do it, it looked like nothing. When I did it, it took 30 attempts to produce 3. So I called a man in a hospital bed. Student Chen Wei, your last lesson is going to have to wait a while. Don't worry about the lesson. How are you? What did the doctor say? I won't die. I also won't be getting out anytime soon. Then I described the failure, and he thought about it for a moment and gave me an answer in about 90 seconds that I would not have found in a month. A cracking sound generally means one of two things. Either the core talisman isn't good enough to survive the surge at fusion, or your mental control is off and the two energies don't arrive simultaneously, and then it's like roasting the thing in a fire and then pouring ice water on it. No wonder it exploded. Then he spent 3 more minutes on how to fix it. I set the second core talisman, took a breath, rehearsed the whole thing in my head, and split my mental energy into 2 streams and pushed them in at the same instant. Both circles lit together. Both lights ran in together, and the junction went dark brown. I cut the feed immediately and sat there feeling my own hands shake, because that specific color meant I had, personally, without supervision, laid a combined formation. Which means I did not have the koi to Frostfire Salamander path anymore. I owned it. Then I went and looked at the water slide, and the thing coming down it, and started work. Jin Shan went first, and not Firebrand, and I want to be honest about why. This was a brand new artificial waterfall that had never been used for anything. I was confident. I was not certain. And the first animal into an untested site was not going to be my best friend's first pet beast. Jin Shan took the dragon bone powder, went in, and started climbing, and I took the elevator. There is an elevator. It was already on the slide, and Shenhu had it modified. And I want to note for the historical record that after climbing 300 stone steps up a mountain at a dead sprint, riding to the top of a 100-meter waterfall in a lift felt like an unearned luxury. Jin Shan climbed at about 2 meters a minute, which is not fast and which is a great deal faster than Tian Shang managed at Baijiang, which told me immediately that this slide is easier than the real thing. At 50 meters he slowed, at 80 half a meter a minute. I stood at the top and did not say anything and did not move, which is deliberate. He knew old 7th and old 6th were down there watching, and he knew his master was up here with no expression at all, and if he failed, he was going to have to live in that pond afterward. He made it. He jumped. I threw. He caught. And a 3rd Azure Scale Flood Dragon came out of a pool in a derelict amusement park in the north suburbs of a 3rd-tier city. Elite Tier 2, not 3, which is 1 rank lower than Excluded, pet name, came out at, under identical conditions except the venue, and which confirmed the thing I had suspected. Making the climb easier makes the animal weaker. The difficulty is not an obstacle in front of the reward. It is part of the reward. I decided it was an acceptable trade because Baijiang belongs to somebody else, and this slide belongs to me, and because a rank can be trained back, and a dependency cannot. Then Firebrand. He had been watching Jin Shan the entire time, and he had gone from eager to something past eager. When I called him over, he nearly came out of the water. When the powder went in, he did not wait for the signal so much as tolerate it, and the second I pointed, he turned into a line of water and hit the base of that slide like he had a grudge against it. And I stood there and felt my stomach drop, because that is not enthusiasm. That is a fish spending everything in the first 30 meters. I did not say anything. There was nothing useful to say, and a shout from the top would have made it worse. He went up fast, faster than Jin Shan. And at about 90 meters he stopped. 90 out of 100. And then he held there, fighting the current, refusing to be washed back, for a long time. I have watched a lot of animals fail at things this year, and that one was the worst, because he was not beaten. He was empty. The last 5 or 6 meters might as well have been another 100. He came off the slide and went into the pool, and the light of evolution on him went out like a switch. I took the lift down. Firebrand, you were too impatient. You went in on brute force and ignored everything I told you, and you spent it all before the hard part, and that's why you failed, with the finish line in sight. He had sunk to the bottom. Take the lesson. Recover properly. Tomorrow morning, I'll give you another chance. Then I turned to Huolin and Shui Hua, who are watching all of this with the wide-eyed attention of new hires witnessing somebody get fired. I'd like to say the same thing to you two. Stay humble, 1 step at a time. Huolin went next, and Huolin had just watched the best credentialed fish in the group fall off a wall, and went up that slide like an accountant. Slow, metered, rhythm perfect. Something clearly held back. At 95 meters he finally opened up, and even then it was not desperation. It was a reserve being spent on purpose. He made it. So did Shui Hua 90 minutes later, who has the highest potential of the 3, and who by then had watched 2 successes and 1 very instructive failure. 3 dragons out of 4 attempts and the entire afternoon gone. Pudgy Jang arrived at dusk with a food container because he had by this point been fully demoted from investor to lunch delivery, and he stopped dead about 15 meters out. 3 azure-scale flood dragons in various poses of lying, coiling, and hovering. He knew instantly that none of them was his, not because he could tell them apart, because if Firebrand had evolved, he would have felt the feedback in his own body, and he had felt nothing. Weiga, where's my Firebrand? I took the container off him and looked for somewhere to start. I don't know how to explain this. Same method, same site, and I deliberately put him in the middle of the order, and the result is that 3 base koi evolved, and Firebrand didn't. He stood there working out whether he was being made fun of. He was too impatient. He ran out at 90 meters and fell. There is one thing I did not tell him, which is that a failed climb is suspected to cost the animal something permanent off the top end, even after a later success. He took it fairly well. He was not devastated. He was disappointed in the way you are disappointed by weather, and he went to the edge of the pool to talk to his fish, and I sat down and opened the container and found that every dish in it was one of my favorites, which means my mother made it. Then night came down, and Lingshui City came apart. I was at the top of the water slide when the first fires went up, and I could see 3 of them at once from up there. A taxi lost control on a main road and put a car through a shop front, and while people were pulling a father and son out of the wreck, the taxi stood up. A parked SUV in an old residential compound started moving with nobody in it. A husband told his wife the car was standing up. His wife told him not to be ridiculous. Then she looked. Then she grabbed him and ran. And the shell it fired after them took a hole out of the side of an apartment block. More than a dozen of those, simultaneously, across the city. And in a public security bureau car, Sun Jian hit the steering wheel and asked whether the Machinery Heresy Society had gone insane and whether they intended to level the entire city. And in the backseat, Bureau Chief Xie Yang, who had come out personally because it was that kind of night, said the useful thing. Forget whether they're courting death, consider whether we survive this if it keeps up. Then he asked whether anybody genuinely believed that the Machinery Heresy Society's movements had been unplanned. And a fire mastiff howled somewhere off the road, Commander Tier 8, not one of theirs, which meant one of the 3 families had committed forces to a completely different location. There it is, the arrangements are underway. But that's exactly what they want, to pull us away. It's a legitimate scheme. Unless we're willing to disregard the lives of ordinary citizens, there is no way to refuse it. Which is the cleanest description of a hostage situation I have ever heard. I stood at the top of my waterslide and watched my hometown burn in a dozen places and understood, with complete clarity, that all of it was a diversion and that the actual event was happening somewhere quiet. Then I sent everyone back to the base. And I went down to the pool because I had 10 koi left and there was nothing else on this earth that I could do. Out of sight, out of mind. Right now, I neither want to get involved nor am I capable of getting involved. That is what I said out loud at a pool at night with my city on fire behind me. And I would like to tell you it was cold and strategic. It was true, and it was also the only honest thing available. The strongest thing I own is an elite tier 5 lizard. There were things moving in the western suburbs that night that would have removed me from the world as an afterthought. So I did the only useful thing a person in my position can do, which is get stronger as fast as physically possible. I put the first koi in the water pit and lit the array. I picked the one who had held out longest under Intimidate training, because if he could not make it, none of the other 9 had a chance. And because a success at the front of a queue does something to the animals behind it that no amount of encouragement can. First hinge. He went through it. And I felt something come back down the line that I had not felt from any of the others, which is that up to that moment, the Dragon Gate had been a picture to him, and now it was a thing with a location. Second hinge. Clean. Third, crimson, and the whole thing going into a pillar hundreds of meters high behind the water slide, exactly as designed, invisible from every road. 10 meters of Frostfire Salamander in a derelict amusement park, and I named him, and for the first time in my life I did not embarrass myself. Tai Shan. From an old line off a planet that does not exist here, about heaven and earth being dark and yellow and the universe being vast and boundless. 8 characters in the original, which was deliberate because I wanted 8 successes out of that night, and I was superstitious enough to build the naming scheme around it in advance. Numbers 2 and 3 came through. Number 4 did not. He got through the first 2 hinges and he stopped at the third, in the crimson, and there was a point where I could feel him not holding on anymore, and there was nothing in the array and nothing in the recipe and nothing in me that could have carried him across. I shut it down. He is alive. He is not crippled beyond function. He will never evolve. I sat next to that pit for a while. 50% is a number when you read it in a file. It is a different object when you have personally asked an animal to accept it, and the animal understood the question and said yes, and lost. Then I got up and lit the array again, because there were 6 more waiting, and every one of them had watched that happen, and none of them had left the water. By morning, I had 8. 5 frostfire salamanders, and 3 failures out of 10, which is above the stated rate, and which I attribute entirely to a 70-year-old businessman and his tiger standing at the edge of a pond twice a day for a month, making 100 fish miserable on purpose. And then, at about 8 in the morning, with the smoke still going up over the western suburbs, I called Firebrand over. 10 hours. I told you 10 hours. Are you ready? He came to the edge of the pool, and he did not thrash, and he did not jump. He waited, which is how I knew he had actually understood. I fed him the powder and pointed, and he went in at about half the speed of the day before. He climbed like Huolin, metered, boring, correct. At 50 meters, he had more left than he had at 50 meters the previous day. At 90, which is where he had died, he slowed, and he did not stop. And I stood at the top of a water slide in the north suburbs with my hands on a railing and did not breathe. At 98, he was barely moving. And then he came over the lip, and I threw the wind chime fruit, and Pudgy Zhang's first pet beast in the entire world caught it in the air over an abandoned amusement park. The light went up so bright it lit the ruins for a kilometer. Down at the bottom, a fat kid who had ridden over at dawn with a breakfast container fell down. Physically fell over, onto his backside, in the dirt, because the evolution feedback of an Overlord Tier 5 beast had just come up his contract without warning while he was standing on uneven ground holding kanji. He sat there in the dirt, looking up at a 6-meter dragon. "That's mine," he said. "That's actually mine." "That's yours." "I paid 1,000,000 yuan for that." "You paid 1,000,000 yuan for that." He thought about it for a second. "That was a really good deal. So let me tell you where I am. 4 months ago, I stood in a dark living room at 1 in the morning in front of a 40-liter tank, looking at a 20-year-old ornamental fish with 1 skill and about 6 months to live, in a world that had 4 separate categories for animals that are not worth feeding, and my entire supernatural destiny was changed to the least valuable creature on this planet. This morning, I stood at the top of a 100-meter waterfall that belongs to me, in an amusement park that belongs to me, on the way back to a breeding base that belongs to my father, and counted 6 azure-scale flood dragons and 6 frostfire salamanders. My mother rides one of them. My father has an earth core rock in a drawer and a second contract coming. The captain of a special operations team in a first-tier city owes me a favor he cannot repay and knows it. There is a police post going up on the road outside my gate. The Breeder Association calls me by a title. A university that has never been good at anything I do has bought me at the price of a master. And Excluded, pet name, is not going to die this year, or the next 20. That is the part I actually keep coming back to. Here is what it cost. 3 cults know my name now. Not my face, my name, and what I can make, and the fact that the way to acquire it is to acquire me. One of them tried to take me off a mountain and settled for trying to kill me. One came to a hydropower dam in daylight for something in my bag. And the third one burned a dozen sites across my hometown last night as a distraction, and the thing they were distracting everyone from is a sealed, unstable rift that 3 families have been guarding here since before my grandfather bought a fish. There is an old man living on my base who is officially a gatekeeper and who kills commander-tier constructs with 1 skill, and he was sent here by a university 2,000 kilometers away because I asked for him. In 3 months, I am getting on a train to the far west of this federation, and my parents are not. And the last thing that happened last night, which I did not know about until much later, and which I would give a great deal not to know now, is this. Out at the reservoir, in the middle of the fighting, one of those robots got knocked into the water and sank, and it lost its mobility and its weapons, and it did not lose its eyes. And on the way down, in the dark, it saw a pit at the bottom of the reservoir with a light in it. A formation. It shared what it saw before it died, which means that as of last night, the people who set my city on fire know exactly where the seal is. And out of everyone in Lingshui City, there are 3 school teachers who cannot tell me what is under it, 1 old gatekeeper who will not, and exactly 1 18-year-old who knows both that it is there and that he is getting on a train. I have 12 animals with Overlord tier potential and 100 more fish in a pond who have watched every single one of them go up. 3 months is a long time. I intend to spend all of it making sure that when they come back for what is under my city, whoever is standing over it is something I built.